it's not easy to, even with the whole world judgmental attitude. People still snickering, tears while they laughing. God, why you make a person hurt below average? Kids still ridicule but don't know Elijah. Pain still makes a meek person turn tiger. Any given Sunday, any given buyer, wave the white flag with a swag to retire. Not about giving up or giving in on one day. It's about never seeing nothing happen your way. Who's got the grown men to lay it down in caskets? It's all about the fire now, my man supplying matches. Cut him till he bleed, but the pain can't compare. So he walks around jaded now, persuaded with despair. But if I can give a word to encourage, I would say, I'ma tell you like this. This is how it is. Pain makes a man, the more pain, the more tears. The more drops hit the ground, the more stronger he becomes. You will not fade, you will rise like the sun. Come on now. Yeah, now. Yeah, now. Yeah, now. You can walk again. You can walk again. You can walk again. I would never fade into the darkness. Voice penetrate the cloud. The sun emerges to its target. Illuminate the Constitution. It's blood and water fusion. I feel like hurt because my people want a revolution. Verbal dominatrix. Suppressed bondage I conquer. On every complication. Without Stevie I wonder. My life is vivid, not timid. I'm in the game of winning. I'm about them digits, scrub business. Homie, you dare to witness. One unit. Snipe Schenker, we fight through it. Precise fluid. Despite features, we keep moving. Never underestimate the breath of soldier breathing. On second winds, we make amends to define a reason. Make a rule, break a rule, Simon told me so. Lyric data, I'm representing that system overload. Take a walk with me, people, and reach the finish line. Don't talk about it, just be about it, the state of mind. I'ma tell you like this. This is how it is. Pain makes a man, the more pain, the more tears. Drops hit the ground, the more stronger he becomes. You will not fade, you will rise like the sun. Come on now. Yeah, now. Yeah, now. Yeah, now. You can walk again. You can walk again. You can walk again. I would never fade.
Hey guys, welcome to Fight For It 13's live stream event. My name is Dylan McGrath. I'm one half of your commentary team for tonight. The other half, of course, Miss Taylor Starling, one of the biggest bare knuckle stars in the world, if not the biggest in my mind.
I think so.
I would like to say so anyway. Definitely bigger than Beck Rawlings anyway. Tonight, Fight For It 13, we've got a lot of interesting matchups for you. 31 fights in total. It's going to be a long night of fights, so stick with us right here on YouTube to stay up to date on all the results. We've got a few interesting, I know you've got a few teammates fighting tonight, right? At least one important one.
Friends, teammates, I'm very excited. There's a little bit of mix of everything in here. We got kickboxing, MMA, the pancration kids fight, so yeah, very excited.
Debuts, veterans, all amateurs tonight, no pros, but there's a lot of people here who have been around for a long time. I know that you're probably pretty excited to see Travis Snyder fight.
100%.
Right?
I watched that man put in the work, so I'm very excited. It's hard commentating and being not being partial.
Oh, trust me, I know. I have to watch like a lot of my very close friends fight. Like Talia's fighting tonight, Brandon Rollins is fighting tonight. People I've known for years.
There's even people who have won me over as a fan, like being here watching them and never seeing them fight before, like Sasha.
Right,
like I really like Talia and Sasha, so that's going to be a huge fight for me because I like both of them so much. And I've never even met Sasha, but watching her fight, I know how she fights.
Yeah, we called her last fight at Fight For It together.
I'm very excited.
Scrap, which I know you're a big fan of.
Yes, I'm very, very excited to watch them fight.
Yeah, I think that there's 3 title fights tonight in total. I know Brandon Rollins taking on Cameron Sandoval for the 145 title in kickboxing is going to be a big fight. This Cameron Sandoval kid, I don't know if you've heard about him, but he moved out here recently from Arizona to train at Kelly and Unson School Battleborn Jiu-Jitsu. I called an MMA fight of his like 3 weeks ago, and it was another title fight, and he just buzzsawed through the guy in like 25 seconds, 30 seconds. The fight was practically over. And he's just extremely fast, especially on the feet. And I haven't seen him fight kickboxing, but I know he's got about 12 kickboxing or Muay Thai fights. So very, very experienced in there. And Brandon Rollins is experienced in the sense that he's fought on Fight For It cards like 8 times alone. And not to mention PKBs, IKFs, he's done them all. So
lots of experience. What I like to say is when someone has a belt, it's a lot harder to keep the belt than it is to get the belt. You're a lot more motivated, you're a lot more driven to get the belt, but once you have it, it's a lot harder to keep the belt, so that's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where you've got Brandon, who's got 12 fights as amateur already, and Cameron, who's undefeated with 4-0. If either one of them wins the belt, there's going to be that expectation on both of them to now it's time to go pro. You know,
exactly.
Especially Cameron, you've got multiple amateur titles. People are kind of like, all right, man, let's get it done. Let's go pro. Let's get paid.
Being 4-0 and undefeated, you know, you kind of get a big head without you can get a big head without wanting to get a big head because you're undefeated and you just don't believe that anybody's going to come and dethrone
especially
you.
when you're winning dominantly. Like
Absolutely.
when you're not eking by with decisions, when you're just straight up knocking guys out and submitting them, or girls for that matter, it can build that confidence or that trust in your striking ability or whatever the case may be.
They both got a good mind. They both got different things on their mind and the same mission, so we're going to see.
The MMA portion of the card is going to be pretty action-packed. It's a short list of MMA fights tonight, but the combat jiu-jitsu is another kind of aspect. We were talking about how there's so many different kinds of combat sports on display. Combat jiu-jitsu, I feel like, is rapidly growing.
Like slap jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, slap jiu-jitsu. Yeah, Will Smith style.
See, I am not much of a jiu-jitsu person myself, but you add the slapping in, I'm there.
And you're like, suddenly I'm intrigued.
I'm sold.
I'm not much of a slap person myself, but I do like jiu-jitsu, so I'm more interested in the slapping aspect because of that. But I think that it's a great way for people like Brian Ashland and Coulter Grice, guys who are known to be jiu-jitsu guys. They can take on MMA fighters without having to worry about getting kicked in the head, or you know, it's kind of like a little meet me halfway kind of thing, a nice little compromise. So we've got some grapplers versus some MMA fighters in combat jiu-jitsu, and then Aaron Castro taking on Prince Ahmed Khamis. Both these guys fought on the last Fight For It card. Prince Ahmed Khamis came very, very close to beating Kevin Peraza and winning the main event of the last Fight For It show. Split decision. He lost. He's taking on Aaron Castro, who had a huge win over Emmanuel Simpson from XIII MMA by knockout. So I think we can probably expect Aaron to pump the gas immediately and try to go for another early finish, because he's got a lot of momentum behind him after 2 finishes in a row.
And Prince, he always brings the fight. I've never been bored watching him fight. He's 100%. Down to scrap, and it's all gas, no brakes the entire fight.
And he's got some very slick level changes, and he's got a great ability to disguise his takedowns behind striking, like for an amateur.
Yeah.
He's got such a good, clean switch to the double leg, single leg. I also love watching Ahmed Khamis fight. Jonathan Butterfly Freeman, a lot of people may not be familiar with him at first glance, but if you're a big fan of the YouTube show Street Beefs, this man has fought on Street Beefs like 7 or 8 times. I'm pretty sure he's won like 90% of his fights on there. He's taking on the aforementioned Emmanuel Simpson out of XIII MMA. One guy kind of known as a wrestler and one guy primarily known as a striker. Jonathan Freeman is a guy who hasn't just won on Street Beefs, he's won in Muay Thai and boxing, so kind of a classic grappler versus striker matchup there.
See, I really like that because I actually train with Emmanuel Simpson
right,
a lot.
He's
always in the gym with me. He's actually one of my #1 sparring partners. So
he comes to Modern Warrior. I know a lot. I know Brian Battle comes over there to train with you guys. So you guys have a lot of like interconnectivity between those two gyms, right?
With XIII we have a huge interconnectivity. So yeah, to see E-Man, I'm excited. I know he just came off of a loss, and it's going to be like, I know he's ready to come back and avenge that. So
yeah, I think the biggest thing for him is that he can't let himself get into another brawl, because when he sticks to the game plan, he seems pretty unstoppable. And the only time I've ever seen him get in trouble is when he kind of entertains the brawl, you know? Yeah,
you know, as fighters, it's not all physical, it's mental too. So sometimes you start overthinking and you start battling yourself, really. And I think that's a huge thing for fighters to realize, like when they're in there. So yeah, I'm excited to see what E-Man shows up tonight, and that's going to be a good fight. I'm ready for him to avenge his loss, but I'm very excited to see what Jonathan brings. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, and then speaking of big gyms like Highstein, Gym O is one of the best and most well-known gyms in this area. They're sending out Silas Muscat against your boy, Travis Snyder. When I've watched Travis fight on the last Fight For It card that he fought on, even though he was making his debut, he seemed so much more complete than your average amateur guy. Like, he was good on the feet, he finished his opponent on the ground, he looked like he had great jiu-jitsu. Has he always kind of been like a fish to water, or has that been like a lot of work building up to that debut?
He's definitely been a fish to water. He works so hard, and one of our things in our gym that we train at Modern Warrior is we are always complete fighters. You got to be good in all aspects. Keith Richardson, our head coach, always says that all the time. you are a mixed martial artist.
Right.
You're not a striking martial artist. Like, you're going to fight MMA. You're a mixed martial artist. You got to be complete. So I think, you know, Keith being on him so much and drilling that into his head really has stuck with him. And yeah, he's a complete fighter.
Well, I mean, the results speak for themselves between what Keith has been able to do on the pro circuit himself and then what he's done with you as well. I mean, it's not just being proven here in the amateur ranks, it's also being proven on the world stage as well.
Yeah, the way that we train, the gym that we're in, we're like a family. We all really push each other hard. We're always on each other's butts. Like, we really grind every single day. We put the work in, and there's no gym like Modern Warrior.
And I think that's why a lot of people like Brian and other people are coming there and cross-training with you guys to see that level of work, and they're like, I want some of that work. You know, I want to get some of that. Speaking of friends fighting, my friend Chris Gonzo Gonzalez coming back to the MMA world after a little bit of a layoff to take on Gabe Muscat, the brother of Silas Muscat, who we were just talking about from Jim O. Gabe Muscat taking this fight on barely less than 2 weeks' notice. I think it was like a week and like 6 days or a week and 5 days. So very interested to see how there's an adjustment period here, because I know that originally Gonzo was looking to come in here and wrestle a little bit, but now he's going to be up against someone who's known primarily as a wrestler, whereas before he was kind of fighting a guy who we thought would be standing. So I'm interested to see what the adjustment is from Coach Cody at Elevate, and I'm interested to see how Gabe Muscat comes looking on short notice. He is also 0-2.
Yeah, I have trained with the Muscat brothers before too, so Silas and Gabe, they're both really tough. Gabe just actually went to, I think, Dubai to fight for like the World MMA.
Yeah, that's what I heard. He's on the Gamma or whatever.
I'm gonna jack up the name.
It's some acronym that's really long.
It was in another country, but yeah, no, he's tough. I know he's game to fight. I know both of those boys are, and I like that they have the same record, the 0-2. Like, you know, I think they're going to both go in really level-headed and clear-headed for this one.
Yeah, and then our only women's fight of the night, Sasha Rockwood taking on Talia Twitch Cusinelli. We talked about him a little bit already here, but yeah, this is our only female fight of the night, and I always find that the less female fights there are, the more the one female fight or the two female fights you have, the harder those girls fight.
Oh, yeah.
Like we were saying the last time you and I, they always come out like with something to prove, especially at this level, right?
They're always ready to bring it.
We just like to inform you that we have a concession stand out back.
I thought that was like a
life-changing
announcer.
I thought that was Sam at first, and I was like, man, Sam sounds great.
Yeah.
Whoever that guy is, we should get him to be the in-ring announcer. But yeah, I think that Talia, she's been around a fraction of the time that Sasha has, but she's put herself in the right rooms with the right people and trained with the right folks to where I think she's probably going to be very prepared for this contest. And I know it looks like Sasha's coming off of a bit of a layoff, but she actually fought in September, and it wasn't kind of showing anywhere online. So I assume that fight was unsanctioned, but I think both these girls are well trained, and I think they train with the right people, and I think we're going to have a heck of a fight on our hands because both these girls really like to go forward.
I love an aggressive female.
They both are like that.
They are both aggressive females, so it's going to make for a very interesting fight. I mean, I've seen Sasha fight, I've seen Talia fight. And I like them both, so I'm very
And they're
excited.
both good in the same places, you know? Like,
Exactly.
I feel like Talia in her last fight, the big difference maker was her wrestling and her ability to, like, control the cage. And I feel like Sasha's really good there, too, defensively and offensively. So I'm interested to see how they push each other to, like, try different new things.
And I actually spoke to Talia's coach, Trevor, and he said, you know, there's the one thing about Talia, she always gets better. Like, it's just from one fight to the next. And I feel like that about myself personally. Like, I try to change from every single fight. You got to evolve as a fighter. You don't want anybody having the same thing coming in. So that's such a great thing. I'm excited to see the evolved Talia tonight.
Me too. And another fighter I'm excited to see the evolution of is Khalil Pettiford from Elevate MMA. He fought on the last Fight for It in kickboxing and got probably the most brutal finish of the night, not just pulling out cold, making his MMA debut tonight. This is a guy who he checks all the right boxes athletically. Like you look at him a lot like Travis or a lot like Tad Collins. You look at those guys and you're like, well, as long as you can take a punch and throw a punch, you're going to be fine, bro. Like,
that is Tad Collins to a T,
right?
To a T.
And that's kind of how I feel about Khalil. He's definitely a guy that I could have seen playing wide receiver in the NFL, but instead somehow he ended up, you know, here with us and he's throwing punches. Very scary individual in terms of the length for 170. I mean, he's just so much taller than most guys in this weight class and so much longer than them. He has a great jab. So I'm really interested to see how he can implement that in MMA because in kickboxing he looks phenomenal.
Yeah.
And he's taking on Brandon Sweet Tooth Johnson from Team Rock, who has a little bit more experience, just like Khalil's kickboxing opponent had that little bit extra bit of experience on him. So he's constantly looking for like a step up in competition, and that's something that is a good sign when you're talking about a newer fighter as well. Like, are they looking for an easy fight or not?
Yes.
And speaking of people who don't look for easy fights in our kickboxing, bouncing back over to kickboxing, Brent Williams taking on Omar Hassan. This is a tough fight for Brent Williams. He is 2-0 in kickboxing. It's been a while since we've seen him kickbox. He's mostly been focusing on MMA. But he's bouncing over to fight a guy who is like a Muay Thai kickboxing specialist and the current champion here for Fight For It. Say what you want about Brent Williams' online persona, his social media skills, but he's definitely not looking for an easy fight.
Absolutely. I'm excited for this. You know, I think he's coming off a loss from MMA.
Correct.
So
he won his last one.
He
the
won
one
his
before
last one.
was here.
I'm
and
so
he
sorry,
lost.
Brent.
It's okay.
I know. I remember seeing that, but yeah, I just remember the last fight for it is when he fought Dylan.
Dylan, yes.
Dylan Williams.
Mm-hmm.
He fought Dylan, and yeah, that was a rough night. It was very quick, and I'm excited. You know, like I said, when you have the belt, it's a lot harder to keep it than it is to get the belt. So we'll see.
I know the biggest thing for Omar is that he has been in tournaments, but this is his first show in a while. You know, he's been doing the tournament grind for a little bit. He hasn't fought since he won the belt, if I'm not mistaken, in a sanctioned bout. So, you know, there's that layoff there. He's been active in the gym. He's been active in the training room, but it's the bright lights, right? It's something different, especially when we're in a venue like this. This is a venue that is a little step above what we've been through before here with Fight For It. You kind of mentioned it, too, that you love ballroom fights. Does this kind of remind you of you coming up through the ranks?
Yes, actually, my last bare knuckle fight was in a room probably the same size as this, so I got my own ballroom fight. But yeah, no, I love just the small hometown feeling, and you don't realize how much pressure you have put on you in an arena in a big under the big lights until you come back to something like this. I'm like, man, I miss it. So many people rush.
So quaint.
So many people rush to go pro and rush to be under the big lights, but I promise you, you look back at it and you're like, man, I miss it. I miss it.
Speaking of bare knuckle, I know that last night they announced that Britain is going to fight Beck Rawlings.
Yeah.
And they still don't have anything for you.
No, there's something in the works
Something
now.
not announced for you anyway.
I gotta try not to get nasty on the microphone, but
I mean, we've got a little bit of time. I wouldn't.
Christine Ferreira.
Right.
I am number 2 in the world right now. I'm the number 1 contender for the belt. I deserve to fight for the title, so I'm really pushing for that. I don't usually talk junk, but I've learned now that in this business, if you want to get something, you're gonna have to put your foot down. And so I've been talking a little bit of junk.
Right.
And that's it.
So
I want Christine Ferreira.
What I always tell people about you when people ask me or when you come up in conversation is sure, there are girls out there that have more social media followers. Your Rachel Ostoviches of the world, your Paige Van Zandts of the world, but Taylor has proved that she can fight. So if you have a person who can fight and is your biggest star that can fight, you should probably just give them whatever they want.
Yeah.
If it's a title fight, but either way, they've got to find you a fight soon because it feels like they're wasting a lot of time here with you.
Yeah, they are. And, I feel like they're almost trying to push other people instead of me, and I'm kind of like, hey, guys, your star's right here.
Right. You're kind of a homegrown star for them.
Yeah.
I feel like they're focusing on bringing in people that are already established and then pumping them, but they've got someone that they've kind of built up with you, kind of the hometown hero of bare knuckle.
And so many people, what wins Christine's fights is she can talk that talk, and she gets in people's heads. So she's like this Mike Tyson of bare knuckle, you're the Muhammad Ali. She can run her mouth, and then it gets into their head before they even step in the ring. With me, I'm not scared of her. Her all the talk that she does not bother me. There's nothing I haven't been called. There's nothing I haven't heard in my life. So that doesn't bother me. It doesn't pose as a problem to me. I know she's a tough fighter. I know that I'm going to go in there and it's going to be probably a 5-round war, but I'm willing to go in there. I'm not scared of her. I'm willing to go in there and bang with Christine. So all I need is some paper and a pen. Let's go. Let's sign the contract.
This guy's named Dave. Is that the guy? Who's
David Feldman.
David Feldman. What's going on, man? Get to work. Call up your lawyer. Get some contracts drafted.
I know. Let's go.
I know you've been competing since you were 15 or 16, right? And you've always thrived in martial arts, it looks like, from what I see of you online, but you haven't flourished in the way that you have until you found bare knuckle. What is it that you think it is about bare knuckle that just brings out that savage in you?
It's so wild. I have fought kickboxing, I've fought boxing, I've fought MMA, and for some reason, every single time, I felt good. I love to fight nasty, but something was missing. And when I saw bare knuckle come to be, I was like, wow, I want to do that. I'd always felt like there was something missing. When I was doing MMA, I was like, wow, I would love to do this without the kicks, without the grappling, the wrestling, no gloves, and just be boxing. And yeah, once they came about, I really pushed for it. It just didn't happen for me at that time, so I had to keep fighting MMA, kickboxing, trying to find where I really wanted to put my focus on. And finally, I got the opportunity. Keith over at Modern Warrior was super excited about the chance. He was like, yeah, let's do it. And I just knew in my heart, like I knew that was for me.
So they got with you based off of your last boxing fight or your last kickboxing fight before that? Because I know you had fought on Lightning Strikes and a couple other shows.
No, I was on a 2-fight loss streak right before I signed my bare knuckle contract. But it was just me pressing. I was like, I want to fight Paige Van Zandt. She's coming in bare knuckle. I'm not scared of her. Let me fight Paige Van Zandt.
Right.
These people were like, who is this girl? She's crazy.
Right, yeah.
And I just happened to know some people that knew bare knuckle, and they kind of were like, hey, this girl should fight. And they were very much so like, we're going to give her one shot, and if she doesn't show up, she's out. We don't want anything to do with her.
And then you put on the best bare knuckle fight of all time.
Now look where I am.
And now look where you are. Yes, exactly. I feel like it's funny how the UFC struggled for like years and years and years to make women's 125 a thing, and then bare knuckle just has no problem like fielding a 125 division that not only has people that are really talented like you, Hart, Farah, but also people that are very well known from other sports coming in. And it's like you've got female boxers, female MMA fighters, everybody's kind of testing themselves in this mutual arena. And then you have people like you and like Tony Soto who have kind of risen to the top of that cup. Basically, the cream rises to the top.
Yeah,
and I feel like
rises.
you two thrive in that kind of craziness, and I feel like it's a different kind of chaos in that bare knuckle world than it is in MMA.
It's a lot scarier.
Not everybody's built for it, you know. I don't think everybody's built for it, but you seem to certainly love it.
Oh, I do. I'm crazy. I tell people all the time, like, I'm crazy. I mean that. I love it. Yeah, now it's like bare knuckle was that thing where nobody wanted to do it, and it was like if you do it, you're crazy. Nobody wants any part of this, and now it's like the doors are bursting down with so many people wanting to fight bare knuckle.
Last night's show seemed like their biggest one ever.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you this: it's one of those things like you will find out very quick if you are actually made for it or not.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people that say they want to do it, and then they go in there and get it.
So did you spar bare knuckle first, or try anything? Like, were you like, all right, just slap me around a little bit, or something like that? I mean, how do you kind of get ready? Because you know you got to think you don't want the first time you get punched bare knuckle to be in your first bare knuckle fight, right?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I actually got punched bare knuckle for the first time in my first bare knuckle fight.
Oh my goodness.
But I did do a lot of like small glove sparring, and like being in MMA and stuff, I think really helped prepare me for that. But yeah, I'm telling you, even if you were to do it, there's nothing like being in there with the pressure on, the lights on, and someone just swinging at your head with bare knuckles.
Right.
It's crazy.
Yes.
It's a lot different than what you think. I tell people getting hit bare knuckle is a lot different than you think. It's not as bad as you think, but it is also as bad as you think.
It's definitely a little bit more primal, for sure.
Yeah, it's wild. Like if someone hits you with
that line between sport and combat to the death is more blurred, I guess, you know.
It's like if you get hit with one solid shot, it's not bad, but if you get hit with one tiny little knuckle on your eyebrow, it's the worst feeling in the world. It feels like you're getting stabbed in the face. Yeah, it's like horrible. You wouldn't think.
I think that something that's changed since the last time you and I were on the mic together is that you started a podcast with the Fight Bananas guy, right?
The Banana and the Bee podcast.
The Banana and the Bee podcast. So I know you've had a lot of guests on there. What's been the biggest thing you've learned from doing a podcast? Because I know that's kind of a new venture for you.
You got to be ready for anything.
Right.
Things go amiss. So someone's Wi-Fi is not working, the computer, the microphone's not working, someone says they're coming on that night, and then they're like, hey, change of plans, I'm not.
15 minutes before.
Right, like right before, as soon as you're about to go on. So you just got to really take it with a grain of salt and just like fly by the seat of your pants, really.
And how many episodes have you guys done?
We are going to be on episode 25 next week.
Wow. So it's a weekly podcast.
It's a weekly podcast.
And you can get it on your social media, I'm sure.
On my social media, it's on YouTube, it's on Apple Podcasts. It's called the Banana and the Bee podcast. My friend Dave Van Auken, he's been my friend for years, and I thought, man, we always talk together. Like, we're always on the phone, we're always texting, we're always whatever, and our conversations are hilarious, or at least I think so anyway. So I was like, let's do a podcast. Let's talk to fighters. Let's talk to other people. We just want to talk about, like, personal stuff. It's just a little bit of everything. Yeah,
I remember I was laughing really hard during the episode with Jillian Robertson.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I thought that you guys had a really good dynamic between the three of you. It was super funny.
My favorite thing, though, is I get nervous for stuff like that. Like, I was so nervous for Jillian to come on.
More so than you would be for a bare knuckle fight?
Yeah. Like, I was really nervous. I'm like, wow, she's big time, you know? And she actually is a huge fan of mine, and it was just like, oh, my God, I'm going to talk to her. What am I going to say?
So the first time you spoke to her, like, actually back and forth conversation was on the podcast.
Yes.
Wow. I could not have thought that to be the case based on.
And she's so sweet. She's like, that's the fun thing. And then another thing with podcasts is you can get a guest and have this idea of how you want it to go, and you can get a guest and they will talk a certain way, or like they could be like not as exciting as you thought they were going to be, and they're just very not there, or not into the podcast. Not Jillian. I'm not saying it was Jillian, but like I've had people come on there and I'm like, okay,
I got to carry this thing.
Yeah, or they just talk the entire time.
Right, that's the other spectrum.
Keith Richardson. I'm just kidding. No, Keith came on the podcast. He was fun. Yeah, no, it's very interesting. It's wild. It's been a learning experience. It's helped me a lot with talking publicly and being on, like, doing things like this.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
It just feels familiar, you know. You got the headset on, the camera's right there. It's the same as doing a podcast. We're just hanging out.
I know.
I have a podcast myself, 10-8 Fightcast with Trevor Hayes, who we just mentioned earlier. We kind of are newer. We've only been doing it for about 7 weeks, but we mostly talk about local shows in the Carolinas. We also talk about the UFC and breaking down cards and giving our predictions and such stuff like that. There is no social media for the show, but my social media is Mr. Ben Ready. You can find it there. Also on Facebook, we're there as well. Trevor's just got like such an interesting mind for the sport, and he seems to like understand the sport on a level that I think most people just don't see it at. Not necessarily that they can or that he's higher; it's just a different perspective. You know?
And he's such a great talker, and you are too. So that's like that's such a good that you guys have great personalities.
As soon as we talked about fights for like the first time, like 3 or 4 years ago, we were like, we need to figure out a way to do this, and it just like took forever to like materialize between, I'm sure as you know, camera equipment, etc., live streaming, Wi-Fi, having a space to do it, like a little space you can carve out of your own to like sit down and actually do it. It takes a while for all that stuff to come together, but yeah, podcasting is it's the best, and it gives us an opportunity to like talk about fights like this and fight cards like this, and give a little bit of exposure whatever way we can. To
I will be talking about this on my podcast on Monday night. I can't wait. Yeah, Dave is gonna laugh at me. I'm gonna be like, I had the headset on. I felt like you and.
I know that your mom and you have 3 boys, right?
2 boys.
2 boys, and they train.
Yeah, my oldest.
They hang out with you at the
they're
gym.
Always in the gym.
Do you? We have a lot of youth kickboxing fights tonight and youth MMA fights. As a mom, and as a mom who fights, more importantly, how do you feel about youth kickboxing, youth MMA, et cetera, et cetera?
I love it. I wish more kids did it. I think that the kids fighting, they're savages. Like, that's so great for them and great for the parents. I can only imagine being the mom or the dad watching my child go in there and fight. I've seen moms bawling their eyes out over their kids losing or getting beat up.
And that's for like a 30-year-old man in there fighting.
Yeah.
You know, you see their mom like crying on the sideline or whatever, you know. And imagine how it is for like Cameron Purnell is like 10 years old, I think, you know.
Oh my God, yeah. Like just no.
It's not a T-ball game.
Exactly. It's a little different. And no, I want my kids, I don't force them to do it. I have my son in jiu-jitsu, and he's very sensitive. He's very sensitive and very not aggressive, so it's really funny because I'm like, how are you the polar opposite of me, like aggression-wise? But he does jiu-jitsu. So for me, I'm excited to watch the kids fight. I think they're so cute. Like cute but deadly children. I'm excited to watch them.
When they give each other the hardest strikes they can.
Yeah, I actually teach a striking class at Modern Warrior for kids.
Right.
So it's so fun. I love when we have sparring days because the kids are always so pumped to spar. To watch them do it, just to turn on their aggressiveness, and then they're just tiny, and it's like the best thing ever.
Right. It's like, it's controlled, right? Like they're so small that you're like, they can't really hurt each other.
Yeah,
so you might as well let them go crazy.
I'm like, when I see them doing really good sparring, I'm like, I'm
technical.
Creating monsters.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I love it. It's so fun.
I know that there's been a couple times where we've had people that are youth and they're getting to that age where they're about to transition. They're like 14, 15, 16, and you really see like, oh wow, this person's been sparring since they were 9 years old, and they know exactly what they're doing in there. Like I know Lake Nora Muay Thai has Madison Reed, and she fought like a 17-year-old girl at 14 last time I saw her fight, and just dominated the entire contest.
Oh yeah, she's a savage.
Liver shots, leg kicks that were knocking people down. I mean, it's pretty crazy when these kids start to get really technical. I know that Mason Ryder from Lake Nora Muay Thai, he's taking on Ox Fitness's Joseph Snyder, and I watched Joseph Snyder fight in Myrtle Beach like a month ago, and that's where his draw came from. He fought to a draw against a much more experienced Muay Thai style kickboxing fighter, so he's got a little bit of one camp in the books already against this specific style of Muay Thai. So we'll see how he can adjust. I know that Zion Hill, who is also fighting on the youth portion of our card, he just got a body shot finish at the IKF in Myrtle Beach.
Oh, nice.
So it's like, there's not a lot of kids that are going out there and finishing people with body shots. You know, there was me and Trevor talked about it on our podcast, but I don't know how old he is. He might be like 12 or 13 or 14, but he was in the back, and his coach is Walker Vivian from Carolina Kickboxing, and he was like, being honest with his coach, he was just like, I just don't feel like going out there. I don't feel like doing it. And Walker was like trying to figure out ways to motivate him, and I guess the conversation of money came up and how he'd rather be doing this for money. So Walker was like, if you go out there and finish this kid, I'll slide you some money.
Okay.
And so he goes out there and is just a killer all of a sudden. Like he goes out, he's going out there and swinging for the fences for that money. Yeah. And then 5 minutes later, the kid's finished, and Walker Vivian's got to slide this kid a couple $100.
That's hilarious.
When I hear something like that, I'm like, okay, this kid is motivated to be a fighter. He is motivated to be a professional fighter one day. That's all it took to get him going.
I feel like when I fought Cassie Robb, that's the girl, I finished her in 28 seconds in the first round. I actually was in the back saying the same thing. I was like, I don't want to be here. I don't feel like doing this. I'm pretty sure Keith Richardson was like, we can go get ice cream after this if you just finish her.
Like on the walkout, you're just thinking about that ice cream.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm coming for that ice cream.
Yeah, some of these kids, they don't even have, they have more impressive finishes than some of the adults.
Some of them do,
a body shot finish, that's a big deal.
Yeah, especially when it's like, some of these kids are coming in at 0-0 because they've never been in a actual sanctioned contest, but they've got so much tournament experience. That's the big deal with kids, is always like the point tournaments, the point fighting tournaments, right? So that kind of experience can lend itself really well to a fight like this, because a lot of times kids get in there and they have the same pace as if it's a sparring match at first, until they realize that they're in a real fight. Like most of the time, adults, they kind of don't really do that until much later in their career, when they start getting comfortable in a fight. And the kids, it's always about like who's more aggressive. I find, like, who's going to come out there and just like remind the other person that they're in a real fight first, and that's probably going to be the person that you see come out.
Yeah, that has to be a big challenge, doing point fights. I'm one of those people, I could not personally myself do a point fight because I don't know how to control myself about like being semi-contact. So I bet that's a huge transition when they come over here to like actually be able to hit each other hard.
I did Shotokan as a child, and I was banned or disqualified from like 3 events for like punching too hard, essentially, or like swinging too hard, essentially. And I didn't adapt well to the point fighting style either myself, which is why I probably ended up in jiu-jitsu and wrestling instead. But yeah, we've got a lot of great fights on here tonight, guys. I think we are coming up on the end of our pre-show here soon, so I just want to make sure there's nothing else I want to go over.
Hey, listen, the Killer Bee.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
We got to talk about Brandon, the Killer Bee Bolden. He's trying to come for my gig.
Yeah, he actually trains out of my gym, too. I had no idea that was his nickname until today. But yeah, he's a strong grappler, taking on Tenarius Dooley, who's got way more experience, like a lot more experience in the Fight For It realm. But Brandon is undefeated with a submission under his belt. But how are you gonna tax him? I mean, I feel like if he wins dominantly, it's like, okay, you're representing the name Killer Bee well. And it's also Killer with the ER, not Killer. Yeah, he didn't fully, come for you
I'll
like
let
that.
I'll let it slide.
You're going to let it slide?
I'm actually excited because Tenarius Dooley, the Golden Child, he fought Travis Snyder at the last that was Travis Snyder's last fight, was
his
against
debut.
Tenarius Dooley, and I'm excited to see him come back and see what happens. I'm sure that motivated him, so it's going to be a good fight. And you said Brandon's a grappler. T-Flex finished him by submitting him. So
yes, but Dooley, his last fight was against Zach Thrift. He came out and choked him out in like under a minute, or like a minute and 20 seconds. So
nice.
He's got some grappling too. I think that Travis was just a little bit
faster,
kind of above,
and
a little bit more well-rounded too. Like Travis had already been doing well on the feet before it went to the ground. So you can already, especially when you're an amateur, you can kind of mentally begin to fall apart when you're like, all right, the area of the fight that I thought I was going to be better in, I'm not.
Yes,
so now
100%.
I have to figure out how I'm going to win this fight. And it's just, then the guy takes you to the ground and you're worse there than he is. And it can just be like a downward spiral. And I think that's kind of the story of that fight.
I'm excited.
I definitely am excited too. He's been, Travis has kind of taken this time to train and spar and get better. And he's been more committed to grinding the shows and getting more fights in. And it's resulted well for him because he does have a win now and then a draw that he probably should have won, but he got a late point deduction. I remember that cost him that fight. Sawyer Bartlett from Team Rock, he's going to be taking on Jamison Thompson, a debuting fighter from Atlantic MMA, and I was talking to this, because, I do the write-ups for some of the fights, and when there's a debut, it's like, what am I going to talk about? I don't know anything about this person, especially if they don't have Instagram, which he didn't have. You're like a social media ghost.
Who are you?
It's like, what am I supposed to say about you? So I just text the guy. I just, get his number from Leslie, and I just text him, and this guy is a trip, man. The things he was saying to me on the text messages were so funny. He was like, if we got to wrestle, let's go, all caps. If we got to throw hands, new text, let's go.
That is hilarious.
I'm ready to see if his in-ring energy matches his conversational energy, because if that's the case, we're going to have a crazy fight on our hands.
I like that. I'm excited.
But, amateur MMA, one of the things that you can always expect is action and finishes. And in the main event, which we haven't really got into too much, Trevor Loken, who finished his last opponent at Fight For It, 4-0 undefeated fighter from Gracie Raleigh, also trains a lot with Trevor Hayes out of the Hometown MMA banner, taking on Kevin Peraza from Hyacin MMA. Hyacin probably, at this point, especially after Brian winning the Ultimate Fighter, besides Modern Warrior, they're the gym that's name is on the tip of everybody's tongue in terms of this area, just because they've got so many fighters on this amateur scene that are doing well, and they've got pro fighters like Shamik Harvey, like Brian Battle, that just seem to be winners. They just seem to be a winning gym. And whatever they're doing over there, it's seemingly working for them. Peraza, of course, victorious in his last fight, now fighting for the title against Trevor Loken. I'm super interested in this one because both these guys have proven that they're all-action fighters, and one of them has proven that he's a finisher. 2 very early first-round finishes for Trevor Loken on the feet. And from what Trevor was telling me, it's like we haven't even seen this kid on the ground yet, and that's where he's really good.
Yeah.
But he's mostly kept all of his fights on the feet so far.
Yeah,
So,
at Hyacin, they don't get tired. That's the one thing, if I could say, the Hyacin boys, man.
well, if you ever see a post-training pic of all of them, even the coaches are drenched,
Drenched
in the
in sweat.
match drenched, and it's like, I don't know how many rounds y'all just did, but it looks like a lot.
Yeah.
Especially if you're making a guy who's like a professional athlete like Shamik Harvey sweat that much. It's probably a pretty rigorous workout, right?
That's the thing with Brian Battle. When he just fought, who was his last fight? I can't remember the name off the tip of my tongue.
Oh, Trayshawn.
Trayshawn. I always mess up his name. When he fought Trayshawn, I think Trayshawn really was solely relying on some knockout power, but Brian has that thing where he's just so in your face and he's not going to stop, and you can't make him quit, you cannot make him tired, you can't get him out of energy. So that's what they do at Hyacin. They really train.
They're also really big on the game plan, the fight IQ from Coach Zegler or Coach Ferrant. I think going back to that Trayshawn Gore versus Brian Battle fight, besides Brian's natural talents and abilities as a fighter, the idea of just staying right in front of Gore and front kicking him every time he tried to do anything is really good, because you're going to make him step to the side one way or the other, and it looked like Gore had never done that before in a fight, or never been put in a situation where he had to do that. He was always used to just going forward.
Yeah.
And against the front kick down the middle from a guy like Brian Battle throwing it, you're not going to be able to just walk through that. So I think that game plan was amazing, and I think they implement that same level of game plan on this level, especially a guy like Trevor Loken. There's 4 fights out there. There's a lot of data out there on him to absorb. So I'm really always interested to see what kind of game plan the Hyacin guys bring to the table for that reason.
Yeah, and it's important to have that mindset as an amateur coming up. That way, nothing's worse than someone who, as an amateur, just kind of goes in there and doesn't give it everything, and then they want to go pro, and then they want to take it seriously. So Hyacin, they really condition them as amateurs, pros, as the kids. The kids at Hyacin are savages. Yeah,
there's a couple of Hyacin kids on this card. Actually, I know Cameron Purnell is fighting on this card, who is kind of like Brian Battle's younger cousin. And then I think they have one more. Oh, Lane Marr, the legend Lane. So, even the kids, like you were saying, their kids program is like a program that's designed to make kids that will one day be professional MMA fighters, essentially.
Yeah.
They're already teaching them that level of drilling, that professional level of drilling, and also just the general styles of drills and things that they do are built around being in a cage, and it's just getting the kids mentally on that page of what a fight like this will be like compared to a traditional kids tournament or something like that. So. Hyacin, definitely a gym that if you're not aware of and you're watching this broadcast, definitely look into them, because they are probably one of the most winningest gyms in the area. Form Fitness Gym O, there's a lot of extremely well-known gyms on this card. bringing out really good prospects. I think the biggest battle of the prospects is the Travis Snyder versus Silas Muscat fight, because both those guys are, like we said, so tough. Silas, we didn't really talk about too much, but he's a phenomenal grappler.
Oh, yeah.
A phenomenal grappler. So I think that if Travis can keep the fight standing, it will look one way, and then if it does get to the ground, Travis does have really good jiu-jitsu too.
Yeah, and
so it's like
that man can stuff a takedown. He
right.
can spot one coming from a mile away. I think Silas is a really good grappler, like you said, and a good wrestler. I've seen them really always kind of want to take, not always, but they really like to take it to the ground. And he's tough. He's strong. He's young. He's tough.
Young guy.
Both of them, yeah. And they train with monsters over there at Jimmo, so
yeah.
it's going to make for a really good fight.
Well, I feel this way about Modern Warrior as well, but Jim O is one of those gyms where a certain guy is out there like Brent Williams or Zach Thrift, and they're a certain level of good, and they've got natural talent, but they maybe don't have access to the best gym in the world. So they start making that hour-long drive to Jimmo, that hour-and-a-half-long drive to Jimmo, and suddenly they just start getting better. And Modern Warrior is kind of the same deal. I know you guys have had some people that have started training at Jimmo or started training at other gyms and then moved over to your guys' gym, and it's been a night and day difference between that fight. Like you were saying, evolved between every single fight.
Exactly.
I feel like both of those gyms will force you to do that because you're always in there with people who are Bam Bam Barberina or somebody of your level or of Brian's level is going to be there constantly pushing you.
100%.
And iron does sharpen iron, and the better the iron is, the sharper you get.
At Modern Warrior, we literally have a giant poster that says "Iron sharpens iron."
And it's fitting. It's fitting. Besides Travis, is there anybody who's not fighting on this card that is training with you guys out of Modern Warrior that we should be aware of, keep our eyes out for?
We have a couple people. We've got Naman. He's actually fought for a Fight For It. His name's Naman Nome. He fought kickboxing for a Fight For It. He is just going to be a monster one day. He's one of those people that I see just taking it all the way to the top. I don't know why Tad Collins. He's kind of taking a little bit of a break right now, but he's over at Modern Warrior. That's our guy. And
always putting up ridiculous weight.
Yeah.
Always putting up ridiculous weights on Instagram.
Exactly.
Lifting 450-pound deadlifts, whatever. Just looks like a extra from the movie 300.
Yeah, Keith, our head coach and the owner of Modern Warrior. He just won 2 fights in a row.
Yep.
He fought against Hunter
The last one
Asher.
was a short notice, or was it?
It was short notice, but he took it, and he fought Hunter Asher for Jorge Masvidal's Icon Fighting
That's
Championship.
what it was, yeah.
And he put it to that man, so it was really
a brutal,
cool.
dominant victory. Victory for him.
He's UFC bound. He's UFC bound. He's got to be by now at this point. I actually know some secret fight news that's brewing for Keith. That's going to be very exciting.
Secret fight news.
And it's going to be local, so
This is why I like talking to people like you, is that you always have secret fight news. Like you've got secret fight news about yourself that you can't say, other fighters, like you just got all the tea. Kind of gathered up around you, waiting to distribute it when the time is right. But we're coming up on short time here, guys, for the kickboxing fights. I think we said about 5 minutes out. So be sure to stay tuned. Spread the link. The live stream is going to be free all night. So be sure to share it around Facebook, etc., etc. You can also ask questions in the chat if you have any. I'm sure someone will answer about bout order and things like that. I think you can also see the bout order on Fight For It's Facebook. Or you can see it on the app, the Fight For It app, which is available on Android, on iOS, whatever you're out there using, even if it's like a flip phone, I'm sure you can somehow get the Fight For It app on there.
Smoke signals.
Yeah, exactly. And you can also place, like picks and things like that. In the future, they do UFC events as well for like fantasy picks and stuff, and you guys can win prizes that are either like Fight For It merch or just straight up cash. So there's a lot of reasons why you might want to check that out, especially if you closely follow the Carolinas MMA scene.
You guys beware of the stream tonight. If anything goes down.
Oh, yes,
if
right.
anything happens,
we should mention
we're here.
That. Yeah.
We're here.
Yeah, so this is a new venue for us. We're at the downtown Marriott in Spartanburg as opposed to our normal setups. One thing that we were advised may be an issue is the internet. So we're going to keep the stream running as long as we can. If at any point the stream does go down and you miss a fight, don't worry. Those fights will be recorded and published probably sometime in the next couple days on Fight For It's YouTube. So a good way that you can stay on top of it is you can go ahead and subscribe to Fight For It's YouTube right now and then click the bell icon so you get notifications every time an upload is made.
And the like button.
Of course, why not? Just every button that is positive, everything but the thumbs down, just click on all of that stuff, and that'll get you where you're looking to go.
Okay, but if the live goes down, don't start yelling out. You know how people like to yell in the comments, like we can hear everything.
Yes, exactly. Someone will be reading.
Best we can.
Someone will be reading your complaints and comments, but it will not be us. So, address them as such.
We're just here to look pretty and watch fights.
That's
right?
exactly. You watch fights and I look pretty. Yes,
There we
that's
go,
exactly
see?
right. Yes. Yeah, I think that this is a step up in venue. I haven't really talked about it yet, but it's great to see Fight For It kind of coming up in the world. I mean, when they win, we all win. So a new venue and hopefully a whole new era for Fight For It. We've got a catwalk now, which I know you're a big fan of.
Oh, I love it.
Based on your previous walkouts.
Dance outs. I like to
Your
dance
dance
on
outs.
the runway.
Yes, yes.
The catwalk is fun. I don't know. It's a lot different than walking like just straight on the ground.
Or
like,
through
you
the
get up-
crowd or
yeah.
whatever, yeah. You feel like you're in a show.
Yeah.
You feel like you're in the show and you're the
Yeah.
star, right? Especially
love
with the
that.
lights and the smoke and all that good
Look at
stuff.
that
I
thing,
like the
it's fancy.
LEDs. I like the LEDs on the side too.
Yeah.
Very, very Vegas-y.
My favorite thing is just that moment, right when you're behind the curtain and you're about to walk out, you're about to make that walk, and you just have that 1 second where you can kind of see out by the ring, and then you know how many people are in here, and you just take that second. and
That
then
last moment before showtime, that
Yes.
last breath.
that last breath before showtime, and then you open those curtains, and it's like showtime, baby.
And speaking of showtime, we are going to get started here in just a moment. I am going to step away and grab some water, so I think that will conclude our pre-show for the day. Guys, stay tuned to our live stream right here. 5-10 minutes max. We're going to get started with some youth kickboxing fights for you.
I can't wait. Let's go.
Normally they brought me water by now, so I don't know.
Can I run to the bathroom? Okay. What did I say? work on is like not saying like so much.
Yes.
And I've learned that it's a filler, like when your brain's trying to process the next thing you're gonna say.
It's for me. I'm a hummer. So.
You know what Brian Battle says? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? It's funny because people have started catching on to that. So if you go to one of his pictures, he's like, their comments are always in, you know what I mean? Yeah. He's like, Brian, you inspire me, you know what I mean?
And then I've been around him so long, I start to laugh like him. He goes like that. Let's go.
Let's go.
The banana.
Yeah, welcome to Spartanburg. Nice to see everybody here. Let me hear you make some noise. All right, good to see everybody here. Thank you for coming out. We're getting ready to get things started with our first fight of the night. At this time, let me bring out one of our lovely ring girls. Miss Kelly, come on out. Nice round of applause for Kelly. She'll be keeping you up with what round it is in between rounds. Alrighty guys, we're gonna bring our first two fighters out for you. This comes to you from the youth kickboxing 70 to 75 pounds. With your first fighter out of the blue corner, please welcome Devin Dragon Fist Westbrook. Let's get it! And his opponent, out of the red corner, please welcome Mason. Punches in the bunches, Taylor.
The last time we saw Mason Taylor, he was wearing some karate pants in here. Now he's got the tie shorts.
Hey, listen, I love it. We had a backflip, a front flip, a
Cartwheel.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
this
doing
is,
all the tricks.
yeah.
They're really bringing it.
They're not worried
Devin
about
stands
gassing
at
at
4
all.
foot 6 inches tall, looking to get his first win in the cage out of St. John Doe Academy. And Mason stands 4 foot 7 inches tall with a 1-0 record out of Lake Norman Muay Thai. All right, folks, as up to you to cheer these fighters on. Let's give them some courage. Let's give them some bravery. Round number 1, make some noise.
If I remember correctly, Mason Taylor's nickname comes from his fighting debut where he had insane volume, and he's already right off to a big start here.
He's ready.
He is ready. A lot taller, too. He's got a push kick.
You know, that's really extremely frustrating when you're Mason.
Just trying to get your foot set, just trying to get in your stance, and you just keep getting pushed
Have
over.
someone right in your face.
And that aggression that we were talking about from Taylor.
Hey, he trains with Madison over at Lake Norman Muay Thai.
Yeah,
They know aggressive.
You got to think that kid's room is vicious.
A spinning back fist.
Oh, he was doing a lot of those in his last fight, too.
Oh, and he dropped with a body shot. And just like that's the wild thing about the fight game is you can be the one putting the pressure on and aggressive and winning the fight in one shot like that.
Just get clipped. Yep, you just get clipped. I think that might have been low.
Oh, a low blow.
I think so. It's not something you got to think
See,
about.
that's not something I have to think
yeah,
about.
It's like, or if not, he's an expert at playing it low. Already an expert.
Because to me, it looked like it was body, but you know, I could be wrong.
I mean, I would never put it past these adults, so I won't put it past the kids
Yeah.
either. All right.
Are you ready?
Screaming at the ref. Dragon Fist is ready to go.
Keep your hands up, buddy.
Mason Taylor now punching in a bunch, living up to his nickname.
And it's something like that when you land a shot like that, it gives you confidence.
Right.
You came in a lot more confident after landing that shot.
Especially after being slowed down so much by that low strike. Just overwhelms the Dragon Fist. Have to adjust the headgear. Going to get the standing 8 count here.
Yeah, to me that time it looked like he's got a little overwhelmed mentally as well as physically.
I think that's what you're going to see more often than the kids when it comes to the finishes anyway. It just comes from them getting overwhelmed. That's going to be it. They're going to call this one for Mason Taylor out of Lake Norman Muay Thai. Here comes another back flip.
Backflip.
Nails it. Justin Gaethje would be proud of that one.
Yes, he would.
Well done to Mason Taylor. Lake Norman Muay Thai team picking up another win. I think a big thing there, even though it says on paper these guys are only an inch apart in height, I don't think that is actually the case. I think they need to remeasure Mason Taylor's height maybe a little bit. I think he might be closer to 4'8". Or Devin might be a little shorter without shoes on. That might be the case too.
You know, I feel like taking a loss too as a kid, man. It's a lot harder as a kid to take that loss.
It's a lot harder, but you know, hopefully they have a little bit of perspective, right? Like you're young, if you plan on doing this for a long time, you're probably going to win, you're probably going to lose.
Yeah. In life, winning and losing, that is the biggest lesson that these kids can learn from that.
Definitely. And how to lose, right? And how to deal with it.
Fighters to the center of the cage, please. Both fighters to the center of the cage for the results. And your winner by referee stoppage, 113 in the first round. Please make some noise for Mason Punches in the Punches Taylor. Ex-Taylor defeated the cage with a record of 2-0. Nice round of applause for Devin Westbrook. Good job in there, young man. Good job in there.
All right,
Hey,
awesome
don't forget, we
fight
have
to
the
get us started
Fight
here.
Forward app. You can punch it in your phone right now. Please download the app. Get your phones out, Fight Forward app. And you can go ahead and do a fantasy lineup tonight, starting with the 5th fight of the night, the fantasy lineup. 5th fight of the night will start. Once that starts, your picks will be locked out. So Fight Forward app, you can get all kind of news, information about the fighters.
They've even got
You can
betting
play
on the
fun
app,
fantasy
right?
games at the
Yeah.
same
For the
time.
Fight for It
Yeah,
cards.
fantasy
Wow, I
pick,
think
right?
that's awesome.
You can do it for the UFC
All right,
too,
here
for
we
all
go.
major events.
Okay.
You can
Fight
win
of the night. We ready
gift
back
cards,
there?
Fight for It merch, shirts.
I'm going to download the
all
app right
kinds of
now.
stuff.
Everybody needs to download
If
the
you have
app.
friends and family at home, they couldn't make it. You can also live stream it from the house. Anybody out there live streaming it? We like to say hello to you and thank you and welcome for joining us. Spartanburg, South Carolina Fight Night. Here we go, fight number 2. This one will be coming to you out of the youth 95 pounds. Youth 95 pounds.
I'm really excited for this fight. We got Cameron, the champ
Your first
Purnell,
fighter will
versus
be out of the
Joseph
red
JP
corner.
Franco.
No,
Yes.
sorry, they call blue corner out first.
Franco coming out of
Here
that
we go,
Conquer
blue
martial arts
corner.
team with Justin Mitchell. I know
Please
his
welcome
father
back to
is
the
one of the
stage.
coaches there too.
Cameron, the champ, Purnell.
But Purnell has a little bit of a combat sports pedigree, of course, himself. You hear him
Being
coming out to
related,
Brian's
yeah.
music. He is, well, Triple H's music, but the music that Brian has adopted, and now Cameron adopting his big cousin's music as well. And he came up short the last time we saw him, but honestly, I did not recognize him at first between last year and this year when I saw him, because this kid's grown like, I think like 6 or 7 inches since the last time he fought here.
yeah.
I mean, he's
really
shot up, you know?
My favorite thing that Brian told me was Cameron's always training for fights, but one of the things is he never knows when he's going to fight. Brian says, hey, you know what, you're fighting next weekend. We're
So
going.
it's like, stay ready.
And Cameron just says, okay.
You know, I think that's something that you can take all the way into your adult life as a fighter. If you stay ready, you do
don't
not
have
have
to
to
get
get
ready,
ready. And that's
100%.
Talia, you know, one of our MMA fighters later tonight, so Trevor was telling me that they didn't do a fight camp. They just did what they always do. They just
keep
trained
going.
as if they were already training. And there he is,
With the
Purnell.
ultimate fighter shorts on.
Team battle all day.
And his opponent out of the red corner, please welcome Joseph J.P. Franco.
Both of these kids, way too young to understand the music they're coming out to. Way too young to even know about this song. But
This song used to play at Smokers when I took my first ever amateur fight. This song was on repeat. They never played any other song.
and you were like 15, right?
Just Drowning Body. Yeah, Drowning Body.
This and Many Men by 50 Cent are the only things you'll hear back then.
Yeah.
You know? But yeah, that is JP Franco's dad right there in the corner from Mixed Martial Arts School Conquer, and they've put together an impressive list of amateur prospects for the MMA scene and the kickboxing scene at the adult level. So I'm really interested to see what their like kind of lone representative so far of their kids program looks like in JP Franco. And I mean, this looks like, unlike our last matchup, these kids look a lot more even in terms of their stats. Like, you know, Franco is a little bit shorter, but he also looks a little bit stouter, a little bit stronger.
Isn't that wild just to see people, two kids at the same exact weight, but look completely different?
Yes, it's more, it always strikes me with fighters that are adults as well, but with kids it's very, and with women too.
Fighting out of highest stand MMA. And Joseph stands 4'7" tall, looking to stay undefeated with a 1-0 record out of Conquer Martial Arts. Here we go, round number 1. Put some hands together. Make some noise, Spartanburg!
A completely different approach to the walkouts and the in-cage entry.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both calm as can be.
Very intense too.
Very intense.
That's legend Dale Sunshine Fry calling the action here in the middle. Oh, nice kick to get things started there by Cam Purnell.
Yep.
Straight punches from Purnell,
kicks.
right down the pipe.
You can tell that he's related to Brian Battle with that technical striking.
Well, he also just looks way more comfortable striking, because that was one of the things that I think got away from him in his last fight appearance here at Fight For It, was he didn't really want to be in a brawl like this, but now he's there and he's hanging tough, comfortable, right, exactly. Yeah. Leading with the head, pops him again. Franco's doing a great job staying in the pocket though, not being intimidated.
Not getting too frustrated, yeah. I feel like JP's trying really hard to find the footing and try to figure out the approach, but Cameron's just overwhelming.
Every time Purnell throws a jab, it's right down the middle, straight on the nose. And Battle says you're long and stay long, and he is doing a great job behind those straight punches. Kind of just freezes there, slows down a little bit.
One of my favorite things is the saying, make them miss, make them pay.
It is interesting to see a kid this young, like, fainting, you know, like understanding what fainting is and
doing it really well.
Exactly, yeah, doing a very good job at selling those feints.
The only thing I wish, they both are staying right in front of each other.
Wine mom boxing
you know,
is what we call that. You know?
In the phone booth. Yeah, I wish they would just move a little bit more on the outside. That would be.
Yeah, I think if there was movement on the outside, Purnell would be winning a lot more handily because he's kind of letting Franco into the fight by getting so close with him. You know?
JP's looking a little tired. I think they're wearing themselves out a little bit, but they are still throwing. There's no quit.
It's a lot more volume in this fight than our previous fight already, and it's just like he is taking JP Franco to task, asking him to hang this long with him.
Yes, that reach though is definitely. He definitely has the advantage on the reach.
Aggressive round from both guys, not giving each other any room, any space. And that Conquer Martial Arts corner is calling Franco forward, 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 which I think is a great idea. We'll be right back.
Have you made your picks for the main show starting in just a few minutes? Use the QR code on the screen now to download the Fight For It app on Android and iPhone devices. Pick the upcoming fights correctly to score points. The top 33% win a share of $500. Selections will be turned off when the first kickboxing fight starts, so download the app and get in on the action now.
Make some noise!
I'm really excited to see if they take a different approach this round or if they just keep slugging it out right in front of each other.
I think that the advice from the Conquer Martial Arts team is going to be yes, and they're going to tell Purnell to stay longer and jab more and just utilize his frame because
range.
As you get more tired, you need to rely on those tools, that jab to kind of buy yourself space and time, and then the body kicks have been great from Purnell, a great tool for him too.
Yeah, I think as being so young, that's probably one of the harder things is to figure out what finding your range is.
Front kick right down the middle for Purnell, comes up a little short.
Those straight punches.
And you see he's backing up a little bit more. He's staying a little longer. Now he's right back in the clinch. Neither one of them interested in the clinch at all.
Yeah, JP, I think if you just straighten out the punches and try not to lose composure so much and winging it, I think that's really what's getting Cam the points with the straight punches and causing JP to throw wild.
He's making him miss. Sure enough, he'll make him pay next. Oh, right up against the cage wall, pops him. Yeah, you can see that Franco's running out of gas here a little bit, and Purnell is just pressing the action here.
It is hard. It's hard when you're in that aggressive mindset in the middle of a fight not to do something like that.
Like to just shoot on him, yeah. Just anything I can do.
The one thing I would love to see Cam throw is an uppercut would be beautiful on JP.
Right, yeah, he's got that shell guard, right? And it's only vulnerable to really the jab and the uppercut. And so far, the jab's been a great tool for him. It's landing really handedly.
You can tell JP's trying to utilize the kicks. It's just...
He's not got enough space, really, to really truly utilize them. But, you know, that's the thing about when you know you're going up against a kicker, if you're walking them down constantly, they can't really set up their base to kick. So, you know, maybe Franco's a little bit more comfortable with the kicks than he is with the boxing, but he's being forced to box.
That was a good leg kick, though, that JP just threw.
Definitely, definitely. He's got a solid leg kick. Outside and inside, it looks like. Oh, they're calling for Cameron to circle back to the center. I think that's a great idea because
nice spinning back fist.
When you do start walking backwards as a longer guy, you don't want to get caught against the fence. And, man, Cameron Purnell's landing so
Another
clean.
good spinning back fist.
Very nice second round there for Cameron Purnell.
That's right, the way we see actually back second
It is
round.
beautiful to see these kids throwing like grown adults. Like, I just love like how technical they are. And I don't even think they really know, like, in their own head, maybe they don't know that they're as technical as they think. I think they're just doing, like, I'm going to throw the spinning thing.
I think they have no idea. I mean, in my experience in the wrestling room, at least, you know, there's kids that are in the 9 to 10 to 12 bracket that have cleaner technique on a lot of their stuff than adults, but they don't even realize that they're, you know, because they just, you know, see themselves as kids still, you know.
Yeah.
But it's crazy Crazy how the sport is evolving, and it's evolving in a way where more and more kids are being brought into it earlier and earlier, and it's going to be so interesting to see what either of these guys look like if they're still doing this in 10 years, because they already look so great.
Yeah.
You know?
I see JP over in the corner. It seems like trying to stifle up a little bit of the emotions. It's emotional.
It's
Fighting's
tough.
emotional,
It
man.
is tough. It is tough. I mean, yeah, I've seen grown men in there have problems stifling the emotion, especially after the fight. All right, last round between JP Franco and Cameron Purnell.
When you guys get a chance, can you get on YouTube and just share the link?
I already did.
You're the man.
Oh, and Cameron Purnell catches him clean coming in, walking in. Now, it really seems like Franco's pushing the action here, trying to just get in his face, to stay aggressive.
I wish Purnell would just work the body a little bit more, the clinch.
I don't think they're allowed to
they're not
knee
allowed
to the
to
body.
knee.
I don't think they're allowed to knee to the body in this rule set, so that's probably why
Yeah.
not a lot's happening from the clinch position. And they're calling for Cam
but
to
even
circle.
for JP, like just to clinch, not the knee, not to strike with knees or anything, but just to clinch, just to get that little bit of time, just to keep the arms from hitting you in the face. That was a nice spinning back fist. It might have rocked Purnell.
Oh, he goes for a back to the well, and it connects again for him. Oh, he throws third.
They found what's working for them.
Cam he is fighting with his hands down, especially now that this third round goes on. The hands are very low. Oh, gets him a fourth time with the spinning back fist. This has been Franco's best round so far.
Yeah. The only thing is, I mean, you can, a seasoned fighter, and I mean, Purnell's just a kid, but you learn to time shots like that. Like if someone starts spamming it, like just like that, you know that it's coming.
Nice job by Purnell there.
You
Nice
see,
adjustment.
After that, sometimes people get trigger happy. They start throwing the same thing over because it's working, and then sooner or later it's going to get timed.
Both kids now punched out, it seems, slowed down a lot.
We're in the last 10 seconds. Oh, another spinning back fist.
Franco's found a strike that's working for him. He's going back to it again and again. Nice fight between those two young men.
What a fight between these two fighters. We now go to the judges' scorecard. Stand by.
And Coach Franco over there, super proud of his son, no doubt. Great fight from him. Represented his school very well.
That's almost one of those things where like, I wish I would have. Spinning back fist was going to work sooner in the fight.
Right, yeah, well, I mean, I really feel like in the first round, Cam's hands were higher, which
Yes.
would have prevented that. But as time goes on, you get more tired, you throw more punches, they get heavier.
Start coming from the
those
hip,
gloves,
yeah.
those 16-ounce gloves get a lot heavier somehow.
Just a wonderful display of technique from two young kids showing technique that most adults don't even have.
Cam going over there for some sportsmanship. I know Hyaston just had a night not too long ago where they had 3 fighters on the card and they all won. Could this be another undefeated night for them? Could they get things started off here with Cameron Purnell? We're about to find out.
I believe so.
With a split decision.
Wow.
Out of the blue corner,
Yes.
Cameron.
One
the
judge.
champ.
One of those judges is on their phone, it seems. It's okay, happens to the
Big
best
round
of
of
us.
applause for JP.
Cameron
Joseph
Purnell
Franco.
makes it 1-1 as a youth fighter. It's got to feel good to get that first win out of the way, especially after coming up short in
Both
your
fighters
debut.
move on to a
Representing
1-1
XIII
record,
MMA,
and
one of
we'll
the
be
best
looking
schools
forward to
around. There's
seeing
this
you
big
both
cuz,
in the
the ultimate
KGM
fighter, the
fighters.
battle master, Brian.
I know he's super proud.
Gotta
This time
be.
I'd like to thank our judges for being here tonight. We have Nikki Messer, William Lowick, Matt Massage. Also, our PA, Tim Odell. Our officials, Robbie Ballard, Jan Hollingworth. And our guys controlling the action in the ring tonight, Jason Collins and Dale Fry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here we go. Getting ready to move on to your third youth fight of the night. Your first fighter making his way to the cage out of the blue corner. Please welcome Zion Hill. This is a youth 160 pound. Youth 160 pounds.
And you can see very different youth fighters here.
Yeah, I just
a
was
whole
gonna
nother
say.
age bracket here. Zion Hill looking like a Gatorade commercial walking around.
And walking out to Bone Crusher, like,
How old is
never
this
scared.
kid? Does he have a birth certificate that says I am 12 on it?
I know, these kids, man.
And this is, of course, who we were talking about in the pre-show, young man who just picked up a body shot finish in a tournament setting. So a vicious youth striker walking for that Carolina
His
Kickboxing
opponent
Academy
out
with
of
Walker
the red
Vivian.
corner, please welcome Zane Switch Kick Araji. Did I get that right? Jeff Smith, we see you over there, buddy. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Welcome, everybody watching online. Welcome, Saturday night, Spartanburg, South Carolina.
Looks to me like they're going to be bringing some power
That's
to
Zion
this
Araj,
youth.
sporting a full beard
Don't
at
forget,
the
get
age
that
of like
pulled up.
15, I'm
Everybody
pretty
just
sure.
get here, download the app, fight for it app.
Chest hair and everything.
Yeah, seriously. What's going on? What are they
Your
feeding
blue
these
corner
kids?
fighter stands at 5'7" tall with a 1-1 record, fighting out of Carolina Kickboxing Academy. And his opponent in the red corner standing 6 foot tall, looking to get his first win in the cage. Please welcome, or out of BC Kickboxing. Here we go, third fight of the night, round number 1. Make some noise. Let's go, cheer your boxing on.
All right, the more experienced Zion Hill out of Carolina Kickboxing Academy taking on Zane Araji from BC Kickboxing. All right, Zion versus Zane is underway.
And they are both not scared to trade.
Man, that was a thudding leg kick from Zion Hill.
Powerful.
All right, I believe that they'll be using the regular adult rule set here. I think the knees of the body are a go. Man, nice switch kick from Zane, earning his nickname there. Man, imagine being so good at one technique that that's just your nickname.
Yeah, I love that he's putting it all together. Like, he doesn't just throw one. He really is following up his kicks with punches. He's throwing multiple kicks out, following up with them. It's beautiful.
Yeah, our official having to sprint to get out of the way. These two kids are not only powerful, they're fast too.
I think Zion is really throwing with intent
Intent to
to
harm,
hurt,
to do bodily
intent to
harm.
hurt somebody.
Yes.
Yeah.
If a guy like that hits you and he's built like that, it usually hurts really bad.
And it's super frustrating when you have somebody technical like that that's throwing multiple things. They don't stop, and you're going for that knockout punch. I think that's one thing people get hung up on, looking up for the knockout punch. I would like to see Zion really get technical with it, not headhunt so much now.
Ooh, yeah, turns his knee with that strong lead leg kick.
I think he realizes now that Zane's here to fight.
Yeah, and I think he's kind of recognizing when Zane is setting up for a regular kick. So the switch kick's the only thing that's really there because he can kind of hide it behind a step in or hide it behind a feint. I really do like the switch kicking from Zane.
And he's going from the head to the body to the kicks. He's really mixing it up well.
Yeah, very technical on the striking. Both these guys, for their age, are just extremely skilled fighters.
But those leg kicks from Zion, I don't want to feel that.
Everything that he throws that actually
Very
lands, I'm like,
powerful.
ugh.
It sounds painful.
Have you made your picks for the main show starting in just a few minutes? Use the QR code on the screen now to download the Fight For It app on Android and iPhone devices. Pick the upcoming fights correctly to score points. The top 33% win a share of $500. Selections will be turned off when the first kickboxing fight starts, so download the app and get in on the action now.
Now go.
Okay. If you're in Zion's corner, what are you telling Zion right now? What words are you giving
Slow
him?
down. Don't do too much. You know, I was cornering a fight, or not cornering, I was calling a fight in Charleston. Malachi Friedman, one of his fighters, I think it was actually Kevin Nguyen. There was a time after the first round, Kevin had a great first round, but he was just a lot of volume, hitting really hard, and he said, hey, you're doing all the right things, just do them slower. Let's go through this a little bit slower. Let's do it a little bit more technically. And I think that if Zion slowed down a little bit, didn't swing for the fences with every strike, he'd be a lot more competitive in these exchanges and dominantly. Now it's a little, he's kind of entertaining Zane a little bit. And I really feel like if you let Zane work, he's going to eventually go for that switch kick that he's so well known for.
Sometimes you have to learn touch, bang, you know. You got to touch, then throw the power shot.
I definitely feel like that's the kind of fighter Zane is. He's very much touching with some of these leg kicks, and then he'll switch to that powerful side and send one home. Now we're actually seeing Zane be the person who's pressing the action forward. He's got Zion up against the cage now. Big cross from Zion Hill.
His movement, the angles, he's really working the cage.
Yeah, Zane's got great ringsmanship.
And he can take a hit, that's for sure.
And whether it was the corner advice or whether it's a matter of stamina, Zion Hill is actually slowing down here. And Zane is doing a great job, as you mentioned earlier,
whoa, that was
of varying the attacks from the body to the head,
It's all about the levels. You got legs, you got a lot to work with in kickboxing. So, you know, I've always learned whenever I was a kickboxer, like you always want to follow up something. If you're punching, follow with legs. If you're throwing kicks, follow up with hands.
Yeah, most people don't win fights on single shots. You know, kickboxing, especially with the amateurs, you got the shin guards, you got the headgear. They're all keeping you from getting an easier finish. So you've really got to make sure you're always scoring, because most of the time these fights do end in a decision, especially at this level.
And I think Zion, you know, he's won with power, like finish someone with a body shot. And I believe when you find something that works for you, and there was the body shot.
Yeah.
There was the body shot.
It popped up, and you could see immediately there was a reaction from Zane. It wasn't one of those ones that shut you down, but it definitely hurt.
He felt it.
Yeah, certainly. He goes back to the well on that body shot there. Now Zane looking for one of his own. Man, what a round there. Zane now kind of coming online more. He's definitely allowed to strike a lot more in that round. I think it might be 1-1 going into the third here.
Yeah. Just like I was saying with the kids before, it's one of those things where you find something that works for you, and if it works, you start doing it. You want to do it over and over again because it's working, but then there's only there's so much time before it doesn't work for you. And I think Zion is really relying on his power shots and things like that, and it's not quite working against Zane too well. I mean, that body shot, though, it might be. He might be chipping away at him. But from what I see right now, you can tell that Zane's definitely in there and willing to bang.
When he does land cleanly, it's a problem, but he's not being presented with a lot of opportunities to just land cleanly. He's got to kind of set it up. He's got to kind of find a way to force himself to land, because right now Zane is just so technically sound defensively that he's just able to kind of keep him just outside of the ideal range. You know, really utilizing that long frame of his very well is Zane Al-Raji. Round 3, last round here between these two youth fighters. They're calling for push kick out of that Carolina kickboxing corner. They're going to exchange kicks.
Oh.
Zion's running straight forward. Oh, Al-Raji takes one clean across the chin.
He's tough, man.
Yeah, certainly got a chin and some ribs on him because he's taking big shots to the body and the head tonight and shown no signs of slowing down. Zion Hill throwing leather.
I think in the corner, Zion's coach definitely said, hey, this is the last round. You really need to put it on him.
Yeah, definitely. But sometimes when you're built like that, you need to take a round where, not necessarily a rest round, but you need to take it easier in that middle round. You have a lot of explosiveness and energy in the first round, and then you got to kind of earn it back, right? Get your gas back a little bit.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing that Zion is firing on all cylinders. And a lot of times, especially in these amateur fights, aggression and just being always in the other guy's face is enough to get you a decision. Is enough to win you a round for sure. Now he's starting to back up again and letting Zane kind of back into the fight. When he's going forward, Zane cannot set up kicks. He can't get in a base.
This is where I think the gas tank's starting to empty a little bit for Zane.
Finally.
I know, finally.
Yeah, finally. He's showing some kind of signs of humanity here.
And you can hear the corner saying, do you want to win? Like I just said, last round.
Man, what a ripper. Man, I'm glad those gloves were there for Zane because that was thudding, man. And this kid can throw. 10 seconds left in this fight here. Going down the home stretch, been one of the best fights of the night.
Absolutely.
Setting the standard for the adults to come is Zion Hill and Zain Al-Raji. What
a phenomenal fight.
I couldn't tell you who won that one, unlike the last two.
I know.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty close one. I think maybe we're looking at 2-1 Zion. That last round was pretty good for him. I definitely think that second round belonged to Zain Al-Raji and the first to Zion. So
I agree with you.
Just kind of depends on how you see that third round. And I think it was some expert coaching, asking him, do you want to win, kind of motivating him to push through that barrier because you could tell that he was getting tired. He pushed through to the end and was delivering punches to the final bell.
Zane has a chin, that's for sure. A chin, a body,
yeah, a
legs.
chin, a body, legs. I mean, he was taking some big shots, and not one of them seemed to really compromise him or phase him. Yeah, so I mean, that's got to, even no matter what the results shake out, that's got to inspire some confidence because I guarantee you Zion Hill hits harder than a lot of adult men.
Oh, yeah.
So if you can fight a guy like that and come out and take his shots and keep fighting.
Us being right here cage side and hearing the skin and the leather and the punches, everything landing, it's...
That mic right there that Jason has for in-ring audio, it'll pick up some stuff on the fight. I'm sure that the people at home can hear it too.
To the center of the cage.
All right, I'm interested to see how they scored this one. Let's see who shakes out the winner.
And it is a split decision with your winner going to the red corner.
All right.
Switch.
It really could have went either way.
Definitely could have gone either way. Zain Al-Raji picks up the win over Zion Hill.
That was a beautiful fight.
A great fight, and definitely too close to be called a robbery for either side, no matter how it shook out. Yeah, I definitely think either guy could have won that one. If I had to guess, I would think that those two judges saw the first 2 rounds for Zain, because I really think the third one was kind of one-sided.
I agree, yeah, the third round was definitely one-sided.
Great performance there from Switch Kick. We got one more youth kickboxing match, similar age group for these last 2 kids, late teens.
And that's what's hard as a fighter is like you have to we were taking a picture.
Our last youth.
As a fighter, you have to really know if taking a pause in the fight is good for you or if it's not, because sometimes people say, I'm going to take that break, and it can pay off.
Target,
sometimes it can pay out like that. Like, I think maybe if he took a rest break where he wasn't on the gas as much, it definitely affected the outcome.
Jonathan can do some ring announcing if you get tired. We'll get him in the ring.
Especially when there's only 3 rounds. When you got 5 rounds, you've got a round you can maybe set aside as your rest round. But when it's a 3-round fight, and that it can be the difference between a split decision and a unanimous.
Next fight, your first fighter out of the blue corner. Please all welcome Joseph Mini Money Snyder.
Let me tell you, this kid's got some personality to him, but he's also a very, very excellent fighter. Super aggro.
That is Mini Money. One day he's gonna say, "Show me the money." Showtime Saturday night. The Marriott downtown Spartanburg, South Carolina welcomes all you folks watching on the live feed.
Snyder is out of that SJD school formerly, but he's with Ox Fitness now. Joshua Oxendine and that crew out there, Maurice Morris, producing a lot of really good fighters in the Charlotte area.
Out of the red corner, please welcome Mason Ritter.
All right, Fight For It veteran Mason Ritter making the walk here. He's 1-0 at Fight For It.
Out of Lake Norman Muay Thai, I want to know, are they all as aggressive as the next?
I mean, I think that's just how they get down over there. I think it's JT Smith, the head coach over there, if I'm not mistaken. He's got a great youth program. Madison Reed and Mason Ryder are right at the beginning of that youth program there. That's the forefront. Last opponent Snyder fought was also a little bit longer than him, a little bit taller than him.
Joseph stands 5'3" tall, looking to get his first win in the cage, fighting out of Ox Fitness. And his opponent Mason stands 5'8" tall with a 1-0 record, fighting out of Lake Norman Muay Thai.
All right, last youth fight of the night. That's Mini Money Snyder in the black and Mason Ryder in the blue. And like I was saying, taller, longer opponent here in Mason Ryder, but
Definitely has the reach, but
I think that's something that Snyder's used to in these bouts, as he is a little more stout than your average 5'3" man.
when you say 135, and I look at Joseph Mini Money Snyder, that's exactly what I see. He looks like a true
Every pound of it, every ounce of 135
We've
too.
seen the spam of the knees.
And Snyder, once he gets on the inside, he likes to work. Sunshine's like, whoa, hold on now. Can't just be wrestling out here. And I think Snyder does have a little bit of a wrestling background too. Man, that plum clinch is powerful for Ryder. He's got a good understanding on it, whipping Snyder around by the head. Ooh, Snyder is looking for that overhand.
I think Snyder needs to get the clinch and really know how to push off and work off of that.
Yeah, he can get there.
I mean, it's just harder. He's so much taller than him.
Well, it's one of those things when you have an MMA guy or somebody who trains a lot of MMA and they take a kickboxing fight, they have no problem getting to that body lock position, but it's like they...
And there goes our monitor.
Whipping Snyder around. I mean, that's like the third time he's like throwing him into a combat roll. Man, that was a thudding leg kick from Mason Ryder. He's not really trying to stay behind the jab or the front kick as much as he did in his last outing. He's really allowing Snyder.
The head kick. Oh.
Hand plant spinning kick there from Snyder. Snyder gets whipped around by the overhook there. All right, great first round between these two
Wonderful first round.
youth fighters.
And the clinch game definitely is a big difference. Like we see Snyder going for the body lock, and then you got Ryder going for the more traditional clinch.
And you know, Ryder has been able to really sweep Snyder kind of reliably with that clinch, whereas when Snyder gets to the clinch, he can't really do anything but wait for Sunshine to break them up, essentially.
Exactly.
And
It's harder because he's just so much shorter, so it's harder to get anything in that clinch for him.
Especially, you know, when you're that much shorter and you're trying to knee a guy, you're basically only going to knee him in the thighs, or, you know, a worst case scenario, give him an accidental low blow.
Yeah.
All right, second round about to get underway here in our final youth fight of the evening.
I mean, honestly, besides the first two, you really wouldn't even know these are youth fights.
Seriously. I think that, you know, it won't be long before we see these guys fighting on the adult portion of the card, especially Snyder. And Weston champions fighting later tonight. I'm pretty sure him and Snyder are like the same size. Yep, I thought that might have been a little low. It's one of those ones where it hits and then it takes a second, you know?
And it sinks in.
Snyder's a little busted up on the lip there.
Blood.
Nothing he hasn't seen before, I assume. Sunshine gonna wipe his lip for him. What a nice guy.
What a nice guy. You know, hey, while you're down there, while you took that low blow, let's get the blood off your nose. Seems like it's taking him a second. I don't understand that problem, like I said. So.
Well, let me tell you, there's nothing restful about what's going on in there right now. He's definitely fighting for his life in a different way in there. It's always important, you know, there's certain things in this world you got to make sure you spend good money on. Kitchen knives, you're going to get what you pay for, and a cup for MMA competition is one of them, too. There's a big difference between the $20 one at Dick's Sporting Goods
and the diamond one.
And the diamond
the
MMA,
diamond
of
one,
course,
yeah.
Even you know.
Right, I always see the videos on Instagram. The whole you know.
You know, you gotta spend that money because that's money well spent. A custom mouth guard, also highly recommended over a Dick's Sporting Goods mouth guard.
You know, it's just, this is the time where, you know, Ryder's getting his composure. He's just sitting and chilling.
Honestly,
essentially.
Honestly, I felt like he needed a little bit more too, because as that last round went on, the defense has kind of slowly dropped, and I feel like if he can approach this round like basically fresh, it'll be more advantageous for him than it will be for Snyder, who's definitely not getting any time off. Definitely getting a chance to get his breath back, but it seems like he's in a lot of pain.
Yeah, when you're in pain like that, it has to be hard.
It's hard to get your heart rate down. And that's one thing I do like about Dale, is that he never walks over to the fighter and asks them if they're ready to go. He waits, because they have 5 minutes.
Oh, well, now he's like, all right. You might not take long enough.
That's commentator's curse right there. But I have seen like refs that as soon as the low blow happens, they walk over. They're like, you ready? Hey, you ready to go? You ready to go? All right, back underway here in the second round. Snyder gets right back to work, and so does Ryder. Huge blow from Snyder, and he gets thrown again. You know, if you're playing a drinking game at home, you could do a shot every time he gets thrown like that, yeah.
And he just checked that kick
like a boss,
yes.
Like no big deal. Yeah, I think in terms of just like the traditional striking Muay Thai experience, Ryder's got just so much more. It's kind of hard for Snyder to compete in a Muay Thai realm with him. He's got to really make this a brawl if he wants to be able to compete.
Yeah, and when you're Snyder, when you're just getting thrown around like that, and you are just constantly getting sweep, it's super frustrating.
Of course, yeah. Even though this rule set doesn't really technically reward sweeping, if it's all that's happening in a round, is the only thing significant is you getting swept, the judges usually score it for the guy who's getting swept over and over again, or the guy who's doing the sweeping rather. Ryder coming in with a big step-in knee, and that one hurt Snyder, you can see.
And he just looks so composed. He doesn't have, like, he's a killer, but he doesn't have, like, the look of it, like, the aggressive look.
He looks like he's shopping.
He looks like the teammates. Not like the teammates.
Yeah.
But he's just got this calm, cool, collected killer about him.
It looks like he's in line at the grocery store.
You see the blood out of Snyder's nose.
And there's a whole nother round of this, and the body shots are adding up at this point. And that is the end of the second round. Much better round there for Mason Ryder. I think that low blow really slowed Snyder down. And the corners doing some work now on both guys. I know that Snyder's lip is bloodied. Probably got to wash him out, wipe him off a little bit. Looks like it's inside the mouth, though, thankfully.
That's one thing when I was coming up as an amateur that my coaches always told me. They would always say, you know, judges look at stuff like that. They look at who's, you know, more busted up. I mean, they look more at the technical aspect, but when someone's busted up, it definitely plays a huge factor in judging a fight.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%, especially in a fight where it's kind of harder to tell who won a round. You know, if you are struggling to figure out who just won the round, and then you look and see one guy just took a shitload of damage in between the first and the second, it's gonna be pretty obvious to you which way you should score it anyway. But I mean, I feel like from the first strike of the fight, that jab knows for Mason Ryder, and that's where a lot of that facial damage has come from. It's been a slow build, more so than it has been from one strike.
Yeah, I believe Ryder's been so composed. The first round he was definitely a lot more composed. In the second round, he was really letting it go.
Yeah, he got that rest. I really think that you know, the foul, I hate to say it, but I think it helped him a lot. And Snyder significantly slowed down here in this third round from the first. Another check kick. I mean, the kicks are too slow for a guy like Mason Ryder to not check them. That one was right in the breadbasket.
And the knee.
Now that was to the head. Yep, definitely transitional, not on purpose, but lands to the head all the same.
Yeah, he turned him against the cage and just threw it and pulled down. I don't think he purposely. I don't think he was like, I'm going to knee him in the head.
They'll give him a little smack on the headgear there. All right, back underway here again. It's been the longest three-round fight of the night. Snyder just trying to make anything work off that clinch, but you can see how hard he has to work to get a knee into the body on a guy like Ryder. He's so tall.
It just really, honestly, probably is using more gas and wearing himself out a little bit more than it is working for him, I think, at this point. Yeah,
once he gets there, he just needs to throw. Put your head into their chest and just throw to the body. As a smaller guy, sometimes that's all you're going to be able to reach is the body. You know, you're going to be extending yourself, reaching for the head over and over again. And I feel like that's where Snyder has gotten in trouble. He's extended himself and either gotten clinched or he's just gotten hit with a jab or whatever the case may be. Another front kick right down the middle. The technique.
Right on the chest.
The technique from Ryder is impressive.
Yeah, he knows how to place those kicks. It's almost like Snyder is going in and clinching just to kind of stop the barrage of punches and kicks, even if it's for just a brief second.
Yeah, I really think that, you know, it comes down to the kind of sparring you're doing, right? Like how much clinching is being allowed in the sparring and what kind of clinching are you working, because you really need to be working the kind of clinching that's going to be for the rule set that you're fighting under. All right, 3 rounds in the books.
Great fight.
For
the
Ryder
fights are men.
And Snyder. You know, I feel like the youth fights are always action-packed, but these last two have been particularly impressive with not only in terms of the action they brought, but the level of technique that we're talking about as well.
If you look at Ryder's back, it's like the back. It's just, it looks like he's been laying on the beach and someone didn't put sunscreen in the right places.
Yeah, he is pale. He is pale. And when you're that pale, I know from experience, any little strike will show on your body. Great athleticism from both young men. Probably near the end of their run as youth fighters, but nonetheless impressive. It looks like Mason Ryder is well on his way to 2-0.
I like how he took his headgear off and kind of wanted to fix his hair.
Yes. I mean, if you're going to be getting a picture with Kelly, you might as well look good for it.
Fighters to the center of the ring. A decision is in.
Love the sportsmanship.
And it goes to the red corner, Mason Ryder.
All right. Great fight there from Ryder and Snyder. Lake Norwood Muay Thai coming out on top once again. They are undefeated tonight.
2-0 record. Nice round of applause for Joseph Snyder. Good game.
All right, guys, that is the end of the youth kickboxing portion of the card. We've got a lot of action-packed adult fights coming your way here in just a few moments. We're going to get started at 170 pounds with Danny Zay out of Jim O, taking on Vamil Mio Johnson, making his debut from the Matrix MMA squad. So stay tuned, guys. That fight is coming. Other kickboxing matches, Ruben Bermudez versus Benjamin Moreno, Hunter Perez versus David Fitzgerald coming up, Brandon Sanders versus Ali the Bee.
All right, that wraps up your youth kickboxing night and fight of the night. You had 4 fights, 4 winners tonight. Nice round of applause for these kickboxing youth fighters. Now we move on to the adult class, the 170-pound class. Please welcome your first fighter to the blue corner, Vamil Mio Johnson.
This round of applause is for Sam. He nailed it. He got it.
Hey.
Took him a minute, but he got it. You know, he's still looking at that paper like I just said that wrong. He's like, I just said that wrong.
I jacked it up. No, you did great. You did great.
All of the early 2000s music you can think of on tonight's card. And this is Mio Johnson out of Matrix MMA making his debut here tonight.
I will say I know Danny Zia personally, and I think 6 foot. I think his opponent's got some height on him. Height and reach for sure.
Yeah, Zia definitely the more experienced guy. He's got that background in MMA. He's got a couple of kickboxing fights under his belt now. But, you know, I was talking to some of Vamil's teammates to kind of get a gauge on him since tonight is his debut. He does have a boxing background, more extensively trained in boxing.
Last chance to get your picks on. Fantasy Fight for it. You can download the app right now while you're sitting there. Fight for it, Fantasy app.
In case you didn't hear our in-ring announcer, Sam Falgu, if you guys are playing the Fight For It Pick'em game at home, the fantasy game, this is your last fight before the picks will be locked in. So keep in mind, you gotta get on there, make your picks if you want to have a shot at winning that cash prize. That's the Fight For It app available on the iOS store as well as Google Play.
Fighting out of the red corner, Danny Zia.
All right, Danny Zia from Jim O, about to make the walk. And whenever Jim O is sending somebody out, you can bet they are going to be well prepared.
And this is where we'll see, I think Vamil will probably use his boxing 100%. You know, he's a boxer, he's going to use his boxing. And then you got Danny, he's got experience. I mean, I've trained with this man before I went to Modern Warrior. I've known Danny Zia for a long time, so he's no stranger to the game. It's going to be very exciting.
And he's got great boxing himself for kickboxing for sure. And I think that he's a really aggressive guy, and he's not afraid to be in the phone booth fighting. And I think that's probably going to be one of the big things we see early on.
And I think another thing is Danny didn't have to cut as much weight this time. We've seen him cut a lot of weight and really struggle with that. So I know he's feeling a lot happier at this weight.
Yeah, I believe his last fight was at 160 or 165. So a little more filled out, certainly looking thicker than a Snicker. That's Zia in the red
Your blue
corner.
corner fighter stands 5'3" tall, looking to get the first win in the cage tonight. I'm sorry, your fighter is 6 foot tall, looking to get the first win in the cage tonight, fighting out of Matrix MMA. And his opponent standing 5'8" tall with a 1-0-1 record, fighting out of Jim O.
Jim O not too far from Spartanburg. You can guarantee that any fighter they bring out is going to have a little bit of support behind them here.
Oh, yeah. They definitely roll deep.
To everything. I mean, not just the events that are in their backyard either. They always bring out a lot of people to Myrtle Beach, everywhere you can think of. And like I was saying about Bamil Johnson, I was talking to Jonathan Freeman, his teammate, and he said that Bamil is a boxer first and foremost, has that boxing experience, but he's a powerful kicker, deceivingly powerful.
Just like I was going to say, he started off with that jab. I wish he would have followed up with something, with a kick, just anything.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell that was definitely like a boxer jab.
And Zia throwing a jab of his own in
head
response. Yeah, Zia just moves like a
kick.
guy. He just moves like a guy who's been in there 100 times. You know, he's very, very comfortable in there. Body jab, very nice.
And Danny answering back.
Very slick exchanges from both men so far here. This is a pretty competitive fight early on.
And I think Danny's handling his range well. Like, we've got the taller fighter, the shorter fighter, and Danny's really utilizing his range.
Mio stops him cold with that jab, though. That was pretty, that was
a
strong.
stiff jab.
Now he's got Zia on the cage wall. Zia's having a little bit of trouble circling back to the center here, but Mio not in a rush.
Nice leg kick.
Bamil recently graduated from North Carolina A&T University. I think that was one of the reasons why he trained for a lot longer than he's competed. Tonight is a culmination of a lot of years of training for him. I think that's one of the reasons why the Fight For It crew were comfortable putting him in there against a guy like Danny Zia, who they know has been around the block. And so far, Bamil Johnson's proving that this was a well-made match.
Yeah, he's definitely not scared. He's in there.
And Zia really is kind of entering his realm, too, a little bit with the boxing. Not afraid to exchange hands. There's not been a ton of kicking so far in this
really
fight.
Mixing it up.
Can't wait to relive the exciting moments from the latest Fight For It event? We post all of our fights in their entirety to YouTube, but only after they have posted in the Fight For It app. That's right, all our fights will be posted in the app first in the next 2 to 3 days. Just download the app using the QR code on the screen now and be the first to see news and videos when they go live.
It's a little different in the kickboxing world, but he's using it and it's landing. His jab is landing and it's stiff.
I think it's one of those things where if somebody is coming out in that traditional boxing stance, the first thing you think is like, I gotta just kick the legs. I gotta just kick the legs hard and fast. And Zia hasn't committed fully to the leg kicks yet, which is allowing Bamil to just kind of come in behind that boxing stance and get to work.
And people don't really understand how different it is when you go from different disciplines. It really is so different in each one.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I really like KB and how Fight For It does the matchmaking for their KB is that you have guys that are from Muay Thai backgrounds coming in and fighting guys that are from boxing backgrounds. You guys have kickboxers taking on Muay Thai guys. It's really interesting how many karate guys can even compete in this format. It's like a nice little melting pot of combat sports where they're kind of meeting in the middle here, just swinging and banging. And the kicks start to come out for Zia. I wonder if that was some advice they got in the corner, was we need to see a little bit more kicks.
It almost seems like that first round was a feel-out round. Like they were really feeling each other out, trying to stick some things out and see what they were going to do. And now the second round, they definitely going at it a little more.
Zia sneaks
that
in
boxing head movement.
Yeah, that boxing head movement's slick, but Zia sneaks in a body kick there right below the guard.
A nice front kick.
And the guard is high. I mean, it's a very nice boxing guard, but he's leaving the body exposed to those kicks, and Zia's starting to recognize it, I think. That jab's sweet. That jab's sweet.
Oh, Danny got it answered with a jab of his own.
Yeah, he's starting to land too. Now there comes that offline jab you're talking about. Zia's starting to adjust to that. Nice leading with the leg kick there, kind of just offsetting that boxing stance from Zia. That's very nice too. Zia landing really clean in that exchange 2 or 3 times, but now Mio's answering back one of his own. The boxing stance is starting to get compromised by that lead leg kick. Keep your eyes on that leg.
I feel like in kickboxing, you got to stand up a little bit more than you do in boxing, and I think that's what's hurting him. He's really
heavy on that front foot.
Yeah, heavy on that front foot, leaving it open, not checking kicks. But that jab, man, it's landing every time.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in this round especially, it's really keeping him in the fight because Zia is having a lot of success, and then suddenly the jab pops up, and he's got to be He's got to be on the back foot after the jab comes out. He did punish the offline jab really well earlier. Let's see if he can continue to adjust the timing on that. Round 2 in the books, very fast-paced round. Very hard round to score on that first one, but that round seemed to be a little bit more favorable for Danny Zia.
Absolutely. If I was in Mio's corner, my advice would be, stand up a little bit taller. Don't be sitting on that front foot so heavy. The offline jab is fantastic, but it's not a thing you can do every time you throw the jab. Like you said, it seemed like Danny was starting to figure that one out a little bit.
Yeah, the jab that's the in-tight, inline jab, I guess you would call it, instead of offline, but the inline jab from Mio is quite fast too.
Yes.
And if he can vary it a little bit more between switching back and forth, it'll be harder for Zia to know when that's coming because you really don't want to get caught leaning over to the side when a head kick comes out. And he punished him with an uppercut last time, but if it was a head kick, might not see the end of the round.
Yeah.
All right, Mio Johnson taking the first forward step here against Zia as we head down the home stretch here. Zia with the heavy leg kicks. I thought headgear is missing.
We need that.
Tough. Not all headgear is created equal. We're talking about cups earlier.
Yeah.
That's some tough looking headgear.
Let me tell you, for me, fighting with headgear is like, I'm sure most of them will agree, like it's the worst. Sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially when you're using the local YMCA's headgear like Emil Johnson is, that Venom headgear looks a little bit more comfortable, looks a bit more well-fitting. Already getting in that heavy, wide stance for those kicks is Zia.
That was a good one, too, from Mio. Oh, and Danny answers back.
Answers with a big, big cross there, kind of an overhand cross. Great fight, and you can always count on Zia to be in a fight like this where there's not a single moment where there's no action. He's an all-action fighter for sure.
Then what I like is I think he's taking notes from Mio. It's like Mio throws a straight punch, and then Danny's like, I'm going to answer right back with the same exact thing you just threw and do it better. But Mio really is throwing some good stuff.
I like how deep into this third round here, his guard is still high. He's still very defensively sound up top. It's only when the leg kicks get introduced and the body kicks get introduced that he becomes compromised and takes big, big shots. But, for a lot of judges, that is enough. For a lot of judges, just backing your opponent up and not getting hit, it can be enough to win you around with a jab. But some judges are just going to go off of, like, who's landing more damage. And right now, I think Zia's landing a lot more damage. Zia with some boxing head movement. He's like, I can do that too, buddy. Just like you were saying, he answers back with some of his own.
And then wants to do it better.
Very nice.
That was great. I actually, I would really enjoy to see Mio back after a little bit more experience, but you can tell he's going to do great things.
He's a solid boxer. Let me tell you, that jab is clean. He's got a super clean jab, super clean on the body work with the legs. He just needs to have a little bit better kicking defense, and he would be pretty set. If he was checking all those front leg kicks, he probably would not have been slowed down.
Yeah, you can tell he's going to do great things, kickboxing.
Got a good team around him over there at Matrix MMA. That's Jonathan Freeman that you see fighting later tonight in his corner. They're having some trouble getting Z out of that glove, man, I'm telling you.
Fighters to the center.
And once you're done fighting, you want that off so badly.
As soon as possible,
you want it
right?
off.
I just want to have fingers again,
Yeah.
I'm the same way in sparring. Like I just want to, as soon as the round's over, I want to get this.
Your winner, fighting out of the red corner, Danny Zia.
All right, Danny Zia with the draw last time out at Fight For It. Now he is 2-0 as a kickboxer.
For Mio Johnson.
Impressive debut from Mio nonetheless. I like the new Fight For It trophies. I imagine that there will be pictures of people drinking out of those on Instagram tomorrow.
Listen, when we were doing the youth card, I was totally envisioning the kids going and making chocolate milk or something. That would have been the first thing I done. I probably still was an adult.
All right, we're going to move on to our
thing I
next
did.
fight of the night. After this next fight, we're going to take a brief 5-minute intermission. If you need to get some drinks, we got concessions, food and drinks right outside the door. We want to thank everybody on the live feed watching us tonight. Thank you very much and welcome from Spartanburg, South Carolina. We're doing it right. Fight For It 13. First fighter making their way to the ring out of the blue corner. Please all welcome Ruben, the good guy Bermudez.
This is a fight they're 0-0, both of them. Debuts.
Bermudez from that Atlantic MMA squad, the local Fight For It squad.
Hey, I've heard of that place.
Got the long shorts on, got the long swim trunks on, it looks like.
Hey, that's different. That's different.
Oh, but they are custom. They're made just for him. All right, Ruben Bermudez has made the walk and is ready to make his kickboxing debut. This is a super heavyweight contest. Always love to see those on the card.
These are the fights that aren't as fast-paced, but the
And
power is
opponent,
there.
out of the red corner, welcome out, Benjamin Moreno.
All right, Moreno from the Body Shot Combat Club. And you know, that's a gym you're not going to hear about a lot, but they've popped up here now and then on a Fight For It card or a Ultimate Battlegrounds card, and they usually always send out a guy who's ready to fight, ready to strike, and it's been mostly living up to their name, Body Shot Combat Club. They do like to teach fighters to go to that well, body, head. It's a classic for a reason.
So this is a kickboxing debut for both of them. I feel like we are going to see two people hunting
That
to
foot
knock
is
each other out.
heavily wrapped up.
Yeah.
That foot is very, it looks like the mummy on that left foot
Your
of Moreno.
fighter out of the blue corner stands 6 foot 2 inches tall, looking to get their first win in the cave. Out of Atlantic MMA, make some noise for Ruben, the good guy, Bermudez.
All right, Bermudez. Got a lot of support
Your red
here.
corner fighter stands 5 foot 10 inches tall, looking to get his also first win in the cage tonight. Out of a Body Shot Combat Club, it's Benjamin Moreno. Here we go, guys. Let's get it.
All right, kickboxing underway right before the brief intermission. Super heavyweight. As my co-commentator said, these are the ones where you got to watch out for the power. This first round could be a little bit interesting, but I would definitely keep my eye on that wrapped up leg of Moreno because that looks so heavily wrapped that it's probably not just an irritation, it's an outright injury.
Hey, but look, he came in here, he wanted to fight. He wrapped
Hey,
it up and said, hey, I'm stepping
sure,
in anyway.
Taylor, you've been doing this a long time. I'm sure you've gone into some fights
Listen.
with some straight up injuries before.
I'd have to be missing a limb in order to
Yeah,
not fight. So I
exactly.
feel him on the heavy foot wrapping.
All right, already the jab from Bermudez looking quick for a super heavyweight. And Moreno with the power coming back on the other side. Going to the body, living up to the gym's name.
Yeah, Moreno looked for a super heavyweight, man. He's throwing a lot, and he's throwing fast, which is something I did not expect.
Oh, it's always interesting when you see a guy his size. I'm reminded of your friend Tad. You know, the first time I saw him throw a punch, I was like, "Ooh, that guy's fast." Nice feints from Bermudez. He's keeping Moreno out with these feints. He's buying himself time because when Moreno is on the aggressiveness, it's a little scary. So the feinting and the jabbing can kind of help with that, slow him down a little bit. You see him just run in with that big overhand. That's a big man boxing all day. Bermudez switching very quickly, very nice there. I think he's got some quick hands. Both guys very quick for their size. This is a straight up boxing match so far. Moreno really getting in that phone booth with the Philly shell, pushing him more and more against the cage. You're not going to be able to clinch with Sunshine in there.
This might be one of those things where Moreno tires himself out because he is throwing so fast and with a lot of volume.
He just got popped hard right there by Bermudez too. Bermudez hit him with a nice little shot there to end the round.
Very snappy punches. I like that.
For both these guys, you know, to be super heavyweight, we're seeing a decent amount of speed and athleticism out of both of them. Moreno especially is sprinting in sometimes with that punch, and that's it's dangerous game. Dangerous game. You don't want to get caught with a uppercut on the way in. That's Josh Crouch in the corner with Leslie Steiner of Atlantic MMA. For a debuting fighter, Bermudez got a nice little list of sponsors there on the back of his shirt. It's not easy.
That's one thing I always promote. When I was an amateur, I had sponsors too. Like, just because you're an amateur doesn't mean you can't get sponsors.
It's
advertising.
Should.
It's advertising. It's money. It's a way to learn how to become a pro before you're a pro.
Right, yeah. If you get to that pro level, you need them all of a sudden, right? And if you don't know how to work with them, it's like a whole new skill.
I needed the money more as an amateur than I did as a pro.
But the crypto deals are all at pro level.
That's
I need the crypto deal.
And it might be good in 10 years. You might be a millionaire in 10 years.
Bermudez doing a great job of keeping Moreno at bay so far. You can really tell Moreno just wants to get in there and swing. And when he does swing, it's problematic. But Bermudez with the volume, really, really comfortable in there, really controlled. Exchange of the jabs for both men there.
That's one of my favorite things, when you and a person throw jabs at the same time and they both land.
It's like a lightsaber fight. It's a cool moment, movie moment.
Yeah, Moreno just has to watch his footing with leaning forward with his punches. I think he needs to move his feet with his punches. I think that's where he's not having the success of that last right hand landing.
I've also seen that he's having a little bit of trouble keeping weight on that front foot.
Yeah, so I'm sure that too with his footwork.
If that's your dominant side, that's where a lot of your power is going to come from as a boxer, and neither one of these guys have decided to throw a single kick yet. So I think that if he's going to be leaning heavily on that front foot, he's not going to have as much power as he would if he had not entered the contest injured.
So I'm thinking maybe we didn't know, but I'm thinking this might have been switched to a boxing fight, maybe because of his foot.
I didn't realize there's no shin guards. That's right. There's no shin guards.
I just noticed that a second ago.
It does say KB super heavy.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they just were like, we're going to announce it as a kickboxing fight too.
That was my assumption.
Interesting. All right, 10 seconds left in the second round of the super heavyweight fight. I think Bermudez might be pulling away with this one, but Moreno looking to make a statement here at the end of the round with some volume. Very nice. Very good exchange from Moreno. Probably the best he's looked in this whole fight.
That's right, third and final round coming your way. These adults do three 3-minute rounds, and the youth do 3 2-minute rounds. We got a brief intermission coming up right after this round. Stand by.
All right, final round here in the super heavyweight contest between the good guy, Ruben Bermudez, and Benjamin Moreno. It's Moreno in the red gloves. He's got to make a statement this round, in my opinion. That second round was a little closer, but I think Bermudez might be pulling away with this one slowly but surely.
Yeah, Bermudez is just moving a lot more, throwing a lot more volume. It seems like Moreno, he's wanting to throw maybe when he gets the energy and thinks that like it's gonna work better land more for him. I mean, he's definitely throwing great shots. I think Bermudez is just really sticking out more and moving more and having a lot more ring control.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's just got a lot of sparring time, but Moreno's actually successfully coming forward now. He's not biting on those feints.
Now, this could end up in one of the scenarios like we had earlier on the card where it's 2-1, where you waited until the last round to really open up.
And it might be a little too late if one judge saw that second round for the other guy. Right back to the center here. I think Moreno's doing really good work along the cage wall there. I would have fought to keep it there if I was him.
100%. One of my favorite things to do is to cut the angle on someone in the ring, but you have to keep them there. And it doesn't take much to let them out, but you have to know how to cut somebody off and keep them there and just stay on them, whether they go left or right or try to get out. You just have to stay on them. Nice.
Both men swinging hard in the third round now,
That
letting it
one
all
seemed like it
fly.
Little smack dog.
Oh, Bermudez is right in his face, too. Takes 2 big shots, man. That headgear's getting him some trouble.
That jab,
nice
right
jab
up the
from
middle.
Moreno. I think Moreno could have gone to the well on that jab way earlier in this fight. It might have helped him a lot. So far, it's been a lot of this. And this is where he does his best work right here, right?
Now, this is where he needs to keep him cut off. If you keep him cut off, don't even give him.
You don't force that clinch, you're not going to get taken out of that situation, right?
You're saved by the bell.
Bermudez even has to hug Del Fry after that one.
If you ask me, I think that Bermudez takes that one 2-1.
I do too. The Moreno really started to come online, especially as the fight waned on. But yeah, tough first round for him. And I really think that foot might have just been slowing him down a little bit. I'm interested to see what he looks like on the rebound because he definitely
Look at
is
the good sportsmanship. I love that.
Well, when somebody's nickname is the good guy, you can't come out here.
You can't come out here and be the bad guy.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, you got to kind of be a sweetheart, right? After the fight, anyway.
Yeah.
All right, Atlantic MMA sending out their first guy of the night. Might be walking away here with the decision. They're taking a little bit of time to add up those cards.
All right, our decision is in, and your winner is out of the red corner.
That was a shock. What a shocker.
I agree, but you know,
hey,
like I was saying,
a nice round of applause for Ruben Bermudez.
Like I was saying in the last fight, the last youth fight, aggression
Guys,
sometimes can be enough.
Intermission. Take the time to go up there, get yourself a T-shirt, get your kid a T-shirt. We got food, we got alcohol, we got drinks, we got concessions. Kick back, relax. We got a lot more fighting coming your way. And later, we got the cage fighters taking center stage.
All right, we got a lot of kickboxing, just like Sam mentioned, on the way. Our next matchup going to be David Lemon
And
Pepper
also
Hot
on the live
Fitzgerald versus
feed.
Hunter Perez.
I see you out there. We got your chats.
I
We
like that
see
nickname.
you. Welcome
Makes
out.
me hungry.
We love your participation.
Yeah, Lemon Pepper Hot is a great nickname.
We got
That's
a lot
one of the
of
Makes me
all-time
want a
great
chicken
nicknames.
wings.
But we're going to take a quick break here, guys. 5 minutes. We
So
will
hang
be
in
right
there.
back. Take the time to share the link. Take the time to download the Fight For It app. Get your snacks, get your drinks, get your beers. Me and Taylor Starling, the Killer Bee, will be right back with you in about 5 minutes.
Let's go.
It's already started. My friends have already started texting me, telling me to tell you hi.
She said it. Fuck off. Tell her I said hey. I want to go pee, but I don't want to be.
I think we have time, as long as it's not like crazy line or whatever. But you know, you should be able to just flex.
Did you know that Fight For It now offers exciting merch to expand on your experience with us? We offer t-shirts, hoodies, grapple shorts, and sparring gloves. You can find them all at the Fight For It store at the address below. Place your order now and we'll have it shipped out next business day.
Finally, these two guys.
Oh! No way! Huge strike! No way!
Everyone in the whole way.
fantasy gaming, but wish there were some place that was dedicated to combat sports and didn't cater to football and basketball fans? Then I have the app for you. The Fight For It app hosts daily fantasy games that are tailored only to combat sports. Not only do we host fantasy games for our own events, but we host them for other major promotions around the world. From MMA to kickboxing, to boxing, to jiu-jitsu and wrestling. Just download the app using the QR code on the screen now and make your picks in a place that is solely for combat sports fans.
All of the lights.
Y'all to see this. Turn up the lights in here, baby. You know what I need. Want you to see everything. Want you to see all of the lights. Fast cars, shooting stars. All of the lights, all of the lights. Until it's singing everywhere we are. All of the lights. If you want it, you can get it for the rest of your life.
Something wrong, I hold my head, MJ gone, I dead, I slapped my girl, she called the feds, I did that time, and spent that bread, I'm headed home, I'm almost there, I'm on my way, headed up the stairs, to my surprise, replacing me, I had
to move right along with our 7th fight of the night. This fight is out of the 175-pound class. Please welcome your blue corner fighter, David Lemon Pepper Hot Fitz.
I just love that.
All-time great nickname right
that
there.
nickname.
All-time great nickname. Lemon Pepper Hot making his walk here tonight for the very first time at Fight For It. Fighting out of the Southern Scrap Nation.
He's 6'5".
It's a big boy.
That
tall,
is a big
tall
boy.
Tall fella. Every inch of it too. Every inch of it.
And then you got Hunter Perez, who's 6 foot, and it, you know, at 6 foot when you're fighting someone at 6'5", it's very rare at 6 foot that you feel short.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Dancing, grooving, I like it.
Kind of slick with it too. I'm not gonna lie.
I might have to take notes.
I was about to say, looking like Killer B out there on the walkout. Hunter Perez about to make the walk here for Hometown MMA. Watch out for the karate skills on this guy. He's got a little bit of a background. Shoto, I think, as a kid.
Looks like Hunter Perez has a little bit more
And his
experience
opponent
than
out
Lemon
of
Pepper
the
Hot.
red corner, please welcome Hunter Perez.
Coach Trevor Hayes with the shades in the corner. First time I've called one of his fighters in a long time. And Hunter Perez, also a guy who did not do a fight camp, just did what he does every day in the gym, every week.
Stays ready.
Stays ready. You know, when Derek Brunson fought Lyoto Machida, he called upon Hunter to emulate a karate guy for him.
Your blue corner fighter
and that was some very interesting sparring
5
footage.
inches tall with a 1-0 record, fighting out of Southern Scrap Nation. It's David Lemon Pepper Hot Fitzgerald. And his opponent out of the red corner stands 6 foot tall with a record of a 1-2, fighting out of Chance Muay Thai. It's Hunter Perez.
All right. Kickboxing about to get back underway here at 175 pounds. That's Lemon Pepper Hot in the white gear and Hunter Perez in the red. All right, let's get things underway here, boys. Hunter Perez getting things started off with a flurry.
The clinch for Fitzgerald.
Fitzgerald showing no adversiveness to getting hit. Has no problem getting hit and coming forward still. And man, he tall and long. That front kick to the head was just there so easily for him.
Like I said, at 6 foot, it's not often that you feel short, and it's wild how right now
This is a man who can reach the top shelf, no doubt.
They are both working the sweeps.
Well, you know, that's definitely that Chance Muay Thai system. They love that clinch.
The head kick.
Oh, got caught with a.
It's a night of low blows.
Got caught with a low blow into a cross there, a hook rather. David Fitzgerald is going to take a little bit of time. Seems like he's ready to go.
He bounced back from it quick. He's ready to fight.
Hunter Perez back in here now. Man, Hunter Perez landing clean up top on that tall fighter. That's the thing about a karate guy, right? Like, it's kind of easy for you to get that leg kicked out from under you when you're wide on it like that. We've already seen that be a problem for Hunter Perez in this fight. Just holding, waiting for the clinch to be broken up. It's not a bad idea when you're a longer guy because you want to get it back space in your favor.
Like that hook to the body.
Fitzgerald
Uppercuts.
with a nice uppercut. Fitzgerald had a great combo there. He went from the hook to the uppercut pretty easily. Still round one here for these guys. Very, very long round here with the
There
foul.
are the uppercuts I've been waiting for all night from somebody. I love the uppercuts.
Exactly. And you're definitely not going to uppercut a guy like Fitzgerald unless he ducks down. Nice inside leg kick from Perez. He's got serious power on that one. First round should be over here. And there it goes, first round between Fitzgerald and Perez in the books.
It's very even.
Very even. Very hard to judge that round, honestly. I definitely think that Hunter landed some great shots up top, but the leg kicks for Fitzgerald kept him in that fight and kept him competitive throughout the entire round.
It's round number 2, y'all. Here we go.
Interesting fighters on our shows that you would like to know more about. The Fight For It app has photos, videos, and stats of all the fighters you've seen at our shows. We even have stats and news about world-class fighters you may have seen in other promotions. Download the Fight For It app now using the on-screen QR code and start learning more about our fighters and events.
We need to get some vitals, last-minute physicals, etc. MMA fighters, you know where to go.
Lemon Pepper Hot, he don't even look phased at all.
Yeah, he didn't even need that round off. He didn't even need the break.
He didn't even need a break.
Did not take the stool. Neither did Perez either. Having some trouble with that headgear, I think. It's tough. Okay.
Anybody order DoorDash is here for
We need to do
Leslie.
the
John
John Ennick, Joe Rogan.
Yeah, you should do that to me. I'm not going to do it to you.
Not yet. It's got to be natural.
Oh, nice shot by Perez to get things started off. But Fitzgerald,
Another low blow.
with the low blow. You hate to see it. Honestly, that one was more of a glancer, it looks like. Oh, nope, there he goes. It takes a second to set in sometimes.
I don't understand.
Like, if you can imagine the effect of someone punching you and then like you not feeling it until a second later, that's kind of what it's like sometimes for us guys.
That's
yes.
a liver shot.
Oh yes, yeah. That's probably the most comparable thing. Yeah, a liver shot that is like really sent straight home, and you're like, let's keep going. And your body's like, no.
And then it drops you to the ground.
You hear the windows shut down noise.
Oh yeah.
And that one was, it rode up the leg. Very, very direct hit there for Hunter Perez. on the wrong target.
Hey, but he really has been coming back pretty quick from those shots.
He's stretching these rounds out with it too, I'm telling you. Yeah, Perez, I'm very impressed with Perez's accuracy, because it can be harder to hit a taller opponent like this because you're kind of like punching them in an area where you can't always see above your headgear. Oh, nice head movement from Perez. Hunter Perez is now in
Body
this fight.
kick, hook.
Starting to really find his timing, it looks like. Oh. I think this is K1 rules, so I don't think that scores, but it does look great.
Yeah, it
looks
does
cool.
look good. It makes the judges go,
And they're still struggling with Perez's headgear.
He's almost like to the point where if it's over his eyes, he's just like, hey.
He's fighting blind. Yeah, right. And that was a little low there for Fitzgerald, but no big deal. Perez shakes it off.
Press on.
God, he's landing hard up top. Landing hard up top is Perez.
It's like they're rarely having their success in the clinch. You can tell once one clinch is up, they're both grabbing onto each other and using it for that second.
Yeah, Perez is doing a great job with the framing on the clinch because it's keeping Fitzgerald out of knee range. And when you got a guy who's this tall, it's very easy for him to send those knees up the middle. So just buying yourself that space is great.
Hips in. Nice front kick.
Nice front kick straight to the chest for Fitzgerald. And Trevor's calling for
leg kick.
Trevor's calling for Hunter to start low, finish high, and so far it's just been starting high, finish high all day. I mean, he's landing. Make no mistake about it.
Save that though.
I think that round was a little bit more in the favor of Perez.
I agree.
Icing the foot. Okay, interesting. I think Hunter's foot might be a little messed up, or a toe maybe. They're icing that every round. That's the second round they've iced it.
These fights all have been pretty dang close.
Yeah, as the card's gone on, it's been more and more competitive, right?
I say one round.
I think so too. Taylor. Fitzgerald does take the stool this time compared to the first round. Southern Scrap Nation. First, I think this is like the second card I've seen one of their fighters on. I think they got 2 fighters out here tonight. Final round for Perez and Fitzgerald here. And like my co-commentator Taylor Starling said, I do believe this is 1-1.
It looks like Hunter's coming out strong.
Yeah, that sweep will get things started real nice for him. Wow,
Nice
he finds that head kick on that 6'5" man.
It seems like he's found his footing for this fight.
And you can tell he's really comfortable when he starts throwing more of the traditional karate techniques, the spinning back kicks and stuff like that. But Fitzgerald's giving him no room for stuff like that so far. And I think he's going back to the game plan here, which is to not give Hunter any space to set up those kicks. Because when he is given time to set them up, they're devastating.
I really like the left hook he's landing. It's like it's landing every time.
On the step in with the left hook, it lands every time.
Like
Now, wow.
That was a beautiful combination.
Straight up, beautiful combination there. Going to the head, then going down low, finishing high as Coach Trevor Hayes called for it. And that's one of the things that I notice about Chance Muay Thai fighters / hometown MMA fighters is if they're not coachable, they don't stay with Trevor's program because Trevor has a way of breaking some people like that. I wonder what happened there. I think that was a low blow. I'd love to have instant replay on that, but I think one of the knees just came up the middle there. Trying to pick up.
Was it to the head?
I think it was a knee to the head, yeah. Got the ringside dock.
I mean, when you're 6'5", it's
Hey,
probably really hard to throw
you know,
a knee in and not
sometimes
hit someone right in the
sometimes
ribs.
it's just gonna happen. Yeah, I mean, I honestly think that Fitzgerald might have problems with kneeing people to him when he's riding his bike around town. I mean,
Yeah.
his legs are that long.
It definitely wasn't anything with like malicious intent.
And there's been certainly a few fouls in this in this fight already
Yeah.
on the other side too. So
The fight continues on.
it is short time. I'd hate to see
36 seconds.
with
a lot.
36 seconds
Yeah.
left to have the fight end on a DQ. That would be a shame. And the last thing Fitzgerald needs right now is a point deduction. Looks like they're going to let him go with a warning here. 30 seconds left. Catches a big shot there from Perez. He's rocked now.
Those hooks, man.
I think Perez is fired up after that illegal shot.
He knows he has to get it back. I love the follow-up with the hands.
And Lord knows he's landing clean. Fitzgerald trying to establish any tool that he can, but it's all Perez here as we head down the stretch. Oh, he tries for the rolling thunder kick. Trevor.
Look at Trevor's
Trevor's
face. Trevor's face. That was the why? Why did you do that right now? You're my student. Don't do that right now.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Great fight between Hunter Perez and Lemon Pepper Hot.
It was a great fight.
And he wants that headgear off so bad. He's like, take that shit off.
He's
me.
been done with it. This is round one. He wanted it off in round one.
That foot is really bothering him now. You can see.
Yeah.
I think he might have cracked his foot on Fitzgerald's elbow maybe or something like that. It's tough when you're fighting a guy that tall. Sometimes you're just going to hit his limbs.
Yeah. It's hard to miss any of the bones.
I just got over a bout of turf toe from kicking the bag, so I definitely know what that's like.
I see Lemon Pepper Hot over there in his corner, and he's kind of shaking his head, talking about the sweeps, saying I think he didn't enjoy getting he didn't like how he handled the sweeps and the clinch.
Honestly, as soon as the clinch got introduced, the fight did start to become a lot more in Perez's favor. It might just be an element of fighting that Fitzgerald's not as comfortable with. I know they drill the clinch every day at
Fighter,
Hometown.
center of the ring. Your winner, and moving on to a 2-2 record, it is out of the red corner, Hunter Perez.
Hunter Perez overcomes
for Lemon Pepper Hot Fitzgerald.
the height differential and apparently an injury as well, and picks up the win there for Hometown MMA, their first of the night. They've got one more fighter coming from their gym on the card, and I know Trevor's also going to be in the corner of Trevor Loken in the main event. That's Jillian, the Juggernaut, just up there with them, celebrating the win. And there you go. You got to get all the coaches in there. Wonderful stuff there from the 170-pound division. Looking forward to seeing Lemon Pepper Hot come back for the next one.
Up next, we got another debut fight. Brandon Sanders, Carolina Kickboxing Academy, 160 pounds, versus Ali the Bee. I'm not even gonna try.
Hajj Mohammed.
Oh, you are good. You're quick with it.
A little
You
bit
did
of
your
research.
homework.
A little bit of research, yeah. A little bit of research. But yeah, the bee, not the
bee.
killer bee.
We got a lot of bees in the building tonight.
Yeah, the queen bee though
The queen
is right
bee
here.
is right here. That's right.
we're moving on to your eighth fight of the night. Your first fighter out of the blue corner, please all welcome Brandon Sanders. Everybody just walking in, fight fans are welcome. Come on in, grab yourself a seat.
That's Brandon Sanders out of the Vivian Walker Carolina Kickboxing Academy
We
School.
got merchandise, t-shirts. We got great fights. We need you to get in here and make some noise for your favorite fighters. Cheer these guys on. Your opponent out of the red corner, please all welcome.
All right, let's see how Sam does this one.
TB Haja Mohammed.
I'm not laughing. I'm laughing. I'm just laughing. I'm just laughing because I would not have even attempted.
I've been working with Sam a long time. He never fails to surprise us with.
Hey, at least he tried. I would have been like, hey, I'm gonna call him the Bee this fight. Ali the Bee. I like that. That was a nice ring to it. Ali the Bee. Haji Mohammed. That's how you say it, right?
It's not that hard.
Haji Mohammed.
Muhammad's the most common name in the world. You just add the little Haji in front of it.
Once
and
you
then
once you look at it, you really
digest it. You know, kind of let it roll around in there a little bit. You get it every time. Hopefully, Sam will have some time during this fight, you know, to analyze it and practice, so at the end of the fight he can say it correctly.
Your blue corner fighter stands 5 foot 6 inches tall, looking to get his first win in the cage. Fighting out of Carolina Kickboxing Academy, it's Brandon Sanders. And his opponent standing 5 foot 11 inches tall, also looking to get the first win in the cage. Out of the Matrix MMA, it's Ali T.B. Mohammed.
Closer, not exactly disco, but you're a lot closer on that one.
You did it with confidence. That's all that counts.
Well, that's 90% of the job, isn't it?
That's what I'm doing tonight. Okay.
You fake it till you make it. All right, that's Ali in the black with the red gloves. Brandon Sanders in the blue gloves.
Here we go. Round number 1. Let's get it, fight fans. Make some noise.
This is a debut, so I'm excited.
For both guys, yeah. And that Matrix MMA school is trying to establish themselves here in the Carolinas. Carolina Kickboxing Academy, especially in this KB Muay Thai realm, already established as one of the very best gyms.
And they're definitely ready to fight.
Both guys throwing hard and fast. A little bit of a height advantage for Ali, but Brandon Sanders definitely looks stout and muscular with a lot of power underneath him.
Oh, nice head movement. That was a good slip.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice little slip there. It's always nice, like we were saying, you know, we see amateurs displaying pro skills.
Pro level skills, and that's what I've seen a lot tonight.
Yeah, the game is so dynamic. It's changing so much when guys that are debuting are this good already, you know? And it's just like a very different lay of the land than it was 10 years ago. Nice speed there from Ali, the B.
Speed kills. Even in NASCAR, that's what they say.
Brandon, quite literally in that case. Brandon Sanders already kind of breathing out of the mouth very heavily, which is not a great sign.
Yeah. He's
2
definitely
minutes
slowed
into your
down pretty
first
quick.
kickboxing fight.
I think that's a problem that a lot of people who are debuting run into with their first fight.
It's that adrenaline dump, isn't it?
It's the adrenaline dump. You want to go out there and go as hard and as fast as you can, and
well, the first walkout is so nerve-wracking in itself. You know, the
yeah.
walkout's one thing, the fight's another thing, right? And it's like the fight, sometimes the walkout can be so intense that it drains that adrenaline out of you. Ali with some nice leg kicks to end the round here. Great first round there between those two guys. Brandon Sanders breathing super heavily in the corner, will take the stool in the ice.
Can't wait to relive the exciting moments from the latest Fight For It event? We post all of our fights in their entirety to YouTube, but only after they have posted in the Fight For It app. That's right, all our fights will be posted in the app first in the next 2 to 3 days. Just download the app using the QR code on the screen now and be the first to see news and videos when they go live.
Where's my name?
I think you were good though, because I think you made it in the time frame there.
Here we go, round 2. Let's see if Brandon comes out more energized. If that break gave him the energy that he needed. It looked like he lost it pretty quick in the first round.
It's all about getting that heart rate down and getting that breathing under control, and it's a skill. You know, even pros, a lot of pros could probably be better at conditioning overall and come in with a little bit better shape. It's a hard lesson to learn as an amateur, but it's better to learn it now than in your 5th fight.
And if you are not conditioned to go all of the rounds, it doesn't matter how good of a fighter you are if you can't go all the rounds.
Exactly. You have to be able to fight your kind of fight for that many rounds too if you want to win. It's not enough just to make it through those rounds. Now he's really, I think he's, definitely a little bit arrested because he's coming out swinging hard, but Ali Dabi showing no fear here.
And he is fast. Ali Dabi is fast. That's why I got my nickname, and it looks to me like that might be why he has his nickname too.
I like the variants too, body, head, leg. Ali Haji Mohammed showing a nice toolkit here.
Yeah, it looks like Brandon's just losing his power.
There's that uppercut you love so much, and that one was clean. Brandon Sanders firing back now, walking in backwards, but Ali's right back and ready to go again.
Just fast. He has an answer for everything. He has a fast answer for everything.
Yeah,
combinations are coming out beautifully. I would not see this being a debut fight.
No, especially not. And Brandon Sanders just kind of hanging out in front of him, which is allowing Ali to look so good too.
Yeah.
You have a guy like this who really likes to go for a lot of stringed attacks and likes to lay down combos. You got to just get out of there.
I wish he would circle more. I wish he would move more, cut angles, do something. He's standing right where Ali wants him to be.
Yeah, because even if you're blocking a lot of the shots, if you're just standing still, eventually he'll do an uppercut. He'll do a move that will get around your block. So you really got to keep it moving even when you're tired. Nice kick down the middle there for Sanders. Buys him a little real estate to get inside.
Got him against the cage.
And that'll be the end of the 2nd round. Sanders, much better round for him in my opinion there. Much more competitive for him.
I feel like Brandon was trying. I just think he didn't have enough gas in the tank to really do what he wanted to do.
Yeah, it's tough.
Ali just doesn't look tired at all, really. I mean, he's breaking a sweat over there, and he's drinking his water, but he looks so cool and composed.
Yeah, he does. He does look very cool in there, especially like for the end of the round to be like that and him not to be breathing heavy. It wasn't until he sat on the stool that he like kind of let himself breathe heavy. You know, it's like controlled breathing rather than just like involuntary heaving. You know, it's very different. All right, 2nd round in the books, 3rd round coming your way now. Last round between these two gents making their debut, and both of them have impressed. Cage doors are locked. Let's get them underway. Let's see if Brandon Sanders in this last round has any answers for Ali Dabi, who's been pretty in control this entire fight.
And like we've seen this whole card, this is where Brandon's corner, you're over there and the coaches say, look, this is the last round and you have to give it everything you have or you're not winning.
Right, yeah, they did the same thing with Zion Hill. They tried to push him through that last round, and they're pushing Brandon Sanders here right now, and it's paying dividends because he's landed 3 of his cleanest shots of the night already in the 30 seconds into this round.
You see Ali moving. That's the kind of movement I'd like to see out of Brandon. Ali's moving, bouncing around, cutting the angle.
Ali's kind of doing a really good job, too, of kind of waiting for Brandon to tire himself out because he knows if he's already tired, he's only going to have a couple of exchanges like this in the last round.
Yep.
And then I'm going to make my move. And it looks like Ali, the B, Haji Muhammad, is about to get to work here with 1 minute left. Brandon Sanders looking nice there on those punches. Yeah, it's like, you know, now that you have tired out, now that you have slowed down a little bit, maybe I can actually hit you. And there's been that lack of movement from Haji Muhammad. He stopped him from moving around so much. Big body kick.
Huge body
He's got a great switch kick on him, man. Certainly has power and speed to spare, does Haji Muhammad.
Breathing out through the mouth.
Yep, 20 seconds
That's the
left.
number 1 sign.
Not a lot of time here for Brandon Sanders to survive, but can he do more than just survive? Can he thrive in these last 10 seconds? And it looks like down the stretch it'll be Haji Muhammad again delivering the action. Great fight between those two gentlemen. And now we got the B limping a little bit. Everybody's legs getting messed up tonight.
He might have hurt it on his ribs because he was body kick.
Fighters, center of the cage, please. We have a decision.
Took a little bit to add up those
Your judges
scorecards.
scored a split decision.
I'm
with
actually
your winner
surprised.
Fighting out of the red corner.
I wasn't surprised about that.
Ali.
Ali definitely took that
I
fight.
think there is one judge.
Haji Muhammad.
I think there is one judge amongst us
Damn
that
good
does
fight
not
out
know how
there,
to score
guys.
fights.
Hey, nice round of applause for Brandon Sanders, too.
participation
Good
trophy
job out there, young man. It was a
You
split
both win.
decision.
I just
Very,
think that
very
there's
close.
been a lot of split decisions tonight that
There
should not
has.
have been splits, and I think that
And
probably
that,
the same
fight fan,
judge
was
getting it
the
wrong
8th
every time, maybe.
fight
I
of
don't
the
know.
night.
Maybe they're sitting on a different side of the cage and they're seeing something that we're not
Remember,
seeing. I don't
everybody
know.
just walking in.
Yeah, it's-
Download the app, get your phones out, fight for it.
And you know what?
app,
Actually,
download it
surprisingly,
now.
when you
can
sit
play
somewhere where
fantasy
there's
with us,
fans
you
and you're
can
the
pick
judge, like
fighters, and
you
just
can
have a good
hear
time with us.
what the fans are thinking. So sometimes
Also,
the judges
if you
might
got
put
friends
that in,
or
have that in
family
their
that
ear
couldn't
and
make
use
it
that for
out,
their
You
decision.
can go to YouTube.
You just never got to leave it in the
YouTube,
hands of the
and we
judges, like
have
they
the
always
live
say.
feed
Super
of
cliche,
the
but that's
fights
such a true
right now
story.
on YouTube. You can
Right,
pull it up on
yeah,
your phone,
I
and we
see
got
both
it
sides of
going
that, because it's
live.
like, yeah,
Spartanburg,
everybody loves to
South
get a
Carolina.
finish, but at the same
Welcome
time,
out,
these guys
fight
can't
fans,
fight to the
and we
death.
move right
But I
along to
definitely
your
don't
next
think that
fight
a
of
lot
the
of the
night.
split decisions were split decisions.
I agree with you 100%. I mean, it's one of those things where a lot of times there's fights that are so close where it's like, what does this judge value more, leg kicks or punches? And that's just not been the case. It's
All
not
right,
been
here
close
goes
enough.
even when
the
it's not
first fighter,
K1.
Making her way to the wing out of the blue corner. Please all welcome Kwan.
You know, Trevor and I were talking about this too, where if you don't have a monitor, if you're just watching the action in the cage, if a fighter's back is to you, you will always perceive them as being more successful because you can't see their front where they're getting hit. So, you know, the judges aren't like us. They don't have a monitor. That's the only excuse I could give them. Juan Chavez making his debut here tonight out of that SJD school we were talking about earlier.
We got lots of tricks.
Straight up ninja mode over here.
corner, please all welcome Marcus Gonzalez.
All right. Marcus Gonzalez from Team Rock getting the loudest pop of the night so far.
Chavez looks like a wolf just stalking his prey. He's unfazed by all the cheering, the loud crowd.
I mean, you gotta be, right? You gotta just tune that out.
He's looking for you, I promise you. You better be scared. What are you gonna do when you see him? Really? You better look behind you. You better look behind you. He's coming again. Got him.
All right, this is Marcus Gonzalez
Your
out
fighter
of Team
out
Rock.
the blue corner,
Harrisburg, I believe.
5'7" tall. Looking to get his first win in the cage. St. Jadu is Claude Chavez. And his opponent out of the right corner, standing 5'9" tall. Also looking to get their first W in the cage out of Team Rock. Welcome Marcus Gonzalez.
Yeah, you can hear the crowd. I might have eardrums after this fight.
His section does seem to be directly located behind us,
Right
so that
behind us.
might give the illusion that he's got an entire stadium behind him. Oh, Claude Chavez coming out
They're starting off with a
aggressive.
bang. Very aggressive.
No headgear either. These guys said no headgear, we're good to go. Gonzalez gets sat down early by Chavez. Chavez likes the brutal action.
Nice
He's bringing it
nice
too.
Clinch game.
Tries to shoot for a double leg there. All right, both of these. Oh, that was a clean blow. Clean blow to the temple. Takes down Gonzalez early.
That's what I love about the 135ers too. It's so fast paced the whole time.
And it looks like Chavez got a little bit of power on him. Oh, wow. Push kick to the throat.
That's powerful.
That is violence at its finest. You know, one thing, Chavez is doing a lot of damage. He's hurting him, but how long can he swing like this?
Yeah.
Even when you're landing, swinging like this can take a lot out of you.
I have a feeling they're both going to be.
Yeah, Chavez,
Not
I mean, Gonzalez has been forced to like stand up over and over again, which takes a lot out of you, right? Like it's like being in the wrestling room, basically. Oh, the spin kick attempt. That's something you don't want to, something you want to go for when you're behind by this much in the round. But pressing the action up against the fence, Chavez is getting mega tired. He spits out the mouthpiece. 10 rounds, 10 minutes, 10 seconds left in this round. And Gonzalez is clinching him up. And now it's going to be interesting to see who comes out for that second round fresh.
First round of love that.
Did you know that Fight For It now offers exciting merch to expand on your experience with us? We offer t-shirts, hoodies, grapple shorts, and sparring gloves. You can find them all at the Fight For It store at the address below. Place your order now and we'll have it shipped out next business day.
Oh yeah, he's already breathing heavy.
Very heavy. I mean,
heavy.
he was breathing so heavy that he spit his mouthpiece out in that last one.
Yeah, you gotta keep it together.
Oh, that push.
That was wild.
Serious fears, huh? All right, that Sung Jae-do team sending out Chavez again. I would love to have been in the corner of Marcus Gonzalez to hear what Snake and the team said to him.
Box it, box it. Box it, box it, yeah. There you go. There you go, box it. Inside, get inside.
Definitely not slow it down. Both these guys throwing hard leather again.
Those kicks, man, are so powerful.
Go, get inside, get inside.
Chavez is putting in some work on that lead leg. Even with it being checked there, it still knocked Marcus Gonzalez down.
Yo, go kick.
The one thing that Marcus does is when he clinches, he tries to almost put so much weight up top that he's pushing him down.
Chavez is so exhausted. The hands are on the hip.
It's too early for that. Yeah.
Oh.
Even if you're tired, you gotta not show it. Low blow?
He's holding his cup, but I think that was to the stomach. I mean, that looked pretty on the money to me. All right, they're calling for a 1-2 leg kick out of the Team Rock
I just
corner.
saw that corner.
Yeah. Even though you're not supposed to coach during a foul, some crafty veteranship there from the Team Rock corner.
They'd be like, hey, we're just shadow boxing.
Don't mind us. We're just doing our thing. Jump straight back into it again.
I don't think he even knows his mouthpiece is up.
He does not. He's so tired he can't tell you where it is.
Yeah, woo, take a deep breath, woo. Woo.
The way he just looked at us.
Like,
oh, man.
Yeah.
He's like,
I got another round of this.
We're still around left? Are you sure?
Box it out, bro. Box it out.
Got to sanitize it with the water, you know. Room temp water on the mouth guard, make sure all the germs are off. All right, Marcus Gonzalez knows that Chavez is tired. Can he take advantage?
Yep. Capitalize on it.
Jumping all over the place is Gonzalez.
Oh, nice. Front kick to the body.
Gonzalez is flying all around the ring like Spider-Man. I mean, geez Louise. Marcus Gonzalez with some big shots up top. He's finally landing up top. Just throw some hands. There's no need to jump in. The guy's super tired.
Nice
just throw.
Sequence of knees. I think he's going to finish this fight.
Oh no!
I don't think Juan's going to want back in it.
Can he even walk away here? Can he even get back in the fight? The second round should be over. But I was about to say they went over on that one. Even Sam Falgout got into that.
There's only one more round. I don't think we're gonna get through the third round.
Is he gonna quit on the stool? He said I'm done. He said I'm done.
I think he hurt. I don't know.
They're gonna try to talk him into this one. They're gonna try to talk him in. Honestly, this is a situation as a coach where you should just be like, all right, you're too tired. You know, I don't want to see you get brutally finished.
Throw in the towel.
You know, like just let him quit. You know, it's okay sometimes. There are some times where a fighter is looking for a way out. That guy is legitimately dangerously exhausted.
Yeah.
Like exhausted to the point where
you don't want to sacrifice like giving up something like being knocked out or
he can't keep his hands. He can't keep his hands held up. So how can he intelligently defend himself if he can't keep his hands held up in the air?
Exactly.
And it's like that ref. I mean, you know, you don't want to stop a fight due to exhaustion, but eventually you just got to get to a point where you're like, it's TKO by exhaustion.
I don't think he's getting up off the stool.
Let's go, fight fans. Cheer your fighters on. Let's go. Make some noise.
Oh, the ref's calling time, which is you definitely should not do, because the whole point of doing this, if you are going to fight, is to get
This
more reps.
fight, fans, is what it's all about. Let's go. You can do it. You got
Not
it.
that you can do it on the microphone.
Oh! Gonzalez gets the win as Chavez says no mas.
I think if he would have just paced himself, didn't come out guns a-blazing, it could have gone a little differently. I think he did it what we have been talking about all night not doing, going in there and just giving it all you have right off the bat.
Yeah, as soon as it starts.
And they were both debuters, so you know,
of course, yeah.
that's a very, very.
Well, it's a lesson for both men, right? It's a lesson for Gonzalez in the sense that he learned that you can just survive, even if you are getting hurt in the early rounds. If you just weather the storm will clear. And Chavez has learned that you got to pace yourself a little bit better in these fights.
The thing that's cracked me up the whole
Your
entire
winner
time
after referee stoppage, first to the third round.
Marcus fixing his hair the whole time. He has not touched the hair. That was a great finish, phenomenal finish.
Even with the gloves on, he was adjusting the hair, you know?
That was a good finish. Nothing but respect for each other.
Hey, nice round of applause for Claude Chavez.
I love that.
Take it all he has.
See, that's one of my favorite things. You go in there, you brutalize each other, and then you just give each other a nice big hug after.
After, yeah.
Congratulations,
Especially
Marcus.
women fighters,
Okay,
they just get
your
real. They do the
first
full
W.
embrace, you know.
Cry.
They cry, yes. You know, with men, there's like that ego there where they just want to do the dap, or they just want to do a one-armed hug and walk away.
Like, we're
but
cool, bro.
women they'll just go straight in there and go for a big old hug. It's always nice when your people show up like that for you, and then you get to show up for them in the fight.
Yes.
Marcus Gonzalez making a big statement there. Young kid. I think he's only 19 years old. So
He really paced himself well in that fight. He weathered the storm. Up next, we got Connor Flasker from Combat Performance and Weston Champion from Gym O. I'm very excited for this fight. Weston.
coming off of a win at Fight For It last year. Super aggro young man. Likes to bring a lot of volume and a lot of personality to the fight. I have not seen Connor Flasker yet out of Combat Performance.
I have trained with Weston. I have sparred with Weston, and he's very much so like a silent assassin. He's not a man of many words. But then when you see him fight, you're kind of like, oh my God.
Right, it comes out. The personality comes out, yeah. Well, I mean, that's if there's anywhere where you got to be your most authentic self, it's in there, right? I mean, when you're walking out, you seem like your most authentic
Your blue
self.
corner fighter making his way to the ring. Please all welcome Connor Flasker.
And what a crazy thing for your last name to be champion.
Yeah, talk about the pressure, huh?
Wow.
That Combat Performance team, I think I've only seen them on one Fight For It card before. Connor Flasker, I've never seen fight before, but he looks in great shape for the weight class.
Absolutely.
His opponent making his way to the cage. Please welcome Weston Champion.
this Weston champion who has hit a little bit of a he's hit a little bit of a growth spurt since the last time I saw him fight as well.
Isn't that weird being in the fight community and like seeing people evolve and grow? It's just wild. It's like really like a family.
Yeah, that's what me and Trevor were talking about in regards to the main event for MMA, Trevor Loken.
Grab yourself a seat. We are on the 10th fight of the night.
21 fights to go. You know, Trevor, he trained Trevor's older brother, Jeff Scott, and the first time that he ever saw Trevor in the gym, he was like 9 years old or 10 years old. And now tonight he's cornering him, fighting for a title as a grown man. And it's just like, you literally saw him go from a boy to a man, you know? It's pretty crazy. Dale Fry calling the action here.
All right, your blue corner fighter, standing 5 foot 11 inches tall, looking to get their first win in the cage. Fighting out of Combat Performance. Please make some noise for Connor Flasker. His opponent out of the red corner, also standing 5 foot 11 inches tall, looking to improve to 2-0 in the cage, fighting out of Gym. Oh, it's Weston Champion!
Touch of the gloves. It's crazy how similar these two look.
Yeah, it is weird, isn't it,
like
right?
two twins fighting.
Just a little bit of a height advantage and maybe a reach advantage for Champion.
Work the clinch.
Dale letting him hang out in the clinch for a long time. It comes into a full-blown wrestling match there.
It really is hard for me to tell two apart. I gotta look at the gloves.
Yeah, that's Weston Champion in the red.
The southpaw.
Connor Flasker in the blue. Man, lots of clinch work here early on, and that's something that we really haven't seen in the amateur kickboxing, and it's really referee dependent. Like some referees, like Dale, they're going to let you work a little bit. You know, you have your guys like Donnie Jessup or you know, those guys that they'll let you work here a while. And you have some guys who, as soon as that clinch gets introduced, they're going to break you up. Yeah, it's really dependent on who you've got in there with you as far as how much work you're going to be able to do.
Hey, I mean, if you are allowed to throw the knees and you're allowed to work the clinch, I definitely think that they should let them at least for a little bit.
That's why I definitely think there should be more.
I love seeing knees. I love throwing knees.
Me too. I think there should be more full rules Muay Thai fights in general because, you know, the clinch is a bigger factor there. The knees are a bigger factor there. You just want to give fighters more tools to work with.
Great head movement from Weston, even though he's against the cage.
He is getting backed up, which I've never really seen from him before. Like, he normally
nice
is always
head
going
kick.
forward.
Oh, the barrage of punches.
Connor Flasker takes a few hooks there.
Push kick to the body. Oof, a nice body kick.
Yeah, Weston, in my opinion, taking his time a little bit too much here in the first round. I think he kind of spent this round on the back foot, just kind of feeling out Flasker. All right, round one in the books between these two nearly identical specimens.
I've just been confused the whole fight.
Love daily fantasy gaming, but wish there was some place that was dedicated to combat sports and didn't cater to football and basketball fans? Then I have the app for you. The Fight For It app hosts daily fantasy games that are tailored only to combat sports. Not only do we host fantasy games for our own events, but we host them for other major promotions around the world. From MMA to kickboxing, to boxing, to jiu-jitsu and wrestling, Just download the app using the QR code on the screen now and make your picks in a place that is solely for combat sports fans.
You subscribe to TaylorStarling.com. That's where you see the cat tattoos.
All right, Weston champion Connor Flasker, round 2 here at 125 pounds.
Nice.
Or 45,
no, right for the clinch.
Yeah, immediately getting started on that clinch work again. I think that's been a big deal for Flasker. It's allowed him to get in really tight on Weston. And Weston's got a great front kick and a great jab that you got to get past to do anything.
Oof, that jab was very stiff.
Yeah, money for him. Ooh-wee. Pushing him back now. They're both kind of exchanging push kicks for punches. If it continues on like this for the rest of the fight, it'll be very hard to judge. Very hard to score, I think.
Especially when they both look alike. It's
oh,
me.
no. If it's confusing you, then I can imagine that one of those
nice
judges.
spinning back fist by Weston. Flasker just overwhelming. I mean, man, they're really back and forth.
I think one of the judges is an 80-year-old woman, so that might explain some of the card's problems tonight as far as the split decisions go.
Now Weston's got him on the cage. We're switching it up. It's very back and forth.
Yeah, it's as time has gone on and Flasker's gotten a little bit more tired. It's like Weston's strength is kind of is coming out on top in the exchanges, but Flasker's landing.
Right hand, man.
Flasker's landing on the way in, and that's really what's going to be separating them as the scorecards roll out if this fight goes to a decision.
You know, and seeing that when a punch lands and it almost like Pez dispenser someone's head, that's
yes.
huge.
You knocked your fucking block off. Oh, I thought he was going to throw after the bell there. Nice control from Flasker.
Control. You're doing great, Dale. I don't know if you heard me.
Oh. You might want to make a sign, I think.
Go, Dale.
Love it, Kelly.
Definitely
Lets us know it's around number 3.
Definitely having a better night than the last time he was at a Fight For It show.
Right up.
What happened the last time?
He just had an off night.
just a
Lots
bad
of
day,
weird,
you
lots
know?
of weird finishes. Lots of weird calls in there.
Sometimes the fighters don't listen. You know, it's stressful.
You know, yeah, just like everybody else. Sometimes you have a bad night at the office. All right, so from what I heard in that corner from the Combat Performance corner, they like what Flasker's doing now. They just want him to hit on the exit as well as the entrance. So they like how he's coming inside, and he's eventually going to be forced out, but they're like, just throw something on the way out too to cover your ass.
Now, if you're in Weston's corner, what are you telling him? The headgear man. It's
I honestly, you look like Hannibal Lecter there for a second. Honestly, the thing that Weston needs to do is he just needs to do more of what won him his last fight, which is going forward and throwing voluminous punches. I think that getting caught in this clinch exchange and entertaining it
it's frustrating.
is frustrating
I think Flasker's
him.
really frustrating him.
I think so too. He's just not really found that second gear yet. He's kind of been stuck in first gear for all 3 rounds.
But you know, stranger things have happened. We don't know what the judges are thinking tonight, so we'll see.
No, certainly not. Certainly not.
We got some spit flying.
There was a fight we were calling in Charleston a couple weeks ago where we thought we saw a tooth fly at us, and then we were like, is it on the table? Where'd it go? And then we found it. It was a contact lens.
Oh my
Somebody
gosh.
got punched so hard their contact lens flew out.
Yeah.
Short time for Connor Flasker, Weston champion here. Spit and sweat flying in every direction.
They definitely haven't stopped.
This has just been a brutal
They got Dale.
brutal contest. Dale can't get out of the way fast enough. Yeah, Dale, gotta have a little
Don't
pep
hit
in your
Dale.
step in there.
They hit Dale, I gotta jump in.
And yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where Flasker's whole strategy has been about stifling Weston, and if you're doing just enough to also come out on top in the exchange, you'll just win if you're stifling them. It's not enough to just stall. You have to stall and do a little bit to, like, you know, put yourself up in that situation.
To debilitate them.
And I think Flasker's done enough with the jabs. I think he's done enough on the entrances to win these rounds, especially these last 2 rounds. But we'll see. We shall see.
That was a great fight.
I think,
these fights have been nothing short of amazing.
I think Principal Trunchable over there is doing the scorecard, so I don't know which way this is going to go.
My favorite part of this whole night is I'm going to be braiding hair in between.
Oh, after you get off here, you
yeah,
got to go to hair braiding duties?
T-Flex's hair, and I'll come back and I'll be, you know, I'm the woman of all trades. Here we are.
God, it's crazy how different Weston looks. He hit a serious growth spurt.
Yeah.
Decision is in, and we have a split decision.
Another split decision.
Out of the red corner.
I'm shocked. Good job. Yeah, congratulations to Weston. It's a very close fight. Very close fight.
Close fight. Sometimes, you know, you really have to think about the rule set. So, like, in this particular rule set, the clinch is kind of technically supposed to be on a lower level of value because they're not supposed to realistically be in the clinch that long as they were in that fight. In that kind of rule set, the ref's supposed to step in a lot earlier, and that's why the clinch isn't scored as highly. I think that may be the reason why Weston Champion's coming out of this one with the trophy. I always love that moment with the corner where they're like, we don't know where to be in the picture. Like, are we in this picture? Are we not in this picture?
See, when I'm in the corner, I'm getting in the picture.
I'm in the picture. Yes.
I'm going to be in the picture. I want my whole corner. I want all my team in my picture too. I want them to like pick me up or do something dramatic.
You got to make sure you're doing something that makes for the coolest possible post-fight photos.
Exactly.
You know?
You know, sometimes nowadays it's all about the gram. It's all about what you get for the gram. Okay.
More so for you than most people, I think.
When I fought Cassie Robb, I told them, I said the reason I knocked her out in 28 seconds is because I needed a reel
that
for
would
the
fit
gram that was like perfect timing. You know, they cut it off after a minute, so.
You knew how much time you had to work, and also the ice cream. You're thinking about the ice cream too. It's like a perfect storm, really.
Please go to the locker room at this time, Ahmed Thomas. We need to see you in the locker room at this time. All right, our 10th fight in the books. Moving right on to our 11th fight of the night. We have any birthdays in here tonight? Anybody celebrating a birthday?
I've had the urge to raise my hand, and it's not my birthday.
Yesterday.
It's always your birthday. It's always my birthday.
Thank you for joining us. Anybody else? When's your birthday? The 23rd. And happy birthday too. Last week, and mine was last year. Hey, appreciate you coming out, man. How old are you? 29. Congratulations. Like to see you here. Hey, anybody else? Birthday? Birthday? 2 weeks ago?
I'm gonna just raise my hand and say it.
Anybody with a birthday tonight?
He'll ask you to get in the cage with him if you tell him it's your birthday.
We got one? We got one? Anniversary.
Romantic.
Congratulations. Appreciate you joining us tonight.
You don't see me.
You got a birthday?
You just stand up.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Point around. Happy birthday. Guess what? I got something for you.
Wow, that was a big lead up to a
You got a
t-shirt.
couple
It's a long
We
setup.
need to invest in a T-shirt cannon around here, okay? Next
That could
event,
be. I was
I'll be
about to
the
say that could be your job. You could be
T-shirt
the
cannon.
T-shirt
boom,
bazooka.
Boom, boom.
Oh, happy birthday.
I don't know. You might get a little you might just headshot people.
Start
with
shooting
it. Yeah.
people I don't like that are here.
Water?
I'm glad you know me now. I'm very aggressive. As cute and as adorable as I am, I'm very mean and aggressive.
You thought I was just going to walk away and not give you a shirt, huh? I appreciate you. Thank you for coming out, fight fans. All right, everybody ready back there? Got the thumbs up? Here we go. 11th fight of the night. Fans, you still with us on the live feed? Good job. Good to see you out there. Here we go. Spartanburg, South Carolina with our 11th fight of the night. Y'all ready for another fight? We getting there. We just starting to wake up out there. We got a live crowd in the middle right there. Make some noise. That's what I'm talking about.
Somebody bring a cowbell? What does that sound?
Please.
I thought I heard a cowbell or
Right
something. Yeah.
It might be.
It's Tullis Wiley.
No walkout music. Tell us just walking out. There it is.
That or they dropped the ball. Yeah, I was going to say. There's gotta be something. It was one of those ones that takes forever to kick off.
What's worse, that they don't play your music early enough, or they play the wrong walkout music, and would you rather walk out in complete silence or somebody else's music?
It depends. If the music's right and it's somebody else's, I'd be fine with that. But I usually like to hang out in the back for a good second before the song really takes off, so
Right.
I would know.
You got to pick a song that has like that
A
moment.
drop.
Yeah, the
A
drop.
drop.
Yes,
Please,
yes.
no lights on for pictures.
What
or
else you can
recording.
dance to?
Exactly.
All right, out of the red corner, please all welcome Scott. Hey, you.
Yes. Yes.
Or is that
Good
Scoot?
job, Sam.
Hey, you.
No, it's Scott. You did a great job.
Scott, right?
You did a good job, buddy.
Scott Ayun.
Did I get it right?
I don't laugh because it's funny. I just laugh because I laugh at myself trying to say it. Classic MMA, boxing, fighting, combat sports song.
Of course, of course.
Classic.
Up there was many men. Up there was many men.
Welcome to the jungle.
Oh, yeah. Let the bodies hit the floor.
Yeah.
There should be like a MMA walkout bingo card.
Yeah.
And you go
If
to
it-
live event, and
if
if
it
you hear it,
Fight for it. That's what we need to do next.
the next game for your
Walkout
app.
song bingo.
Walkout bingo.
Fighting out of the blue corner, standing 5'7" tall, looking to get their first win in the cage. Fighting out of Triumph Fighting Academy, it's Tullis Wiley. His opponent fighting out of the right corner, standing 5'4" tall, also looking to even up at 1-on-1 in the cage, fighting out of a Matrix MMA, it's Scoot.
Now this is gonna be a fast fight. It's
Now,
125
Let me
pounds.
tell you, there's a little bit of a height difference between these two fighters. There's
A little bit.
There's a little bit of a height difference. You might have to squint to see it, but God, Tullis is long. Just like sticking his hand
yeah.
out for the glove touch, I was like, oh no.
This is gonna be a quick fight, like just quick moving fight.
Yes, well, especially them being 25ers, you know, they're always so fast.
They weigh as much as me. That's wild.
And that's Ayun in the blue and Tullis Wiley in the red. Oh, there's a little bit of a traditional martial arts kick there from Ayun.
Oof, head kick.
Ayun's training out of that Matrix MMA squad.
It's almost like they're feeling it out, but also like when they do make contact,
Yeah, they are. Oh! Very nice push side kick there. A lot of power on that little man.
That was a trip on his own.
Well, I mean, yeah, he was standing so far away from everyone. I mean, really even
Yeah.
throwing the kick there was questionable. He really likes switching to that push kick. On the trying to draw him into that push kick. That's really what makes the push kick powerful. You got to catch people at the right time, the right weight.
In the right spot.
Grounded strike. Definitely missed by the referee, I think. That was straight up on the ground. Straight up ground and pound there. Good little first round there. Ayoun had some great push kicks there. He had one that really sent him flying.
I think this is where we're really going to see things heat up in round 2 and 3.
Yeah, because, I mean, with a guy like this, he kind of shows you what he's got, right? He's got some traditional martial arts background, and it's going to be very hard for him to get in and throw punches on you, so all you have to really worry about is the kicks. So now that we know what kicks he likes, what is the corner advice going to be for Tellis Wiley, who's clearly got an advantage when it comes to the range and the reach, if you will.
I would like to see more of the smaller kicks from Scoot
Ayoun. You can just make it one word if you want to really clean
I
it
like
up.
that. Scoot Ayoun. It sounds just very crazy. No, I would like to see, like, he's throwing the big, like, fancy kicks. I want to see some of the inside leg kicks.
Yeah, more traditional kickboxing.
Yeah, just more traditional kickboxing, and then set up that
big shot.
Yes.
When they're not expecting it. When they're not expecting it.
Yeah, draw him in with that.
But I will say that, you know, he has caught him coming in twice now with a good side push kick. And it's like, if you're you know, got a technique that you know you've got 10,000 reps. That's the second time he struck at him on the ground.
They wanted us animated. That was animated.
Yeah, where was Stamey with the camera there?
Oh, God.
Caught him leaning there with another head kick.
Own John Anik.
Own John Anik, damn. That's going to come in handy later, I think.
Leg kick.
Barely misses with that one, and he's starting to really, I think Tellis is really starting to find his timing and range.
And I love the way he's circling, he's moving, he's cutting his angles, he's sticking his jab out there.
Constantly coming back to the center of the cage, and he's not really showing a lot of worry about that push side kick like he was in the first round. But Ayoun's also slowed down just enough to where he can kind of see the setup for it. When you see him go wide in his stance like that, he's probably setting up for that.
I would like him to set that up with something else.
Snapping the head back with that hook is Tellis Wiley.
See, this is where I wish they would just stick something out. Just stick something out. Touch, touch, bang. Touch, touch, bang.
Yeah, especially for Ayoun, he's really only looking for that one big shot. He's not really doing any kind of combination or any kind of string. He's just reaching for one and then going back to his stance.
I do feel like something big is coming though. I really do. That push kick. See, set it up with something else. Do smaller kicks. Do something.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. Scoot Ayoun has a chin on him.
Yeah, because he just took some serious shots to the face, lost his mouth guard in the process, and he's still hanging tough. But I tell you, Wiley has been able to land more and more and more as these rounds have gone on. So I think that your feeling of something big coming could pay off in that third round.
It might be in the third round.
Because he landed a lot straight to the chin in that round.
See, and it's funny because
interesting fighters on our shows that you would like to know more about. The Fight For It app has photos, videos, and stats of all the fighters you've seen at our shows. We even have stats and news about world-class fighters you may have seen in other promotions. Download the Fight For It app now using the on-screen QR code and start learning more about our fighters and events.
You can't help but uncontrollably cackle
I
when
love
you see
someone's head get just knocked back. Yeah. Sick love I have.
It's Theo Rielang in the corner of Scudeon.
Like I said, the one thing I just like to see from him is just the little shorter kicks, like just the smaller ones, set something up, follow it with your hands, do something, then set up that big push kick. Even though it's been successful for him, there's been a couple of times it's also been useless.
Right, well, especially in that last round, right? He landed 3 in a row, but he just kept coming forward. Because if you're not landing that push kick with enough force to knock them down or push them away, it's really doing nothing.
Single leg, go for the single leg.
Yeah, that seems to be the go-to strategy in the clinch tonight for a lot of fighters.
Go for the single leg.
Oh! Just got rocked a little bit there. Took a
punch
clean.
of his own. Hey, you Scoon or whatever. What is it? A Scoon? I'm sorry. I messed it up. That was good.
Yeah, that was his biggest punch of the night, and man, he sent it right to the chin of Tellis Wiley. But Tellis Wiley wearing it well, and is back in this fight. But maybe that just bought Scoot enough respect. Gets his head knocked back with that one, reaching hook. Step in. Both guys really Scoot needs. These are the moments where he needs to be the one to kind of lead,
the aggressor.
right? Because
The
he's
third
behind.
round, yeah, he's definitely behind. He's so short when he is close. He could get those inside leg kicks and outside leg kicks. I really wish he would.
Yeah,
Sometimes people forget in amateurs that, points are everything.
Exactly.
Points are everything,
Exactly.
especially with the judges we got watching tonight. There we go. There was a leg kick. I like that.
Some of these judges that we have tonight, your strategy might be one to lose on purpose.
Oh,
Jesus,
a swing and a miss.
walking him down.
A swing and a miss.
Tellis is being called back to the
Looks like
center.
it might be riding out the clock. Let's see. I hope they bang it out last. Nah, they're going to ride the clock out.
I mean, it's been a lot of inactivity in the second and third round, especially. Tellis Wiley.
That's a long 10 seconds. That's a long 10 seconds.
It's always longer than you think it's going to be. And sometimes I think the person who does the clacker will just forget that they did it like 15 seconds ago.
That would be me. That would be me. The bell would ring, the round would be over, and then I would be clacking the 10-second thing.
And that is going to be Tellis Wiley versus Scudeon. And I have to believe Wiley just did so much there, especially in those first 2 rounds. It's going to be overwhelmingly in his favor, but we shall see what these judges think or what they think they saw. Because I know what I think I thought they saw.
You know what you think that they think that...
I know what they saw, yeah. So, I mean, we'll see. Okay. Who knows if they know what they saw.
I think I know that you know what you saw.
I think we both think that we know.
Okay.
Okay?
All fighters and coaches of the Major.
I'm laughing because I'm waiting for the split decision. That's what they, I wouldn't be shocked. Split decision.
God, when they're side by side instead of facing each other, it's really obvious the height difference.
Exactly.
You know.
All right, fighters to the center of the cage. We have a decision. Judge's decision awards it to the blue corner.
All right.
There we go.
She's getting better. She's getting better. Very nice. Very nice.
Getting their first win in the cage tonight. Congratulations, young man. Hey, nice round of applause for Scoot.
Rester need anything?
No. All right. I'm gonna go after you. Okay.
Well, you should probably go now.
Yeah, okay.
15 minutes and coaches to the locker rooms at this time. That fight fans was your 11th fight of the night. Moving right along, 12th fight of the night. 12th fight of the night comes to you out of the 170-pound class. With your first fight out of the blue corner, making your way to the ring, it is XIII Ivanov. Opponent out of the red corner, Brent Big Children.
That is Brent Childress from 4M Fitness. That's Matt Fleming in his corner there. That's a powerful corner you want to have, especially if you're making your debut in kickboxing. Not really a better corner you could have. And he's going to be taking on XIII Ivanov out of the blue corner. You might remember Kaz from our last Fight Forward show.
Stands at 5 foot 10 inches tall. Bringing in his 1-0 record to the cage. Fighting out of Kick Fit in Lake Norman, MT, it is XIII Ivanov. His opponent
Back like I never
the
left.
red corner. Also, stand 5 foot 11 inches tall, looking to get their first win in the cage. Out of 4M Fitness, Brent Big Children.
All right, Bink brought out a crowd of folks with him here. Charlotte, 4M Fitness, not too far from Old Spartanburg, only about an hour drive. And XIII Ivanov had a great fight against Halston White at the last Fight Forward show that we did. So I'm interested to see how much he has improved in that time. A lot of power on this guy, XIII Ivanov. But if I know that 4M Fitness crew, they're not sending a debut out here who's not ready to deal with a guy like XIII Ivanov.
They both look like they know what they're doing.
Yeah, definitely.
Without even watching them go yet. Oh.
Childress sending home some solid hands. And, you know, this is one thing that Kaz kind of got overwhelmed with in the last fight was just speed, guys that are faster than him. He did win that fight
body shot
with his power, but he was overwhelmed by the speed of Halston White for a time.
The only thing I wish his punches were a little straighter. But, hey. That was a nice hook. If it would have landed, that would have been dangerous.
Yeah, some good head movement there by XIII Ivanov to avoid that big strike. And, you know, if his last fight was any indicator of how XIII likes to operate, he can be a bit of a late starter. But make no mistake, when this guy throws kicks, especially, they thud. I'm curious to why he hasn't gone to the well on that leg kick, because that's where he had most of his success in the last fight, was when he was kicking at the legs.
There's some fast 170-pounders.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, Kaz, he's not got an ounce of fat on him. He's big for the class. Chest punch. Oh, Childress
Nice.
in a little bit of trouble here. Headgear saving his
Smile
life.
on his face. Smile on his face. the
Everybody
entire
knows if
time.
you're smiling, you're not hurt.
Exactly.
For the judges.
That or it hurts, or it hurts really bad, and you're laughing it off like I would.
Dale lets him chill in the clinch there a little bit.
I like it.
I think
Ooh,
Childress,
nice hip jab.
Childress is feeling
Nice
the
body
power,
shot.
and he's covering the body now too. Man, Kaz is a strong guy. Didn't land very many shots in that round, but the ones he did were significant, to say the least.
Can't wait to relive the exciting moments from the latest Fight For It event? We post all of our fights in their entirety to YouTube, but only after they have posted in the Fight For It app. That's right, all our fights will be posted in the app first in the next 2 to 3 days. Just download the app using the QR code on the screen now and be the first to see news and videos when they go live.
2, 1 in the books. Dale Fry controlling the action in the ring tonight. The superstar.
It's Matt Fleming in the corner of Brandon Childress from 4M squad, kind of the head coach over there, the head striking coach for sure, and still an active fighter and competitor in his own right.
I was gonna say it's a good coach to have.
Definitely, definitely. And you know, Kaz Ivanov's team, that Kick Fit squad, they're nobody to be trifled with either. Black belts in his corner, for sure. All right, let's see what round 2 holds in store for Kaz Ivanov versus Brent Bink Childress. And that's really a good, solid punch for Childress is that jab. He can get behind that jab and keep Ivanov at bay if he feels that Ivanov's power is becoming a problem. He's switching sides here, which is nice. He seems to have a nice game from Southpaw and Orthodox, which is rare for a debut.
Yeah, I've been pleasantly surprised by all of the debut fights because none of them have looked like debut fights. That uppercut, sneaky.
Man, Ivanov's so long, he can just reliably punch you in the body from your kick link, you know?
And his hooks.
Childress now coming on strong. What a fight.
Nice knees, nice knees. Low blow. Shook it off, he shook it off
Kaz
quick.
is shaking it off, yeah, nice. That Diamond MMA Cup putting in work.
I feel like that'd be my technique to just shake him.
Shake up around.
Nice body
Jeez,
work.
the phone booth fighting from both these
Knees.
gentlemen. Brutal.
It's beautiful. Neither of them are one-dimensional. They're in the clinch. They're working the body. They're working the head. They're working kicks.
Yeah.
Low, high. Phenomenal.
And that's exactly what I think Childress needs to do. Circle away from the power.
That hook.
Throw the leg kick heavy. Try to avoid that cross. If you're not circling away from that cross, he might land it again and again. Oof, God.
They're so fast. So fast for 170.
If that hit,
Powerful.
I'd be worried for Childress.
They both have chins, that's for sure.
Nice second round. Very competitive fight here. Very competitive fight as we go down the home stretch into the third round between Ivanov and Childress. And Kaz, you know, in his last fight, Kaz Ivanov, by this point in the fight, was quite tired, but he's looking a lot better. Looking a lot better.
Round.
Dropping some ice in there. The dreaded enemy. Ivanov versus Childress has been an amazing fight so far. Let's see how this third round shakes out, because I think you could be looking at determining the winner here.
Yeah, it might possibly be my favorite fight so far. And they've all been very good.
Oh. And now both these guys going to work. Childress going up top and Kaz ducking down to hit the body. And that body shot earlier might still be affecting Childress, because every time he takes a significant stride to the body, it kind of slows him down significantly.
No, I love these blitzes. If he would just throw a kick right on the end of it.
Yeah, especially the body kick. He's got a very strong body kick and a strong leg kick too. I mean, either one of those on the exit would be
leg kick right there.
Pay some dividends for Kaz Ivanov.
Sometimes I think,
oh, yeah, they went across the bow there.
I have too many jokes I would love to say on the live stream. I'm gonna keep them to myself.
All right, still a minute left here in this kickboxing contest. Big shot for Ivanov again.
Now, if he would have just followed it up with a kick, I would love that.
Cross is landing all day. Childress finally putting him at bay.
Nice leg kick. There we go, and hook to the body. Beautiful.
And that drop down, head movement, level change to cross the body has been great for Ivanov all day.
Yeah, I wish he would just go with his head offline just a little bit more.
Right, yeah.
Because he's throwing a lot and landing a lot, but then he's eating a few that are pretty dang powerful that he could definitely avoid. Oh. I seen a Pez dispensered head and a drop to the knee. Nice leg kick.
Jeez, the power on the leg kicks from Kaz Ivanov. I mean, it's one of those things where you got to wonder, where were these leg kicks at during the first 2 rounds?
Seconds left. It's getting loud in here. Fantastic fight. I know how I scored the fight. That was a good fight. By far one of my favorites tonight.
Yeah, very, very close fight too. I think whoever won that third round won the fight. But we shall see. We shall see. Kaz Ivanov got a lot of strength and a lot of power. Childress had a little bit more volume, but was just not, in my opinion, landing as successfully. So it just comes down to what these judges are going to value more, power or numbers, in my opinion.
I feel like in the game as an amateur, I always say it's usually points. Like usually it's points and volume. At least when I'm cornering or coaching someone as an amateur, I'm letting them know, like, hey, these fights usually volume and points are what's going to win you something.
That's why it's so important to end your combination strong with a kick or with something on the exit, because every little bit helps you score.
But then Kaz, he had the volume and the power at the same time with it. So we're going to see.
A couple of leg kick knockdowns too, which a lot of people are going to see, and the judges are going to be like, even if I don't value leg kicks as much as I should, knockdowns are knockdown. Yeah.
Fighter to the center of the ring. A judge's decision is in. And your winner, and still undefeated, Kaz.
I agree. I feel like that third round was Ivanov's all day, and he comes out victorious here. That's his second win in a row. And no slouch showing from Bink either. That 4M Fitness team has got a lot to be proud of there.
I do need a cleanup in the ring. Thank you.
Don't worry, Sam. Eric Rivera's coming through with that towel, and there ain't nobody better than with a towel than Eric Rivera in the whole mixed martial arts game. There he is. Let's get the camera on old Rick. There he is, the satanic Hispanic himself, getting down with that towel over there. Ice, water, sweat, blood, doesn't stand a chance.
Tears from the children.
Does not stand a chance against Eric Rivera.
Yeah.
Still got plenty of kickboxing action coming
We got
your way,
4 more
guys.
kickboxing fights, 4 more kickboxing fights, and that'll wrap it up for the kickboxing. And then we move on to our combat, jiu-jitsu, and MMA, mixed martial arts cage fights. That's right. Hang tight, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the ones just getting here. We have the Fight For It app. If you have your phone, get your phones out and download the Fight For It app. Hi, Miss Chrisman. How you doing? Good? For our youth kickboxing, we'll be having youth ring girls. You want to be the next ring girl, Kristen? Great. We'll see you at the next show.
I don't know about
Nice round of applause for Miss Kristen. How about that? She's so shy.
I'm a giggler.
Don't get her up here. Future ring girl.
That's the one thing I want to do one time in my life.
What's next? Is a kid going to come and take my job for the youth fights
We're
next?
going to have kid commentary.
Yeah, a kid referee. What's
Hey, the one thing I can say, kids are honest. So
brutal commentary.
brutally honest.
Calm. Did I say that right?
Now we got another Lake Norman Muay Thai.
Yes,
Ryan Taylor coming up next. I've been really intrigued watching the Lake Norman Muay Thai people tonight.
Yeah, definitely. I know that was held by JT Smith for a long time, and he took over that Rick Davis martial arts program when Arun Rick passed away. And he's got an influx of a lot of new students over there with him now because of that. And it's just been really interesting to see his approach to
the red corner. Welcome, Ryan Papa Bear Taylor,
to coaching these youth fighters. But Britton Kane's out of that Carolina Kickboxing Academy. They've not had a great night so far. So they really are looking to turn it around here with Mr. Kane in the adult kickboxing realm.
Oh my gosh, it blows my mind. That's Dad. That's Dad. Now he's switching positions. He went from cornering his son, and now he's fighting. What? I'm mind blown right now.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, Mason Taylor's father.
Ryan Taylor. Okay.
Ryan Taylor.
What a
I thought, Taylor's a pretty common last name. I thought it was just a coincidence, but clearly not.
Hey, Taylor's a great name, first or last. But what a way to bond with your child.
Fighting on the same card.
Fighting on the same card. You swap out. You corner each other. I love that. I'm very excited.
Fighting out of the blue corner, standing 5 foot 5 inches tall, looking to get their first win in the cage.
Very
Fighting out of Carolina Kickboxing Academy.
Should be a good one, I think.
It is Britton Kane.
Me being a mom, this one's hitting me in the feels.
To the moment, fighting out
Come on,
of the
Dad.
red corner, standing 5 foot 11 inches tall, with a record of 1-0, looking to stay undefeated in the cage. Fighting out of Lake Norman Muay Thai, Ryan Papa Bear.
Papa Bear, what a wonderful name. I love it. I love it. I'm not biased, I promise.
Taylor will be with us for the storyline updates in this fight, I think. A little bit of a height differential between Kane and Taylor. That's Kane in the red shorts. That's Papa Bear in the black. And we're underway. 4 kickboxing fights remain here, and this is one of them. Taylor's already quick.
Oh, yeah.
Just like Mason, he likes those kicks hard and fast. And he's really going to the well with those leg kicks, which I like to see.
Oh my gosh.
Goodness gracious.
That was a great kick to the face.
I really feel like the the difference in height and reach for a kick fighter is
really
great
paying
to
off.
have. You really like having that advantage when you're throwing those leg kicks from far.
Nice kick to the body.
Very nice kick to the body. I mean, Taylor's kicks have just been
He's so
very
long.
clean.
His arms are so long.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's just a long guy in general. You can see where Mason gets it from, I guess. Nice cross. Exchange of punches there by both men.
Switch the stance. Nice kick.
Got Kane on the
He got in between the hands on that one.
got him on the defense now.
That hook.
Feinting the uppercut. Sending that leg kick home. He's forcing him to switch over and over again because he doesn't want to keep the same leg out there and getting it chewed up.
Yeah. Britton Kane is feeling those leg kicks. He gave him a nod of acknowledgement.
Man,
like, yeah.
they are sending those home hard, is Ryan Taylor. Oh!
Almost. That was
like the
very-
back of the head, too.
His legs are so long, they just wrap all the way around the
That's
neck.
true, yeah. Man, these guys are throwing leather.
That head kick.
And, you know, you got to think if you're Britton Kane and you've taken this many shots kind of unanswered, you got to throw hard. You got to try to get anything back.
I would like for him to set up that head kick again, just like do something to throw him off. Throw him off, get him to drop his hands, and finish with that head kick again, because very clearly if he lands something like that
Seriously.
again, it might be night-night.
Did you know that Fight For It now offers exciting merch to expand on your experience with us? We offer t-shirts, hoodies, grapple shorts, and sparring gloves. You can find them all at the Fight For It store at the address below. Place your order now and we'll have it shipped out next business day.
Yeah, it's when he can get in, though, right? Like, you got to find, as the shorter man, the onus is on you to kind of figure out a way to get in. But when he gets in, he is doing some work with that hook.
Yeah. I think once he landed the first hook, we had Ryan Taylor like, oh, yeah, I don't really like that. I seen the look in his eyes like, oh, yeah.
All right, round number 2. Taylor versus Kane underway.
Oh,
already
right away
off
with
the
a
bat.
leg
And
kick.
that's exactly how I would say to start out if I was JT Smith in that corner.
Oh, man, beautiful.
Hey, he does not like the leg kicks. Let's just throw more.
And to me, it looks like he's coming out a little differently the second round. you
Yeah, a
know?
little bit wider, a little bit more traditional martial arts than Muay Thai.
He's just got such a good reach that he just has to back up a couple steps and he's already back in his realm.
Forcing him to switch. He does not like to be in that southpaw position, but Ryan Taylor is making him fight there because he's chewing that leg apart.
Right hand, beautiful.
Nice uppercut there on the break. Taylor looks great here. Kane just struggling to land anything, really. Having to reach for a lot of these punches. And it's on the reach that you really get hurt when you get leg kicks. If you're putting all of your weight forward and trying to reach as far as you can forward, that's when those leg kicks really hurt.
And I like how he's throwing the leg kick and then he's pushing him to his power side, so he's throwing the leg kick and then he's following it up with a straight right hand.
Yeah, he's thinking a couple steps ahead,
Yeah.
which is a good sign for an amateur that's 1-0 anyway. Nice little soft cross there, kind of feeling out that space. Trying to corral him more and more into that corner against the cage wall. Kane's fighting his way out now. He's getting in finally.
And what I like about Taylor, he does a good job of fighting backwards too, and that's very important. You got to have diversity as a fighter. You got to be able to fight going forward and backwards, and we see that he's doing both.
Wow, he just landed a super
Nice
clean
headgear.
shot. And you got to remember, no headgear on these guys either, which is probably the first kickboxing fight of the night we see no headgear. Yeah, that's really when Kane's got to dive on him. When he gets him against the wall like that and he's pushing him backwards, he's really got to jump on something just to buy himself any kind of real estate he can to get that length out of the way. The long punches, the long kicks. here coming up, and I got to think that Walker Vivian in that Carolina Kickboxing corner is telling Britton Kane that he's got to get in earlier and more often. Last round here, and we're finally starting to see some kind of humanness from Ryan Taylor as he's breathing a little bit heavily.
Sweat's starting to come. Yeah.
he's been all volume, all action so far, throwing hard and heavy.
Nice head kick.
And he's right back to work here in the third round. Nice head movement there by Britton Kane. He's trying to vary his approach here to get inside. Ryan Taylor's in a flow state though.
He really is. That's the definition of the flow state right here.
We're going to have to bring out the dog. We're going to have to come in there and go get it.
You got to bring out the dog.
You got to bring out the dog. I don't think there's any doubt in anyone's mind that Britton Kane is a dog if he's been taking this many leg kicks and still walking forward like nothing's happening. You can already see the redness on the inside thigh there. And there's another one for your troubles. Feinting that uppercut beautifully. The feints from Ryan Taylor have been a big difference maker in this fight. And you got a guy who's this long and strong and down to get the friction on that can also feint and sell you on a feint really well. It's terrifying. That's how Israel Adesanya won the world championship.
That's what I really like about Ryan Taylor. The quote I've been saying all night, touch, touch, bang. You can see he's throwing out punches, just throwing them out there to set up the big hard shot. It's so important.
Yeah, he's very good at disguising when he's going to throw that hard shot too. It's not always touch, touch, bang. Sometimes touch, bang. Sometimes it's touch, 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 bang.
Yeah, you got to switch it up.
Yeah, he's definitely good at varying his output, both in terms of where he strikes the body and the level at which he's striking.
Like these punches he's throwing out right now, you can totally tell her to set something big up. Last 10 seconds.
Giving Kane no time to reset. I think that's a good idea because when Kane does reset, he gets defensively sound. Yeah. When you press the attack on him like this, he tends to drop his hands, and that'll be it. Ryan Taylor.
That was such a great fight, guys.
Versus Britton Kane. Great fight there. I think Taylor's got this one in the bag, and it'll be 2-0 for the Taylor family.
They're gonna have a good night, a good, nice family ride home.
It's gonna be a heck of a meal at Applebee's later. Might even go a little crazy and get cheese sticks. And Dad's gonna need an ice pack tomorrow, but it's worth it.
That was awesome. This is awesome. Sorry to yell at everybody's ears. This is so good. I'm so emotional. I'm like, that's a dad. I could like cry about it. Look how beautiful. I love that. Oh, look, they're trying to make me cry.
Melting Taylor.
Are you cutting
over here.
onions?
Jesus Christ.
Judge's decision is in. Fighters to the center of the cage. The judges have ruled it a winner out of the red corner, Ryan Papa Bear Taylor.
Ryan Taylor picking up the win, as does his son Mason.
Hey, how about a nice round of applause for Britton Kane? Good job out there, young man. All right.
You'll love to see it. Got to get a pick with the kid in here. Lake Norman Muay Thai's had one heck of a night. That is a
clean sweep so far, right?
Yeah, Jim has done very well for themselves here tonight. And I think CKB is, I think they're done for the evening, if I'm not mistaken, and it's a shame. That's a very capable gym.
Don't forget, fight fans, we got MMA action on the way. We got girls fighting tonight. They always give us the
I
best
love that.
fights,
That's such a
no doubt
selling
about it.
point. We got girls fighting tonight.
Ain't that right, Miss Taylor?
We love the
All
female
right,
fights.
here we go, guys. That wrapped up your 13 fight of the night. We move right along to the 135-pound weight class. Your first fighter out of the blue corner. Welcome out, Landon Bam Bam Bush.
Can't go wrong with something sevenfold.
No way. I mean, I think Ryan Taylor had a chest, like a giant chest piece
I was
of the
just
old
thinking about
Avenged
that in my
Sevenfold logo. I'm
head.
pretty sure that was it, yeah. That's Landon Bush. Let me tell you, this kid, he's 0-2 out of that SJD school, but both fights he's been in have been burners. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that this kid, even when he's getting beat up, he just never stops coming straight forward in a line and throwing.
The red corner, Nathaniel, the Butcher, Burwell.
And I've seen Mr. Burwell fight as well in kickboxing here at Fight For It. He's 0-1. Been a while since we've seen him. He's back now looking to get his first win. Both these guys looking for their first win.
Hey, the walkout music choice tonight has been really good.
Impeccable.
From every genre. Say genre.
Genre.
Oh, what was his name?
Scootoon. All right, no headgear this time for Burwell. Last time I saw him out, he was rocking headgear. I think Bam Bam was too.
See, I'm the type to not want to rock the headgear.
I'd rather just have it off too, yeah. I mean, if I'm gonna get knocked out, I'm just gonna get knocked out.
I understand the safety reasons, but I'm also like, it blocks like your peripheral vision, which seems crazy because you always want to look at what's right in front of you. But when you have just like that range of vision blockage, it's not fun.
You got a long guy throwing from the outside on you, and you just can't see the kick till it's already there.
And then your headgear gets
problematic.
knocked over your eyes and switch backwards, yeah.
Out of SJD, it is Landon Bam Bam Boom! And his opponent, standing 5 foot 8 inches tall, also looking to get that W in the cage. Out of East Coast fighter, it's Nathaniel, the Butcher Burwell.
All right, the Butcher, Nathan Burwell taking on Bam Bam Bush. That's Landon Bush in the blue gloves and Burwell in the red already. Burwell landing true with 2 straight punches to get us started here.
No hesitation whatsoever.
No hesitation, no headgear.
A nice leg kick.
And especially if you're a guy with like really long dreads, I feel like you say no to the headgear because they just seem to
It's just in the
always
way.
be a problem. If you got like really thick and powerful hair,
Nice job.
seems to always get in the way.
Thick and powerful hair. Nice
Bush
spinning back.
swinging hard, and this is one of those things, you know, the harder Landon Bush gets hit, the harder he tends to come forward. You know, it's not a great instinct to have as a fighter unless you got a good chin, and he seems to have a decent one.
So it's not give and take, it's take and give.
It's take and give for him a lot of the time. Yeah, it is. And he's still a very young guy, still very young in his career. He could definitely evolve, but the one thing I do love about him is that he's certainly not afraid to get hit. Burwell adjusted to that spinning attack on the exit there. Those SJD guys love those spinning kicks. They've been working them all night.
Yeah, Burwell's actually looking pretty calm and composed. I like that.
Yeah, he's got a great jab and cross. Whenever he stays behind the straight kicks and the straight punches, he's just landing true, landing very, very true.
And I think in kickboxing, so many people get caught up in the fancy stuff and they want to do the fancy knockout, spinning heel kicks, some crazy stuff, but people don't realize how powerful just a straight 1 and a straight 2 are.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one of the most brutal knockouts I've ever seen in kickboxing was from a jab. Just a guy who came straight on to the end of a hard jab, and he was out for a long time, 2 or 3 minutes. And that'll be the first round between the Butcher and Bam Bam. Close round, close round. I think Nathan Burwell.
Did you know that Fight For It now offers exciting merch to expand on your experience with us? We offer t-shirts, hoodies, grapple shorts, and sparring gloves. You can find them all at the Fight For It store at the address below. Place your order now and we'll have it shipped out next business day.
Title fights, and they're 2 really good ones too. Very well-made matches. Burwell swinging hard already. Here starts off the second round. Landon Bush super aggro as always, straight in the face. Definitely not a guy who's going to approach you with kicks on the outside. He's going to get in the inside first, then go to work. Burwell's super tall for a 35er.
Yeah, he is.
He's using that reach.
I'm going to say Bam Bam looks like he's got that 135er type of body.
Right, yeah. Very, very
Short,
wide shoulder,
stocky,
too,
yes.
yeah.
That hook, that was a wild hook if it would have landed. Nice body kick. And returns.
Yeah, everything Landon throws, he throws like 100% power. Does a great job avoiding that high kick there. Sees it coming. Keeping it pretty competitive.
Low blow.
Little
we
low.
need a ding bell over here.
A horn, yeah. French horn.
There's a trombone, dramatic.
All right, Bush and Burwell. Oh, big shot from Burwell, another one.
When it rocked him.
Landon Bush's in trouble now. Still kind of wobbly on the coming, but you see that his first instinct when he gets hit hard is to just become super aggressive, like very aggressive. Another low kick there. Dale Fry getting the eyebrow raise from Nathan Burwell.
I almost wish Burwell would 1-2 step to the side, follow up with right hand kick. That right hand was nasty, so I think if he just stepped to the side. Nice.
Oof. Nice shot from Burwell to end the round. 2 good rounds in the books here between these 2 guys.
What are you thinking, 1-1?
Maybe, but I think Burwell's pulling away.
Yeah.
And I also think that the first round was not as close as it might have appeared to be either. I think that, Bush just does a very good job of being aggressive at the right time. And maybe a little too aggressive at the wrong times, and that's what kind of cost him in that second round.
100% agree.
Heavy breathing in the corner from Bush. Burwell looks like he's not really heavily breathing at all. Okay, Landon Bush got a lot to prove in this round, in my opinion. He's got to make it close if he wants to have a shot at the decision, or he's got to finish him. Oh. Tough. I actually think in Landon's last fight, he took a really bad one, too. Really, really bad one. Let's see. I think they caught this one, thankfully, with the instant replay. Let's see how close it was. Oh, yeah. Straight
For the
in
nuts,
the
man.
center. You do the outside leg kick, and you put under the other guy's leg and just kind of rides it like a rail straight to the center line. It's a tough one.
That's a drinking game tonight. Anytime someone gets a low blow, you take a shot.
As long as you're not driving home.
Yeah. Dale let them go for a second.
Yeah, Dale's a little loose with the clinch now. He'll let it go.
Oh, that was a nice one.
Landon just caution to the wind. I'm going in, throwing big.
Yeah.
It's what he does best.
See, those punches like that, though, when you throw them so wild and looping and powerful like that and they miss, it makes you tired.
Tired, yeah, it does. But, I mean, he hasn't been as wild as I've seen him in the past fights. And if you're going to be wild, a minute left in the third round is maybe the time to go ahead and
probably the time to just let it all fly.
blow everything. But, man, I tell you, this kid can just get hit and get hit and get hit and keep coming. It's pretty crazy to see. I'm waiting for the day where he
Mouthpiece
gets
gone.
knocked out. But you see, like, I feel like that would have just knocked most guys out.
Did he? Yeah, he lost his mouthpiece.
And Dale hasn't noticed yet.
And he just stepped on it.
Dale just stepped on it a little bit. That's
He's like,
he
here we go. The moment of realization.
Yeah, that's
Someone's missing something, and I just stepped on it, and he's gonna put it back in his mouth.
Wait a second.
Maybe.
Oh no,
He's
Dale's
gonna rinse it.
Dale's
Okay.
gonna
What a
rinse
nice
it.
guy. What a
Dale,
nice guy.
What a sweetheart.
What a sweetheart.
All right. Last couple seconds here. Burwell immediately swings hard. Burwell's got 10 seconds left to work, and man, I think he's really hurt Landon Bush. Landon Bush surviving here until the end of the round, it looks like.
Nice.
Catches him coming in on that cross, and it's Burwell, the butcher, who has really adjusted well to the strategy.
I'm pretty sure the 7 seconds have gone by.
Oh
and they haven't stopped the
it
fight
certainly
yet.
has. I think they called the time for the mouthpiece.
Oh, okay.
And
there we
and
go.
our
Okay.
clock didn't. And that'll be it.
That was a great fight.
Bush's nose is bloody again. I feel like he's gotten a bloody nose in 2 out of 3 of his Fight Forward appearances now.
I don't mind a little blood.
Oh, I know you don't.
A lot of blood.
I know you don't.
I don't mind a little blood. You know, I'm the kind of crazy person that says when I fight, if I don't leave with a black or a bloody nose or something like that, it's not as rewarding.
Did I even
enjoy
fight?
it.
Did I even fight?
I enjoy it. It's like a badge of honor. Just hype up the crowd. It's a great fight.
Say what you will about Landon Bush, but there's no doubt in my mind that he loves this stuff.
He loves it.
Now, if this one is split,
I would die.
you know we got some problems on our hands.
I know.
You know we got some problems that need to be addressed.
I'm going to flip the table. I might flip the table.
Oh, for the title fights. Going to be interview. Yeah, me. You're going to do Talia versus Sasha.
Judge's decision is in.
If they say split, I mean this one would be
And
a
your
split.
winner, getting his first win in the cage, out of the red corner, Nathaniel the Butcher
Nathaniel the Butcher Burwell picks up his first win. Looks great doing
nice
it.
round of applause for Landon.
He had Landon Bush hurt several times in that fight.
Great fight out there, young man.
I love no change in the attitude for Bam Bam Bush. He still was happy he got picked up by his coaches.
He could probably fight again. He could probably,
yeah.
He's probably like, can I get another one in here? Does anybody need a short-nosed opponent?
Yeah.
Man, y'all hungry? Yeah, sure. All hers.
All right, guys, our title fights, our co-main event and our main event of our kickboxing portion of the card about to come your way in just a few moments. We're going to have Omar Hassan taking on Brent No Luck Williams. Brent stepping back into the kickboxing ring after a couple of MMA forays to take on Omar for his title.
Got some gold on the line.
Omar will be defending in this case. This is a defense, which is rare on the amateur circuit, but something we like to see nonetheless.
And remember what I said, it's a lot harder to keep the belt than it is to get the belt.
Correct.
You know, when you have that drive, that determination that Brent No Luck Williams has, he wants that belt. He's driven to get that belt. Omar already has the belt, so it takes a lot more to keep it than it does to get it. So I'm interested to see.
If there's one thing that Brent Williams is not lacking at all, it's drive.
And good shoes.
Yeah, he's got some good shoes.
It is Omar.
True sneakerhead.
Omio Hassan.
He did a good job on that one. I would have jacked it up.
That's a good one. Good job, Sam. I think he's called enough of Omar's fights. And Omar Hassan, from Sudan, originally was with Stephen Coble. Now he's fighting out of the Matrix MMA corner. I believe this is his first fight with Matrix MMA, at least the first fight of his that I've called where he's been with Matrix MMA. Been a while since we've seen this guy, more than a year for me, so I'm pretty interested to see how he's changed, how dynamic he's become. This guy's got incredibly fast kicks. His kick game is unmatched by a large part of this weight class. 135-pound title on the line here. And Omar won the belt in his last outing at Fight For It. Looking to defend it for the first time here tonight.
And he's surely looking confident, cocky, cool, collected.
His opponent making their way to the ring. Brent No Luck Williams.
There he is in the tie shorts.
Ooh, I like the color.
Just in case you thought he was a grappler, coming out with the tie shorts on is Brent Williams.
I like the orange.
Representing Jim O. Might have a little something to do with the color selection there.
There we go, there we go.
It's been interesting over the last 3 years to watch Brent Williams change from his debut all the way back there in the LP Friends baseball stadium, Fight For It 7, to now seeing him as a definitely a man. Both these guys, really. Both these guys.
Corner, stand 5'7" tall, with a 3-3 record in the cage, fighting out of the Matrix MMA, it's Omar.
So Brent Williams got the reach.
And his opponent standing 5'10" tall, looking to stay undefeated with a 2-0 record in the cage, fighting out of Gym. Oh, it's Brent No Luck Williams. This is for the 135-pound title fight. Fighters.
All right, 135-pound title on the line.
Make some noise. 135-pound
This is it for this, all the cookies, baby.
On the line.
Touch of the gloves. Inside
Brent
leg
Williams
kick to
start
start
things
off.
off with a leg kick. And
Omar's going in hard first. Oh, okay, Brent.
Now, I spoke to Brent a little bit before the fight, and the strategy here is to wait for Omar to start throwing kicks, and once the kicks come, to flurry over them.
Nice hook. And good head movement.
Yeah,
Beautiful head movement.
Brent's got some nice head movement here, but you know, Omar's really quick with it and got head movement of his own, likes to fight with the hands down. I think Brent's kind of on the same page most of the time. He's a hands down kind of guy too. And man, they're throwing hard, throwing with intent, and you know, that's a title fight way. That's the way you got to be in a title fight. If you want to beat the champion for that belt, you got to take it from him, and you got to take the fight to the champ. And so far, Brent Williams is doing a good job of doing that.
Fantastic job.
You know, as a challenger, you want to come out and really establish yourself, put the champion on the back foot.
You know, just when you have the belt, you can't come out too cocky.
Exactly. And I definitely don't think Omar is approaching the fight in that way. He's fighting pretty much like he always fights, in my opinion.
And he's doing the little feint with the hips, and it's just not quite working for Brent.
Yeah, Brent's not biting on a lot of the feints. I think that's a big difference maker so far. Brent landed a very solid punch across the guard there of Omar Hassan.
The only thing I'm worried about, I just want Brent to tire himself out.
Right.
We've seen how that's played out the past couple of fights. He doesn't look tired to me, but
well, the wrestling's not there, right? And I think that a large part of it has been the wrestling and the grappling. So in a fight where he's forced to only strike, it's going to be interesting to see if he gets more tired or less tired as the fight goes on. 10 seconds left in this opening round. Cannot believe it's already been 2 minutes. It's been 2 minutes of straight action here.
Nice hook by
Williams. Man, Williams on the pursuit. And I got to tell you, Williams made a statement at the end of that round. That was several punches.
He's over there in the corner joking, making jokes and laughing. I think Omar might have got a little confident before the fight even started. I think, like I said, it's a lot harder to keep the belt than it is to get it.
All right, fight fans on the edge seat here in downtown Marriott in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Our first title fight is off to a banger of a start. Omar Hassan seems to have worn those punches at the end of the round quite well. He's already ready to go before the bell, before the call. And Brent Williams immediately off that stool answering the call himself.
And he doesn't even look phased. He's ready to go.
Neither of them do. I mean, both these guys have great conditioning. I have no doubt they're going to have trouble going the distance if they need to. Already, I mean, Brent starts things off immediately with a hard punch.
Now Omar comes out a little harder.
You know, Omar, when he swings with the hands, I think he's more used to doing the kicking, because when he does swing with the hands, he tends to leave himself vulnerable. And I think Brent is just so close and so on him and not biting on the kick feints that he's forcing him to box with him. I think that's a great strategy for Williams to implement here.
Yeah, I think Brent has the better boxing out of the two, for sure.
And if he can keep it a
Just
boxing
like that,
match.
touch, bang.
A little bit of clinch work there. I think those situations kind of favor Brent as the MMA fighter too, coming out of this from that MMA background. Omar has no grappling experience. Oh, Brent Williams just landed a huge cross, and he has Omar Hassan hurt on the fence, and he lets him out of the clinch. Smart by Brent. The challenger is taking it to the champion right now.
He's got him in deep waters.
And Omar's clinching onto that glove because he wants a break, and he gets it by holding on to that glove. Brent Williams is fired up. Brent, please don't lose yourself in this moment. Stay composed. Omar Hassan needs to find some space for himself. He needs to circle and get off this fence if he wants to stay in this fight, because right now Brent Williams is punishing him. And
he's trying to hold the glove.
Yeah, holding the glove is a good strategy here because it's buying him some time, but that will burn your arms out. And then once your arms are burned out, all you can do is kick. That's all you're going to be able to do. And I think a clinch-heavy strategy against a guy who's got a lot more time in the wrestling game and against the fence, I think that's a bad investment.
Especially with the reach that Brent has and the height, he's just
showing his back to Brent.
Omar's almost looking kind of desperate holding that glove like that.
Oh, and Brent's right back on it on cage wall.
I think he's going to finish it.
Man.
But saved by the bell again.
Yeah.
Saved by the bell again.
Now that was a lot different because Omar, in the end of the first round, he was choosing to stay there and kind of hang out. In this, he couldn't escape.
Yeah.
He was trying desperately to get out of that situation and could not.
I think I almost see in Brent Williams' corner then saying to sweep. If you're Omar's corner right now, what are you saying? What are you telling him?
Circle off the fence. We've got to get back to the center.
Get your back off.
We've got to get back to the center. When Brent has him cornered, it's bad news. And also, he's got to find a way to buy himself some space. The best way to do that is usually behind your jab while you're circling, but he's got to circle away from Brent's power too. There's a lot of factors to keep in mind here. And one of the biggest ones is the fact that so far, Hassan has not been able to really implement his kicking game. His strongest strength has been kind of taken off the table, at least for these first two rounds.
As of right now, I think we might see a new champion.
Maybe.
But we know the fight game's relentless.
The fight game is relentless. Nobody knows it better than Brent Williams. All right, third round. Still got a possible 2 to go after this, but we'll see if we need all 5. Now Brent's throwing some kicks. And that may entice Hassan. That's what I was thinking. It may entice Hassan to throw a little bit more.
I think as long as Brent doesn't tire himself out.
Brent's swarming him. I think that the swarm must continue, but I also like that Brent is kind of slowing down a little bit. He's not in a rush to get back to this spot, but once he gets there.
He almost went for a takedown. Sometimes things get desperate though when you're in there.
I mean, I think that this is working for Hassan because the ref's not doing anything to stop it. Realistically, this is against the rules. It is against the rules to manipulate the gloves in any rule set, but the ref's not really calling him for it, so why not just keep doing it if you need that time?
That's also one of those things, if you've never seen it before, it's hard to say, like, oh, can you do that or can you not do that?
Right, exactly. And it's just been all Brent Williams these first 3 rounds.
The whole first 3 rounds. And that hook, whoa.
And Omar Hassan, when he gets against the wall, I mean, he's a very capable.
He's grabbing his leg.
He's a very capable fighter, and he's traditionally been very good at fight for it. But tonight, when he gets along that fence wall, he's a heavy bag for Brent Williams.
100%. Like I said, if you cut somebody off and you work them against the cage and you don't let them out and you don't let up on them, that was a nice body shot from Omar.
Great body shot, right to the liver too. Just barely glanced off the ribs there. He'll need a lot more like that to get back in this fight.
He keeps going for his leg. I just don't understand.
Yeah, I think this is some pretty horrible officiating.
Yeah.
And you can hear the corner. I hear the Matrix corner saying, Omar, you've got to get off that fence.
Yeah.
And I couldn't agree more. 3 rounds in the books, and I think Brent Williams has won all of them handedly.
Absolutely, 100%.
And Brent messaged me on Thursday after I did my pre-fight show, And he said, everybody thinks I'm just a grappler. Everybody thinks I'm just a jiu-jitsu guy in MMA. I'm going to show them that I can strike. And he has shown us that his striking has changed dynamically in his time at Jim O.
Absolutely. And then I think something like when you take like the loss that he took against Dylan Williams where you're getting knocked out, you know, that's something that hurts your soul. And I think he wanted to come back and put a really big stamp on that and be like, look, it was just a bad night for me. It happened. But I'm here, I'm back, and that's not the fighter I am. He's over there flexing, he's ready to go.
All right, finally, our referee, I think, is warning Omar about the timidity and about the glove grabbing.
Single legs.
Yeah, that's tough too. I mean, I've seen guys go for that too, but.
Yeah. Nice. That was a beautiful setup. He feinted with like he was going to throw the front kick.
Man, Omar has just not gotten out of first gear yet. He is just still.
That was a nice inside leg.
Yeah,
there we go.
That's what we're like to see right there. And you see that as soon as he gets off that cage wall, it's a different fight. When he's allowed to get wide and set up these kicks, when he's allowed to get wide and set up these kicks like this, it's a very, very different game for him.
That head movement.
Brent kind of feigning a little bit here and kind of, I mean, you know, it's one of those things, right, where you're up 3 rounds. If you're going to do a feel out,
nice hook by Brent.
This might be the time to feel out some stuff a little bit.
And now we know this is going to be to the point where Omar knows it's all or nothing.
Oof.
And that was a nice right hand.
Oh! Brent Williams with a 5-punch combo there.
That stunned him.
Stunned him, and Omar's playing it off well.
But yeah, I saw the lights go out for a second.
That's what it looked like. It either looked like the lights went out or he got that far away look in his eyes, you know? Brent Williams is
I told you those
dominating
straight
this fight so far. Omar Hassan now back against the cage wall, and Brent Williams jumping in to keep him there.
But this is not the time for Omar to be defeated. Don't give up yet. You're still in the fight.
No, certainly not. And, you know, when he does get to the center of the ring, he lands hard.
And that's the problem with the mentality aspect of it, is if you go in there and you start getting that mindset of I'm losing, I've lost, that's how you're going to perform the rest of the fight.
Brent's landed some really clean punches in the last 2 rounds. And I'm so shocked at Omar's ability to take them and not, you know, get wobbled, get knocked down.
They're chipping away a little bit to the body. And he still held on to the glove.
Yeah.
But I guess you kind of get to the point when you're Omar where you're trying to do anything and everything you can at this point. I know that he knows.
Right.
The fight's not going his way, so he's going to do anything and everything that he can to try to
One
and
more
look at
round
that,
left.
Look at that beautiful strap. Look, I think his coach is saying, hey, this is yours. It's about to be gone.
The first of many title fights here tonight about to come to a conclusion. And this one has been an absolute thriller.
You know what? I've been having so much fun with you tonight.
Aw, thank you, Taylor. I always have a blast with you. I'm glad that you got to do the whole card instead of just a few fights here and there. I think.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I hope we do this
All
again
right.
soon.
Last round. Let's see. Gold on the line. Oh, are they talking smack? Are they talking smack?
I mean, I think it's a little weird to be talking smack in Omar's position the way you've been fighting tonight. I have all the respect in the world for Hassan, but he's being outclassed in every round, in my opinion.
I'm telling you, he's pulling every tool he can possibly pull out of his bag.
You know, that might, like you're saying, that might be a good tool to pull, right? Like try to anger Brent, try to get him unfocused.
Messy,
yeah, try to get him messy.
Nice straight right.
Straight cross.
Do it again, Brett.
Brent Williams feeling himself. No surprise there. Yeah, let's just start suplexing
We're
him.
gonna wrestle. We're gonna wrestle.
If he wants to wrestle, just start suplexing him. It's interesting that, you know, we get in this situation where Brent Williams comes back over from MMA and everybody's like, he's not going to be able to hang with Hassan. Hassan's a true striker. Brent's more of a grappler.
Hook.
Now we get to the championship fight. Hassan's suddenly the grappler and Brent Williams the striker. And Brent, I know you're going to be listening to this as soon as you can, probably tonight. You're probably going to be listening to this commentary, so I hope I'm doing you proud here with Taylor.
Beautiful fight.
Oh, man, he snapped his head back with that one clean, buddy. Brent Williams is here to make a statement, and could be 5 straight rounds of domination.
Wow. It's just been an onslaught for Brent Williams.
And there it is again.
Holding the glove like
it's against the rules to do that. I don't know what else you can say other than it is against the rules.
We're not the judges. He's looking at us like we're
and Williams giving him no time, just punches him straight on in the head.
Omar's looking just completely defeated. Here's where he's going to grab the glove again.
And even when the ref's calling for a break, he's not breaking.
Yeah.
That's pretty egregious. It's like, dude, you need to have a point
taken. This is where we were talking.
It's against the rules. It's against the rules. I don't know. I mean,
it's against the rules.
Oh!
It's against the rules. There you go.
Finally. About time. After 5 straight rounds, we're going to have some consequences. Oh, God, Brent, every time. Brent is touching him with power.
Make him miss and make him pay. Oh, he's talking smack. And he's still holding his glove. He just told him.
All right, 5 rounds in the books. I'm going to be interviewing the winner.
That was good. Good job. Hey, I've been talking about you on here all night.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Judge's decision is in. And your winner, and still undefeated, out of the red corner, Brent Williams.
All right, I'm here with the winner and new champion, Brent Williams. No luck is what they call him, but tonight, luck was not a factor. Luck was not needed. Brent, I just wanted to talk to you. What was the words that were exchanged before the 5th round started?
I called him a pussy, and he said, I'm right here. And I said, but you're not doing anything.
Yeah, I thought it was a little weird that they allowed him to manipulate the gloves for 5 straight rounds before giving him a warning. That is definitely against the rules and its timidity, yet we saw no officiating or any kind of rule infractions there until the 5th round. How did you feel about that?
I don't really care. I mean, if he wanted to fight MMA, we could, but it looks like takedowns and kickboxing.
Right before, during the preview to this fight, it was like, Brent's not going to be able to hang with Hassan. Hassan's a true striker. Brent's more of a grappler. Then we got in here, you turned him into a grappler after a couple punches. After 5 straight rounds of domination, everything you've been through the past year getting ready for this fight, how do you feel, brother?
I feel good. I like the Dylan Williams rematch. If that's something they can make, I mean, I talked about it right after the loss because it was bullshit, but hey, if they want to run it, we can run it.
All right, man. Well, besides that, is there anything you want to say to your team? Any shout-outs you want to give before I let you get out of here?
Yeah, Diego, Cameron, Dylan, Seki, really everybody at Gym O, they pushed me. I mean, we're in the gym after training sessions, putting in the conditioning. I mean, it shows. You look at, I mean, he was giving up at the end of the 2nd round. I could fight 5 more rounds if I needed to, especially with him. He fucking sucks.
Well, there you go. Never fails to say a few words. Let me give it up for Brent Williams, your new champion at Fight For It.
Hey, oh my goodness, it's good good to see you. I saw someone wearing the Fight Doctor shirt, so I was wondering.
Yeah, that's one of our PAs.
Let me make sure they can't hear me. Okay.
Yeah.
How are ya?
Good, great. Glad to
So
see
good
you.
to see you.
Too, definitely.
Good.
Hello to Keith and stuff, and Brian.
Yeah.
So Brian's sister-in-law works with me in the hospital.
Oh, really?
How you doing,
Oh,
man?
Brianna.
Yeah, Brianna, right.
I love
Good to
Brianna.
see you.
I know.
Right.
I'll have to come see you after.
Okay.
All right.
That was a great words from Brent Williams.
Brent never fails. He never fails. I was thinking to myself, like right before that last question, I was like, this is a little reserved from him, and then he let him have it.
Then he put the cherry on top of
Yeah.
the question. Looks like we'll be back for some more gold. I listened, and that's a tough act to follow.
Yeah,
for this.
certainly.
That's a very tough act to follow. Brent Williams really put the beat down on Omar.
Yeah, that was a great fight. Hopefully this one's a little bit more competitive. But
The perfect definition of what I said. It's hard to keep it once you get it. You got to have
And
that
then we're going to
drive.
take a short intermission. But first, the 145 title belt is on the line. First fighter making their way to the cage. Please welcome Brandon Rollins.
all right, Brandon Rollins, Tap Out Fitness and the Rollins Kickboxing Academy. He's a Fight For It veteran. He's got about 6 or 7 Fight For It fights under his belt. Brandon Rollins is a man who's been asking for a title fight for a long, long time here at Fight For It. He's finally getting it, and he drew, in my opinion, one of the toughest guys you can draw in this region.
8-4 and 4-0. That's a big difference. It's a big difference. But like you said, 4-0, undefeated.
Sandoval has more Muay Thai fights too.
Yeah.
Like, I think he has like 6 or 7 Muay Thai
nice,
fights
okay.
as well that aren't included in that kickboxing
Okay,
record.
so that sounds like a really good matchup then.
Yeah. And Sandoval's also like
All right, folks, we'll have to
5-1
keep
in
up the energy
MMA
here.
or something like
His
that.
opponent out of the red corner, welcome, Killer Cam Sandoval.
And that is Kelly Anunson and Wendy Anunson in the corner, the Battle-Born Jiu-Jitsu team that Cameron Sandoval represents. He moved across the country with them to kind of found this school and found this team, fight team here. And they're based out of High Point, North Carolina, the Triad region. Very close to those Matrix MMA guys. pretty much every region in the Carolinas starting to, just have more and more competition, more and more gyms.
I love that. I feel like the Carolinas have such an underrated fight scene.
They do. I think people are finally starting to put some respect on our names, thanks to you,
Yeah,
thanks to Brian.
There we go.
Thanks to a lot of people that are putting in the hard work. And there is Sandoval. Let me tell you, this guy's quick as lightning. He is, in my opinion, he's ready to go pro whenever he wants. And if Brandon Rollins can come out on top in this one, he'll be proving a lot to a lot of people. I mean, this is the biggest test of his career so far, not just in terms of what's on the line here, the championship, but the man in front of him. For Sandoval, this is another day at the office. He's coming off 2 amateur title wins for the past 3 months, I think.
All right. Title belt on the line.
See if it goes all 5
Your fighter out of
rounds,
the blue corner,
or
standing 5 foot
we have an
8
early
inches
finish
tall, with a record of 8 wins, 4 losses. Fighting out of our Rollins Kickboxing, it is Brandon Rollins. And his opponent standing 5 foot 10 inches tall, looking to stay undefeated in the cage with a record of 4 wins and no losses out of Battleborn MMA. It's Killer Cam Sandoval.
All right, 145-pound title for kickboxing.
on the line.
On the line at last, our main event of our kickboxing portion of our card. And you're going to want to watch this one with a close eye, ladies and gentlemen.
Then don't blink.
Do not blink. Do not blink.
It looked to me almost as if Brandon kind of wanted to feel it out for a second, and then Cam's like, yeah, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, he's not that kind of fighter. At least from the 2 or 3 fights that I've called of his, he is an early starter, this Sandoval is. Rollins does tend to get better as the fight goes on. I will say he does get, especially those later rounds when most people get tired, he's not tired. But I think he's up against someone who is probably not going to get tired.
I mean, you can just tell by looking at Cam that he's very you can just tell he's in great, phenomenal shape.
For sure. Looking like T-Flex out there. Sandoval looking for that shot. Rollins gives him 1. Sandoval takes 2.
Beautiful overhand under to the hook. It was a phenomenal combination.
Rollins is doing a good job going forward.
Nice. I'm such a fan of, like, not that uppercut, but the up jab, like when you throw it up. Like,
yeah.
That's one of my favorite punches ever in my arsenal, so I just seen him throw that, and I'm a fan of that. Oof.
Sandoval's quick. His hand speed is very quick. And he's definitely going to be better in the clinch. He's a great grappler. Rollins pushing him with the leg kicks. I think the leg kicks are a good investment early. If you're planning on taking this into the later rounds and tiring him out, there we go. That's what I really wanted to see in this fight, was Rollins throwing that straight down the middle, that front kick to the body, because it's when Cam really gets going that you're going to have a problem with him, and stopping him from coming forward with that front kick's a great idea.
I'm definitely really enjoying the way they both played out that first round. There was definitely really good exchanges, but neither of them were just like balls to the wall, to put it mildly. No balls to the wall.
I like that Sandoval was in no hurry.
Yes,
he was
exactly.
he was throwing hard, but he's not in a hurry to find shots that weren't there. Legendary UFC pioneer for this region there, Marcus Paul Davis in the corner of Rollins. That's been his head coach for many years now, his main guy for many years now. Marcus Paul Davis calling for Rollins to push the action forward a bit more. Make him fight you is what he says over and over again. Make him fight you. And there is that school of thought, right? Like you're fighting his fight, and you need to make him fight your fight.
I feel like that's so important to tell a fighter before they fight. You know, make it your fight, set the tone, set the pace, make them come to you. Nice
High
couple of
guard
shots.
for now Sandoval with one down the middle for Rollins. Outside leg kick. The power from Sandoval is a factor. Rollins with some nice cage work here, waiting on Dale to come in. Nice kick.
I wish Rollins would just cut him off more and have his back against the cage, just like we were talking with the last fight.
Right.
He had him, but he let him out, and now he's got his back to the cage. And Sandoval could just push him right back, cut him off. It's a dangerous place to be.
Nice push kick there again. It's been probably one of the most reliable strikes, and it certainly saved Rollins' head a couple times too, coming in on that line. Strong outside leg kick.
Another one.
Cam throws those with intent.
Nice push kick.
Definitely a different pace than most people are going to be used to.
That was a beautiful head kick. Nice head movement. That's beautiful head movement.
Very nice job avoiding the punches. Sandoval with one right down the middle. Brandon Rollins ducking again. Nice little boxing action here. When it is in close, it would seem that Sandoval has a marginal advantage on the outside, but when it gets in close and it's boxing versus boxing, Rollins is actually holding his own very well. It's those leg kicks that are going to be a problem as this fight winds on and on. In this round, we've seen Rollins not go to those leg kicks at all, and Sandoval's landed about 4 or 5 big ones. Great fight so far between these two guys at 145 pounds. Both of them look like they could go another 7 rounds, but they only got 3 left here.
To me, it looks like this one's going the distance.
Potentially, yes. I think that Rollins did get hit a little bit with the leg kicks, and that will slow you down. If you get slow enough, you can really find yourself eating some very big and hard shots from a guy like Sandoval.
Guys, come on, there you go. We need to push these guys. Let's make some noise. Title belt on the line. Cheer your fighter on.
All right, round 3 between Sandoval and Rollins coming your way right now for the 145-pound belt. Keep your eye on Brandon Rollins' lead leg as the investments from Cameron Sandoval continue. Nice switch, but the switch comes at just the wrong time.
We got a timeout in the ring.
Neutral corners. Now, Brandon and Sunshine, they have a very close relationship. I think that most of his fights have been reffed by Sunshine, and I know that a lot of his tournament fights have been reffed by Sunshine. He knows him very well. All right, let's see if we can restart this.
Here we go, back to action.
There we go. Sandoval showing some feinting with that lead leg again. Rollins buying himself some real estate here, pushing him back further to the cage. Like the adjustment from Sando.
Oof, just misses.
Ooh.
Nice hook.
Big hook there from Sandoval. He's starting to find his range now on the punches. The boxing was kind of even. Now it seems that Sandoval's finding his timing and his range.
Nice combination. Until Brandon's just really putting it all together.
Rollins takes another one down the middle. That was kind of his strike when the fight started. Now Sandoval has really taken over the fight with mostly that kick and the lead leg kick. Nice check from Rollins. Defensively, very sound from Rollins, but now he's having a hard time getting any kind of offense of his own going. Mouthpiece is out. Yeah, hate to see it.
Gotta rinse it off. We gotta rinse it off.
Dale's like, no, the protocol. The protocol.
It was almost like for a brief second, he's like, I don't care, stick it back in my mouth.
Dale's like, we just got rid of COVID.
Everybody just getting in. Come on, grab yourself a seat. You're welcome. Hey, don't forget about the Fight For It app. Download it. Take your phones out right now. Download Fight For It app. Here we go. Back to action in the ring.
Send the ball running straight forward. Onto that kick. Brandon Rollins takes another one down the breadbasket.
Nice.
Close fight
Good
so
little
far
flurry
here.
from both.
Both these guys need to make a statement at the end of the round, really. Round 3 in the books. A lot more competitive of a fight than I was suspecting we would get. Brandon Rollins is hanging tough in this fight right now. I think he's trying to invest in these last 2 championship rounds here. I think he was kind of waiting
To save, conserve his energy for the
There you
last
go,
2.
Kelly. Got that
I know
stuff.
this is his first time
Round
going
number
this many
4.
rounds.
Let's get it. Title fight on the line.
Championship rounds coming up. Rollins in the blue gloves, Sandoval in the red. This is for the 145-pound belt for Fight For It's Kickboxing. Sandoval is easily a guy who could jump over and challenge for the 45 title, depending on how things shake out with that tonight in MMA. That's what Rollins needs. Rollins is doing great when he's backing him up. As long as he can keep him backing up, he can keep himself in this fight and score, win rounds. He's got to bank these last 2 rounds if he can't finish them.
This is where it really counts. These are the deep waters. When you're in the last 2 rounds of this title fight, he's got him up against the cage.
Yeah, he's got to make Sandoval work. He's got to make Sandoval work. Nice job by both guys here. Nice exchanges. Really good exchange from Cameron
Very
Sandoval
good
there.
technical exchanges. That's what I like about it. It's not just a brawl. It's not wild swinging. Very technical, calculated, inside the phone booth fighting.
And both of these guys are
Nice
keeping their
hook.
composure. Wow, that hook was really problematic. It landed clean across the jaw for Sandoval. But Rollins wears it well. Brandon Rollins been in a lot of fights where he's gotten hit that hard before.
Inside leg kick.
Now he's checking those kicks, those lead leg kicks, which is exactly what he needs to do, because I think that if he just let those keep landing like they were in the first 2 rounds, he might not be able to walk by the time the morning comes tomorrow.
Oof.
Big head kick from Sandoval.
Big head kick.
Sandoval now forcing Rollins into a defensive state. Rollins really needs to try to maintain his offensive presence here. I think that's what's kept him in this bout.
Kick to the body.
Kick to the body from Sandoval, lands on the strong side. Very, very quick technique there. I mean, like I told you,
Nice
this
right
guy's fast. Even in the 4th round, he's fast. And that is round number 4.
I've seen no waiver in his speed throughout this whole fight. It's looked the same as it has in the first round. I think Rollins is starting to slow down a little bit for sure. The power's kind of starting to come off a little bit, but now it's the last round. This is where his corner's going to go over there and say, hey, do you want the belt or not?
He's having trouble stepping on that lead leg with all this
Yeah.
weight, too. You can tell at the end of the round he just kind of like wobbled a little bit as he walked back to the corner.
After all the inside and outside leg kicks, I would be wobbling too. Ooh, we look good.
That was a good one.
The fifth, the final round of this 145-pound title fight. We've got Brandon Rollins and Kickboxing Sandoval, and it all comes down to this.
Yeah, definitely a competitive fight, too. I think that there are many ways you can see this fight. I think Rollins has won a round at least. I think Sandoval's got a couple in the bank. Very interested to see what happens here in this fifth round.
You know, the way the judges have been going tonight, anything can happen. Anything can happen.
True that, true that.
He backed him up in the cage. Oh, that was a beautiful angle cut. Nice sweep.
Tough sweep, tough sweep.
He's just like, he's so strong.
He is strong.
And it almost seems in a way like Kickboxing is like, he's turning on right now. Like that he's like really starting to get heated up. Like heating up, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, he's being forced to, kind of fight a little bit more because Rollins.
That hook.
I think Rollins kind of knows he needs to press this one, and when he's pressing it, Cam's like, I got to throw hard to kind of make him back up.
A nice hug. Dude, those combinations are beautiful.
They're both ripping from that position too. Like they're both trying to swing to the body hard from that position.
Knee to the body, that one hurt a little bit.
Yeah, big knee to the body on Brandon Rollins. Kind of rocks him off balance.
That's a leg kick.
Man, what a fight. What a fight. But it looks like
Kickboxing is putting it on him.
The punishment's just adding up in this fifth round. Brandon Rollins has done a great job to avoid most of the damage leading up to this fifth, but now it's too cumulative. It's too much, too fast. The lead leg, especially for Rollins, is compromised.
Final 10 seconds. Nice head kick.
Oh, Sandoval with a great uppercut there at the end of the round.
I think we know how this one's going.
Yeah, we'll see, Killer B. We'll see.
Stranger things have happened. What a phenomenal fight between Kickboxing and Brandon Rollins.
All right, fighters, to the center of the cage. Your winner out of the red corner, Kickboxing Sandoval. his record to 5-0.
All right, I'm here with the winner, Killer Cam. So, man, I called your last fight at Conflict MMA. You won an amateur title in MMA. Here you are, like 3 weeks later, winning another amateur title. Kind of becoming like a monthly occurrence for you. How'd that fight feel for you?
It felt good. I trained hard. I got a great coach and a great team. That's how it's supposed to go with us. We work our ass off to show out like that.
Yeah, man, I know that you're with Kelly over here in Battleborn. I know that you moved basically across the country to pursue this combat sports dream of yours. What's it mean to like come over here from all that way, get with a team like this, and basically make it your everyday life?
It means the world to me. I left my family, my best friends, my little sisters,
I'm going
the team that I
on the
created
girl
down in
fight.
Reno. So it's been tough, but I know everyone back home knows this is why I'm here. I'm here to win titles, here to win fights, take every opportunity that I get, and that's what I'm doing. So I'm just really thankful to be here.
Yeah, man, speaking of opportunities, like I said, an amateur title 3 weeks ago in Charleston, another one here tonight in a completely different combat sport. What's next for you, man?
Shit. Whenever coach tells me to get a fight, I'm going to take it. That's how I do things.
You stay ready?
Stay ready. Always ready to go. I feel like I'm one of the best fighters in the whole country at this weight, and I believe that. I'm not scared to take on anybody in the country. Me and coach have had the conversation. We're willing to fly back home, fly north, fly south, wherever it takes for us to fight the best fighters, because we want to be the best, and to be the best, you got to beat the best.
I know that's right. Ric Flair said it, so you know it's true. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the new 145-pound kickboxing champion for Fight Forward, Killer Cameron Sandoval.
Love daily fantasy gaming, but wish there were some place that was dedicated to combat sports and didn't cater to football and basketball fans? Then I have the app for you. The Fight For It app hosts daily fantasy games that are tailored only to combat sports. Not only do we host fantasy games for our own events, but we host them for other major promotions around the world. From MMA to kickboxing, to boxing, to jiu-jitsu and wrestling. Just download the app using the QR code on the screen now and make your picks in a place that is solely for combat sports fans.
All of the lights. All of the lights. Turn up the lights in here, baby. Extra bright, I want y'all to see this. Turn up the lights in here, baby. You know what I need, want you to see everything, want you to see all of the lights. Fast cars, shooting stars, all of the lights, all of the lights. Until it's taken everywhere we are, all of the lights. If you want it, you can get it for the rest of your life. If you want it, you can get it for the rest of your life.
Something wrong, I hold my head. MJ gone, I dead. I slapped my girl, she called the feds. I did that time and spent that bread. I'm headed home, I'm almost there. I'm on my way, headed up the stairs. To my surprise, replacing me. I had to take him to that ghetto university. The lights, cop lights, flashlights, spotlights, strobe lights, street lights. All of the lights, all of the lights. Fast life, drug life, thug life, rock life, every night. All of the lights.
interesting fighters on our shows that you would like to know more about. The Fight For It app has photos, videos, and stats of all the fighters you've seen at our shows. We even have stats and news about world-class fighters you may have seen in other promotions. Download the Fight For It app now using the on-screen QR code and start learning more about our fighters and events.
No one ever told us where the easy part begins. The story that they sold us keeps us hanging from the end. So we'll keep on starting the fires, thinking we'll smoke out the liars. We don't give up when we're tired. That isn't the way that I'm wired. Waiting avalanches are the calm before the fall. Lightning, when it flashes, tells the story of it all. So we'll keep on starting the fires, thinking we'll smoke out the liars. We don't give up when we're tired. That isn't the way that I'm wired. We own the future. We own the future. Someday, someday, we're gonna rule the world. I know someday we're gonna rule the world. Counting down to explosion. I hear the moment approaching. Someday, someday, we're gonna rule the world. We own the future. We own the future.
Can't wait to relive the exciting moments from the latest Fight For It event? We post all of our fights in their entirety to YouTube, but only after they have posted in the Fight For It app. That's right, all our fights will be posted in the app first in the next 2 to 3 days. Just download the app using the QR code on the screen now and be the first to see news and videos when they go live. Did you know that Fight For It now offers exciting merch to expand on your experience with us? We offer t-shirts, hoodies, grapple shorts, and sparring gloves. You can find them all at the Fight For It store at the address below. Place your order now and we'll have it shipped out next business day.
Oh! No way! Huge strike! No way!
Everyone in the whole way!
Fantasy gaming, but wish there were some place that was dedicated to combat sports and didn't cater to football and basketball fans? Then I have the app for you. The Fight For It app hosts daily fantasy games that are tailored only to combat sports. Not only do we host fantasy games for our own events, but we host them for other major promotions around the world. From MMA to kickboxing, to boxing, to jiu-jitsu and wrestling. Just download the app using the QR code on the screen now and make your picks in a place that is solely for combat sports fans. Interesting fighters on our shows that you would like to know more about? The Fight For It app has photos, videos, and stats of all the fighters you've seen at our shows. We even have stats and news about world-class fighters you may have seen in other promotions. Download the Fight For It app now using the on-screen QR code and start learning more about our fighters and events.
This is not another story. This is not another drill. I refuse to be another number now. Never staying down. This is something real. I'm a name that you'll remember. I am more than just a thrill. I am gonna be the greatest ever now. Watch out, I'm a force that you will feel. And it goes something like, I'm victorious. It's my time. There's no stopping this, 'cause I was born for this. I do it for the glory.
to relive the exciting moments from the latest Fight For It event, we post all of our fights in their entirety to YouTube, but only after they have posted in the Fight For It app. That's right, all our fights will be posted in the app first in the next 2 to 3 days. Just download the app using the QR code on the screen now and be the first to see news and videos when they go live.
Extra bright, I want y'all to see this. Turn up the lights in here, baby. You know what I need. Want you to see everything. Want you to see all of the lights. Fast cars, shooting stars, all of the lights, all of the lights. Until it's singing everywhere we are. All of the lights. If you want it, you can get it for the rest of your life. If you want it, you can get it for the rest of your life.
Something wrong, I hold my head. MJ gone, I dead. I slapped my girl, she called the feds. I did that time and spent that bread. I'm headed home, I'm almost there. I'm on my way, headed up the stairs. To my surprise, replacing me. I had to take them to that ghetto university. The lights, cop lights, flashlights, spotlights, strobe lights, street lights. All of the lights, all of the lights. Fast life, drug life, thug life, rock life, every night. All of the lights.
Turn up the lights in here, baby. Extra bright, I want y'all to see this. Turn up the lights in here, baby. You know what I need. Want you to see everything. Want you to see.
Did you know that Fight For It now offers exciting merch to expand on your experience with us? We offer t-shirts, hoodies, grapple shorts, and sparring gloves. You can find them all at the Fight For It store at the address below. Place your order now and we'll have it shipped out next business day.
But it motivated him. He went out and won his next fight, so that's good. Since you're the constant, it's a long night for you.
I know. It's a 31 fight night for me. So, you know, it's long any way you slice it.
Yeah.
Jason. All right, these next fighters come to you out of the USFL. First fighter out of the blue corner, make your way to the cage. It is Lane Maher.
Lane the legend, returning to the Fight For It cage.
Representing highest stand. Being ushered in by the Ultimate Fighter winner himself.
And a victorious teammate to boot. Cameron Purnell came up with the victory in his earlier kickboxing fight. Let's see if they can keep making it a perfect night for Highest in MMA so far.
Hey, that's the name of the game. You keep trying this trying regardless of the outcome, and sooner or later, the sun will shine on you.
And his opponent out of the red corner, please welcome Titan Ray.
Titan Ray coming out of that Jim O. Wayota
Yeah.
lineage.
The true youth MMA program for Chase Campbell over there.
That's right.
And he is 0-1 as well as Lane. A little bit of height on Lane there.
Damn, Kelly. You have some fans in the house. All right, your first fighter out of the blue corner stands at 4 feet, 2 inches tall, looking to get his first win in the cage. Please welcome out of highest stand, Lane Maher.
He's got that veteran look on his face.
Hey, he's been here,
And
he's
his
done
opponent
this.
standing 5 foot, 6 inches tall, also looking to get that first W in the cage. Out of WAOTA, it is Titan Ray. And this is 55 to 60 pound weight class, 3 2-minute rounds. Here we go.
All right, 55 pound to 60 pound weight class for the USFL rule set here.
As you watch, you will see that the head is protected in
Yes.
this contest.
Correct. Striking to the body and the legs is all that is allowed.
And he
And Lane
shoots
immediately on the shot. And he's got back control. He's flipping over in the back take. Oh, and he's under the neck.
Yeah.
Oh, this might be a quick one for the legend. The legend,
He
full
squares
splay
himself.
on the back. He's not letting this back control go.
But Titan is fighting it.
Titan is fighting. Now he's in the guard. Let's see what Lane can do from the guard. He's looking for an arm bar.
Nice, nice.
He's got him flat out. They normally would call this in a jiu-jitsu tournament. This would not be allowed. Lane switching to side control effortlessly, but Titan Ray does a great job building the guard back up. Guard pass coming here into the 3/4 mount for the legend.
And the crowd is into this.
Yeah, the highest, I mean, you know, Hyson always is going to bring out a number of goons, a certain number of goons, and they've got the goon squad here tonight for sure.
Lane takes him out now.
Goes for the mounted arm bar. They're going to need to call this. Oh, that's not great officiating.
You got to give Titan some credit.
Yeah, he's hanging tough, man. He's hanging tough. In a jiu-jitsu tournament, as soon as that arm was straightened out, they would have called it. Oh! Jumps on another one. Now a triangle.
Oh, that triangle looks tight.
Now this one, yeah, this one's a little bit harder to deal with. You can't just kind of roll. You can't just tough out a triangle choke.
Referee's forced to make a decision sooner or later.
10 seconds
left in the round. And it looks like Titan Ray gonna survive.
Put some hands together, make some noise. Action-packed first round. Let's go.
And you love to see Lane have a round like that. After the last time we saw him, he looked a little overwhelmed in there, but he's looking so much more comfortable now.
Yes, he's got that veteran look, the veteran skills to go with it.
Sometimes it's best to get that one out of the way. You know, that early one, get it out of the way.
And then my sense of timing must be off because so much action was going on. I did not realize we were coming to the end.
Hey, I agree. I agree 100%. That's exactly what was happening in some of these earlier fights, and that was with the adults. And now these kids are giving them a run for their money.
Yes, absolutely. That was fantastic. And you got to credit Mr. Ray for his defense to keep the action going.
Yeah, he kept going to what's called the hitchhiker escape in jiu-jitsu. It's a great way to get out of that arm bar, especially if you're going to actually let them hyperextend it. It's a good way to kind of buy yourself just a few more seconds and hopefully spin out. Titan Ray was able to get out of 3 nice arm bars in that round.
Let's see how he comes out now. He's put that round behind him.
Right. And you got to think that Lane has got to be ready for the takedown defense because Lane's probably going to be looking for a takedown right off the gate.
Here he comes now. Yes. Oh, his turn now.
Sprawl. Nice sprawl by the legend. And now he's rotating right to the back again. He's got that arm trapped.
But Ray is not letting that leg go. But gives up the neck because of it.
Goes onto the mounted assault. Now he's going to be looking for another one of those sit-out arm bars, I bet. He's building it already, building it up already. Nice guard work here from Titan Ray. Looking for a little single leg X control. Doesn't quite get it.
Tries to scribble back to his feet, but messes it up. And Lane is on his back again.
Yeah, Lane's relentless on this back attack. This has been a go-to for him all fight long.
He's got a partial side head and arm attempt.
Yeah, you see how one thing Titan Ray, his arm is trapped here.
Yes.
And Lane doesn't want to give that arm back to him. He does, but so he can thread a triangle. And much earlier in the round does he acquire this triangle now. And you got to think, not going to be able to hang out as long as you did in the first round. Tries to switch it to a mounted triangle. That's a good idea. Brian Battle's saying switch to the arm. Calling for the arm bar. Kind of a hard situation.
Lane trying to use his legs to pry himself loose, but
still on that mounted triangle, looking for it. Still locks up his legs. Lane's got some great submission threatening here.
Ray's not going to feel good if this goes the entire round.
Tightening.
Yes. And he's way more on the angle now. And we can't see Mr. Ray's face.
Can't see all the details here, but surprisingly, Titan Ray is able to survive for a full minute in this triangle position. I think there's something missing on that submission for Lane. Some small detail.
Action-packed second round. We got one more for these young fighters here.
Normally when someone's in a triangle for that long, that deep, they don't make it to the end of the round. So there must be some kind of element missing from the choke.
Hey, you know, the element that is there's good training for him to figure that out and adjust at such a young age. That's good coaching.
Heck yeah, it is. I mean, the adjustment from last time we saw him to now, he looks like a completely different guy in there. Very confident in comparison to the last time. Confident on the ground, both on his back and when he's been attacking, mostly attacking, but early on we did see him go to his back, get put in his guard.
Exactly, and he's focused. He's paying attention to what his coaches are saying. He's looking across the cage, looking at his opponent. What did Shukan say? What did Carson say?
He said that sometimes watching these kids fight is more nerve-wracking than when he's getting ready to fight.
Oh, absolutely.
Fight fans, this is our third and final round for this youth. Let's go. Let's get him up. Let's pick him up. Let's make some noise.
All right, Titan Ray versus Lane, the legend.
Let's go, fighters. Leave it all in their cage.
Going to the last round here. It's interesting because normally you can always count on the youth fights to kind of have a submission finish. But this has been a crazy fight for both guys.
Yes.
And now Titan Ray on the wrestling offense at last.
Yes. He's made his mind up. It's time to do work. I've only got one round. I've got 2 minutes. I am not quitting.
He's Lane, the legend, trying to do some wall walking here. Rebuilds the guard. Careful with that arm, young man. We've seen what Lane likes to do from here. He likes the triangle and he likes the arm bar. Building again. Switching to the outside arm, decides to bail on it.
Ray's got to pass that guard.
Looks like he is doing it well. Oh, but he gets swept over by the legend. Nice butterfly guard there. Forces the action back to standing.
Lane shoots a kick, but Ray takes him down because of it.
Oh,
and now
nice.
Ray is on the mount.
Titan Ray in the mount here. Got 50 seconds to work.
Yes, he's got to figure this out. He's got to go.
Brian Battle screaming his head off.
Lane brought the troops out with him this time.
Nice sprawl there by Lane.
Nice.
Looks like he might end this round if he can clear that arm. He
Beautiful
might end this round with some back control. Jumps right on the back attack. He's been there. It's been there for him all day long.
He's got 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds.
This is not a kid you want to threaten over his milk money.
Hitting that rear naked again.
Oh,
Here
that's
we go.
in. That's very close to in. Oh man, I cannot believe these kids' abilities to like get out of subs.
And he's going to ride this one out to a victory, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too.
And he's still not finished.
He's
Still
just
looking for the submission.
constantly looking to attack.
Outstanding.
Lane, the legend, with a phenomenal fight.
Look at that face. Look at that swag.
Swagged out.
Got a proud coach over there.
Yeah, Brian's kind of taking that onus on for a lot of these kids. You know, was definitely always going to be in the corner of Cam Purnell, you know, his little cousin, but all these other kids at Hyacinth, he seems to be taking that role of head coach for.
Yes.
Six, what's up, buddy?
Outstanding.
Zig's always got something to say after a Hyacinth win.
I just saw Zig last weekend. He dropped a wealth of knowledge on me. I love Zig. I love the highest stand team camp. I love fighting against him. I love fighting with him. Doesn't matter. I need to get me a highest stand banner. I need a highest stand shirt.
Yeah, that would look cool in my podcast studio.
I got a lot of things from a lot of teams. I don't have anything highest stand. I'd like to get with Chase and find out what the scoring criteria.
Wow, close one there, close one. Nice fight by these two young fighters. We look to see a lot more from them in the cage. Your winner, getting their first win in the cage. For Fight For It, it is out of highest stand MMA, Lane Maher.
Lane, the legend, has picked up his first win in MMA of many.
Nice round of applause for Titan Ray.
Yes, Mr. Titan Ray.
Great fight from Titan Ray as well. Comes up a little short. He's got the next one, I'm sure.
Takes two to tango.
The legendary Lane Maher getting the photo op with the tough champ.
That's right.
Love to see it. That's what the USFL is all about. Ayastan makes it 2-0 tonight.
They've rejuvenated this crowd, yes.
Future champ right there.
Can you imagine? He grew up and we
We're going to
see
move
him in the
along
UFC
to our
and we know
next youth pancration
from
in
this
the
level.
65-pound weight class.
That would be awesome.
First fighter making their way to the cage out of the blue corner, it is Caleb, the Shinigami Watts.
Shinigami.
Did I say that right?
Yes.
What is a Shinigami?
I don't know. It's a nickname for many fighters. I always think of one of the Street Beefs champions from Street Beefs West Coast. His name is Shinigami.
You always find a way to hit me with the Street Beefs every show.
Hey, man, you got to stay up on Street Beefs if you want to know what's going on in the world of mixed martial arts.
Oh, that is my kryptonite. Oh. But yet I know people do it.
Shinigami are gods or supernatural spirits that invite humans toward death in certain aspects of Japanese culture.
So this is
like Grim Reapers, essentially.
It's an anime name or anime reference.
Yeah, I think so.
Nice.
For what reason? All right, so unfortunately, I have news from the truck that the Emmanuel Simpson versus Jonathan Butterfly Freeman fight is scrapped.
And his opponent, out of the red corner, making his way to the cage, it is Jacob Thompson.
Last time out we saw Jacob.
Yeah, that's correct.
He talks about wanting to go into space. A space engineer, I do believe.
I saw him hitting pads in the back. It looked great.
Caleb Watts in the corner, bouncing, relaxed, taking in the atmosphere. Jacob looks a little reserved.
Really good.
All right,
Great
your
show.
fighter out of the blue corner stands at 4
Perfect, I got it right here.
foot 4 inches tall.
The coach has
with a
hooked it
record
up.
of 2
We've got
and 3
the scoring
out of
criteria.
Bad Apple MMA. It is Caleb Shinigami Watts. His opponent out of the red corner, standing 4 foot 5 inches tall, with a record of 1-1 out of WAOTA. It is Jacob Thompson.
That is interesting.
All right,
the
so
collarbone up.
appreciate Chase Gamble listening in, sending us the scoring criteria and some of the rules here for the USFL. So the scoring of strikes works like this. There's 2 points for unblocked or unanswered kicks to the torso. There's 1 point for unblocked or unanswered punch to the torso, standing or grappling. 3 scoring strikes per ground position. All strikes must land with impact or shock. So there is an actual point-by-point striking system that they've worked out here for these kids. And I think it looks pretty good at a glance.
It is. And that rule set forces you to be strategical.
Yeah, certainly, and to know it, to know the rules as a kid, Can't just go in there and fight recklessly.
Mr. Thompson's touching, but you know what he wants. He's going to get it to the ground. He's looking to get to the ground.
Yeah, same approach he had in that last fight that he fought for Fight For It.
Yes.
He's okay with this. He's probably okay with this.
Watts moving to the side. Attempting to take the back.
Nice,
Ends up on his back.
Yeah, Watts is attacking heavily from the guard here. Looks like Thompson's going to be playing a little leg pass game here. Nice and wide and low in that stance, huh? Good luck taking that guy down. And remember that it is unanswered punches to the kick or kicks to the torso that score.
Nice sweep.
Nice sweep there from Watts. Now it's Shinigami in control on top.
And fluid transitions.
Nice pass to side control.
Into an arm lock almost.
almost cleared the legs.
Very
but
fluid.
It's the legs that are saving Thompson here and allowing him to battle back up into the guard. And he's going to try to knee cut pass right down the middle, but Watts says, nah, we're not having it.
Look at that battle for the foot, because that foot is what sets up that sweep.
Exactly. It's a big position right here. This is a big position. And now we got Watt standing, forcing the stand up again. Crazy action-packed first round so far.
Watt's very relaxed, very mobile. Excellent timing.
All right. Lots of punches and kicks to the chest in that one, so the judges have got their work cut out for him scoring that one.
Yeah, that was a tough one. The action on the ground was back and forth. Watts had the mobility, and Thompson had the forward pressure. But he gave up 2 takedowns.
Yeah, that's one thing I do like about this rule set. It's a little bit less objective than a 10-9 must.
Tonight. What do you think, guys? Round number 2. Want to see more? Cheer your fighters on. Let's go. Make some noise. We're here all night. Spartanburg, South Carolina.
All right, the scoring of the grappling techniques go as follows. 2 points for a takedown or just initiating the ground control. 2 points for side control. 3 points for full mount. 4 points for back mount. 2 points for an attempted submission, -1 point for passivity. So I think that's one of the reasons why, Lane probably won by so many points, is because he kept going back for the mount, back to the back control, and that seems to be worth a lot of points, just like in a jiu-jitsu tournament.
Nice. So this is just not youthful energy. This is strategic why they move so much.
Exactly.
The transitions are built in.
It does seem that there's a lot of strategy involved in this rule set.
Wow. Good push kick from Watts. Lane sidestepping. I'm not quite sure what the strategy is. Straight punch to the body. Watts coming out of Bad Apple MMA.
Oh, he got punched in the throat. Oh, Thompson just got punched right square in the throat. Nice sprawl here from Shinigami. Keeping the action standing. Thompson forcing the issue now with the grappling. Nice, riding the pipe down on the single leg. But he's got to watch out for this triangle here.
He's in it.
He's in it. Super deep now, and we know that Watts likes that control on the leg, but he's switching to an arm bar. 2 points here for the submission attempt.
Ooh.
Straightening the arm out, and that'll be it. I think they're going to call it right there. And that'll be it. Caleb Shinigami Watts by submission. Triangle arm bar in the second round.
Yeah. He's gesturing toward his throat.
Yeah, he got punched right square in the throat. It was bad.
Ugh.
Bad Apple MMA representative Caleb Watts, victorious by sub on the USFL rule set.
One of my teammates in the Army, Ace Hill, will be moving down that way, training with Bad Apple in a couple of months.
Oh, nice. Where are they based out of?
Georgia, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I'm not sure which base he's going to, but he's got some training to do to become an officer.
Mm.
He'll be training with Joseph Greer, I think, is the head coach there, and Bellator veteran. Look, Caleb's got shirts. Shinigami's got shirts.
Shinigami has some hoodies too.
He's got gear.
He's got gear. check out his Weebly page. His online store is booming.
They get it started early now, man. I was checking out some of the fighters from the kickboxing. They've got highlight promo videos.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow.
It's getting easier, man. All you need is a phone these days.
Center of the ring.
I remember I was making them for my coach, for my guys. Now they're doing them themselves.
Your winner by submission, 108 into the second round, out of the blue corner, Caleb Shinagami Awad. Hey, nice round of applause for Jacob Thompson, too. Way to fight out there, young man.
That's the nature of the sport. Wins and losses are part of the game, and you got to learn to adapt to it.
2 youth fights in the books, 1 left to go.
You know, Lane Mayer, Lane the legend in the previous fight had a saying on his shorts that said, if you're not progressing, you're regressing. And this is just part of the game, man.
That's Heiston's motto. Or that's one of the things they have on all their gear. If you're not progressing, you're regressing.
You just got to keep trying, man. Keep moving forward. Keep moving forward. That's how winning is done.
Marcelo, you hungry? All that food right there? Hey, you know who else is hungry, don't you?
Let me tell you, this guy Sam, he's on one tonight. He is on one tonight.
Yes. He's been energetic all night long for all the fights that I've been here for. What do we know about American Top Team out of Asheville?
I know that Brian Ashland's doing a lot of the coaching over there for grappling.
Leslie.
I know they've got Samuel Klepok and a couple other guys that are pretty darn good on the feet too.
I've seen Klepok. Oh yes. Oh yes.
All right, we're going to move right on to our third and final youth pancration fight.
Apparently ground strikes will be legal.
Out of the blue corner, making their way to the ring, please welcome out Coulter. The Coulter guys. Grice!
That's you skipped a fight. You skipped a fight, Sam.
Oh, I'm sorry, I called that out wrong.
I told
right,
you
brother.
he
Thank
was
you.
on one. I told
My
you.
apologies. You're first out of the blue corner. Please welcome Eli, the Jetty Young.
The Jedi.
The Jedi.
I mean,
thank you for catching that.
How do you not know what that is?
I'm a Jedi.
I mean, how do you not know what that is? That's one of the most well-known things in the galaxy. That's like saying Mickey Mouse is your nickname and the guy saying Mackay or something like that. Like that is pretty horrible.
Yes.
Uh-oh. This young fellow looks mad.
Because you called him Jed.
Now this kid I saw hitting pads in the back too. He does look mean. And I was thinking when they said that ground strikes will be legal, I was like, okay, they're going to be a little bit older. Nope.
No.
No.
Look at that body language.
His opponent out of the red corner, please welcome Seth Chastain.
These kids have no fights in all the confidence in the world.
Yeah.
Great coaching.
Yeah, seriously, that's what it is. It's preparedness, you know. Seth Chastain representing that White Toe program, and Jim O via Coach Chase Gamble.
You go with the White Toe, I'm going with the Wayota.
This fight is
We
also
are one.
for the 65-pound weight class. Your fighter out of the blue corner, standing 4 foot 5 inches tall. Looking to get their first W in the cage. Out of American Top Team, it's Eli, the Jetty Young. His opponent Out of the red corner, standing 4 foot 9 inches tall, also looking to get that first W in the K. Out of WAOTA, please make some noise for Seth Chastain.
Ref calls him in. They're gonna make friendly and then make fight. Good leg kick.
Oh, immediate double leg takedown.
Into the mount.
From the Jedi. They're looking to score here. And they're limited on the number of ground strikes that they can score with. So there's a limited amount of ground strikes here that have been used up. In another position, you can go to more. But the Jedi finishes him early, makes it a quick night.
Look at that energy.
Somebody go get him somebody else to fight.
Oh! Oh my goodness. Dana White, get this kid a contract.
Somebody get this kid somebody else to take on, please. He's still ready to go.
Right.
American top team, Asheville, their first win of the night.
Indeed. That was outstanding.
Fighters to the center ring. Your winner, 37 seconds of the first round by rear naked choke. Out of the blue corner, it is the Jedi.
You got to correct Sam.
Eli
Shout outs to that guy's coach.
Out of American top
Shout outs.
team.
Shout outs to that ATT
Hey, nice
Asheville
round of
coach.
applause for Seth Chastain.
37 seconds was all it took for the smaller fighter, Eli Young, to come out on top. Vicious rear naked choke submission.
A beautiful takedown to set it all up. Roll right into the mount. And you know what you saw when both guys came out? Their hands were up like as if their face was going to be hit anyway. So that's good coaching.
Yeah, just already got their hands in the right spot, yeah.
All right, we're going to switch from the youth USFL to adult combat jiu-jitsu. This is 1 8-minute rounds. In the event of a tie, we will go to extra time. Here we go. Your first fighter out of the blue corner, making their way to the ring. Please welcome the Culturegeist, Grice.
Dylan, you may not believe this, but I scour the internet looking for commentary about different art forms, and I happened to come across one with you and one Mr. Trevor. And you don't like combat jiu-jitsu as much.
I mean, I think it's just silly, man. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I understand that it's, it is jiu-jitsu with a little bit extra, but something about it radiates silliness to me.
Okay.
And
I didn't come across it. I follow you on YouTube, so that's how it came
His
up my feed. But I
out of the
listened to
red
it.
corner, welcome to the cage, Justin Lawrence.
Yeah, that's the 10-8 Fightcast Seth is talking about, available on all platforms where podcasts are available.
There are mixed reviews about combat jiu-jitsu.
I mean, it's certainly one of those things where it's probably just going to be more of a jiu-jitsu match most of the time. And then that moment where the slap gets introduced, it's like everyone gets reminded, oh, wait, you can slap in this. I forgot.
And look, they should just do what the kids just did a minute ago. But like this, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, adult rules for USFL, yeah.
That would be awesome.
That's how Olympic MMA would be.
All right, here we go, guys, out of Atlantic MMA. It is culture to culture, guys. Grice against out of Boss Grappling, Justin Lawrence. 1 8-minute round. Let's get it.
One
combat jiu-jitsu.
8-minute round. Somebody's going to be feeling like Will, and somebody's going to be feeling like Chris by the end of this one.
Oh my goodness. Too soon?
I don't think so. Nobody died. I'm going for it.
Here we go.
And remember, the slaps cannot come on the feet. You got to be on the ground to slap.
And that's why I said it'd be a little bit better if just made it what the kids just did.
Right, yeah. Just throw some leg kicks in there too. Why not? And sometimes it's one of those things where it's like, you know, you come out, you sign up for a combat jiu-jitsu match, and then you want to wrestle the whole time, you know? Looks like this is going to get to the ground. Now immediately looking for the leg lock is Justin Lawrence. Playing the guard here. Grice in the 3/4 now, dealing with that knee shield. It's a good way to deal with the knee shield. You just kind of beat their head, like beat your shoulder, upper body to their head. As long as that knee shield's kind of behind you, it's in the rearview mirror, it's not going to be able to do too much. He's got to really shrimp away to reintroduce that knee and make it problematic again.
Now, who's sanctioning these rules? Is that Fight for It's rules?
I don't think you need to have this be sanctioned. I'm not sure. I don't think you need a sanctioning body to have combat jiu-jitsu, which is one of the reasons why they're suddenly popping up everywhere, like combat jiu-jitsu shows.
And so my point would be, like, instead of a slap to the body, we should go with a fist to the body.
Yeah, well, yeah. Why not? I mean, why not just throw some gloves on too? Like, let's just fight MMA. You know, that's one of the reasons why I think it exudes a certain silliness. Is it's like at a certain point, it's just like, what's the goal? You know, what's the actual goal here? And I think that, you know, a lot of people would say, well, combat jiu-jitsu's, it's entertaining. And I'm like, is it? Is it really? Are you entertained by this?
And I'm not sure if they're training in a cage to use the cage the way.
Well, I know they do at Elevate because I'm there, and I
well,
see them doing it in a cage.
That's
But,
true.
you know, not every gym's lucky enough to have a cage.
Because what I'm seeing here is an obvious neglect
of the cage at all. Right, yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, you know, Coulter, this isn't his first rodeo in the combat jiu-jitsu world. We saw him fight jiu-jitsu for Fight For It, combat jiu-jitsu before with Alex Pokey, and, you know, he's been in here before, but it's all about how you train, right? It's not about how you show up on fight night. It's weird, like, there's no rule that says you have to whisper, but when jiu-jitsu's happening, everybody instinctually whispers instead of just talking. Like, you couldn't get these people to shut up like an hour ago, and now there's suddenly a golf crowd.
Yeah, we have them out. And the cage takes away some of your game. Like, I'm not sure what the skill sets of each guy is, but, you know, where they favor. But, like, if you like to spin into things, the cage takes some of that away depending on what side you favor.
It really negates the guard. Like, if you're in your guard, like playing your guard, and your head is like back towards the fence, you can't really do anything. All you can do is like try to push them away with your legs because you can't shrimp, you can't wall walk and maintain your guard. You have to give that up to try to go to wall walk, which is why so many guys in high-level MMA are like threatening the wall walk by going to 3/4 mount or leg locking or leg lacing Dagestan style, you know?
Right.
But I'm not seeing anything. Oh, okay, freestyling it a little bit here.
Trying to wall walk.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen against a guy who's got really good base, and it looks like Grice has got a pretty good base on him. And this would be a great time for me to order some corn dogs, but I don't believe anybody's going to bring me any, so I'll just keep saying that I'm hungry into the mic until someone shows up with food. That's usually how it works.
Look at our 2 brown belts down there on the end. They're so enthralled in what's going on.
Well, that's not even Leslie that's enthralled.
Oh, really?
No, I took a second look and I was like, wait, no, that's not Leslie. But yeah, Jonathan definitely. I think Jonathan's coaching sort of too, because I know this is his guy. He's about to smack the crap out of him.
Yeah. His posture's starting to break down now.
It's tough, right? It's tough. Like if I'm, my strategy in this situation would be go to mounted triangle and just start slapping him.
So
but I think that a lot of people still have like a submission-based mindset.
So what belts are both of these guys?
I would say that they're probably blue. I know that Roland Mazel was the original opponent for Grice, and he's a blue belt. So I would assume Grice is either a blue belt or maybe a newer purple belt.
Right.
And I'm not familiar with Lawrence. He kind of came in, I think,
right.
literally on 24 hours notice. Yeah, or tonight's notice. Like, you got your gear? He's like, I always have my gear.
Yeah. Starting to panic a little bit.
That's a great way to get a guy to use all of his energy.
Right.
Even if you're not going to KO him with smacks, getting him to just sprawl around and thrive around like that, it's going to drain him.
Now, are there any, rules about using the palm of the hand and versus the heel of the hand?
It's the ref's discretion.
Okay.
It's the ref's. You're not supposed to just straight up palm strike.
Boss rooting the guy.
But, I've seen guys do it, and the ref's like blank faced, and
right.
I've seen guys do it, and the refs be like, that's a warning. It's kind of like rabbit punches in boxing, where it's like it depends on who your official is,
that
whether or
might
not
be
you
what
can
they're
get
just
over
talking
it.
about now.
Yeah. Or like, taking a kickboxing match where Dale Fry's the referee. You're gonna have a lot of clinch work in a kickboxing match where Dale Fry's reffing, You can't really prepare for that till you're here and you get the assignment.
Right.
And Grice still working this mount. No fight timer here, but I assume that we're 5 minutes in, hopefully, or later.
Okay, so this is where the body punch would come in, where you slap to the head, back to the body, mix things up, create different reactions.
He can't really reach the body because of the thighs. I guess he could try to smack behind him, but I feel like if you don't have your hands to post, you can get swept. So I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting because it's like you're doing jiu-jitsu, but there's that idea that strikes are there, but a lot of guys don't go for strikes. There we go. Submission for Coulter, the Coulter Grice in CJJ. A total of 3 slaps landed in that one.
He set that up pretty good, though.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like, if we're going to have jiu-jitsu plus blank, I'm going to be counting plus blank. I want to know how much is actually being used.
Yeah. And then we got to give Mr. Lawrence some credit coming in.
Stepping in on mega short notice. Mega short notice.
He's probably sitting around enjoying the show, and next thing you know, he's in the show.
Might even had a beer or two. Sometimes they don't get you till later in the night.
So we got to give him credit for that. What weight class you think these guys are in? These are not little tomatoes.
Your winner after stoppage, 6:53. Your winner out of the blue corner, the Coulter Grice out of Atlantic MMA. All right, a nice round of applause for Justin Lawrence. He took this fight on less than a 24-hour notice. Good job, Justin. All right, here we go. All right, we got one more adult combat jiu-jitsu fight. Then we go on to a brief intermission. Then we're coming back with the MMA fight in the cage. Here we go, your blue corner. Please welcome out Brian the Butcher Ashland.
Just like his earlier teammate, he's coming out with plenty of energy.
His opponent out of the red corner, it's Roy Boss Jones coming to the stage.
Head coach over there at Boss Grappling is Roy Jones. So we got a battle of the coaches.
Really need to ask Jonathan and Leslie how they...
All right, here we go. 1 8-minute round combat jiu-jitsu fighting out of American Top Team. Brian the Butcher Ashland. His opponent out of the red corner fighting out of Boss Grappling, Roy Boss Jones.
Both these guys, brown belts, if I'm not mistaken. Brian Ashland came up in that his Planet style system. He was with Rogue Combat Club for a long time. Now he's with American Top Team Asheville. Mostly known as a guy who can really set up twisters really well. And that's a hard technique to be considered a pro at or an expert at. And Ashland's mean, man. I mean, I tell you, you'd think he's given up a little bit of size in this matchup, but he is a very skilled grappler. Especially got a lot of experience going up against heavyweights like this. He used to train with Johnny Buck every day, so I can imagine. He's working that arm, manipulating that crunch arm bar is what we used to call it.
Nice.
Brian's been in a couple of these combat jiu-jitsu matches before.
Now that one I like.
So he's pretty comfortable in this rule set, in my opinion.
Hit him with a thrust to the nose on the way up. Now he's being pressed up against the cage again. But he does such a good job of fighting the inside position to prevent the boss from taking him down. And now he's executing his own guillotine attempt to use it to turn off the cage, maybe even take the back. Oh, hitting the switch. Yes. Nice. Heavy strikes to the head.
Now Ashland's on top here in the 3/4. Looking for Kimura grip on that far arm.
He's got it.
He's got it tucked up.
He's not even defending.
But you know, you've got to be picture perfect on your technique to submit a guy with a Kimura that's this much bigger than you.
Or a guy just laid there
flat.
Oh,
or if he just lays out flat like that.
Yeah.
And that'll be it. Brian Ashland with the Kimura in tight, Brandon McCaffrey style.
Yes, nice.
Gets it done real lightning fast like. Saving me from having to commentate another 6 minutes of combat jiu-jitsu. Brian Ashland, you are the man.
That was outstanding. They had enough action. I'm not going to make a big deal about what you strike with.
Oh, yeah. By Kimura out of the blue corner, Brian the Butcher Ashland.
Brian the Butcher, BJJ on Instagram.
American Top Team.
You know he's going to be drinking out. As soon as I saw that the trophies were cut,
ladies and gentlemen, fight fans, we're going to take
see a lot of picture
brief
fighters drinking
intermission. We got concessions We got food, drinks out there.
All right, I'm going to try to get my hands on some corn dogs during this intermission. That's my goal.
All right, 10-minute intermission.
10 minutes.
Oh my God, it's 9 o'clock.
And then we'll be back with the best in MMA action.
How'd y'all figure to put these?
Anybody just getting...
All of the lights. Y'all to see this. Turn up the lights in here, baby. You know what I need. Want you to see everything. Want you to see all of the lights. Fast cars, shooting stars. All of the lights, all of the lights. Until it's singing sadly where we are. All of the lights. If you want it, you can get it for the rest of your life.
Something wrong, I hold my head, MJ gone, I did, I slapped my girl, she called the feds, I did that time, and spent that bread, I'm headed home, I'm almost there, I'm on my way, headed up the stairs, to my surprise, replacing me, I had to take them to that ghetto university, the lights, cop lights, flashlights, spotlights, strobe lights, street lights, all of the lights, all of the lights. Fast life, drug life, thug life, rock life, every night. All of the lights, all of the lights in here, baby. Extra bright, I want y'all to see this. Turn up the lights in here, baby. You know what I need, want you to see everything, want you to see all of the lights.
Do you love daily fantasy gaming, but wish there were some place that was dedicated to combat sports and didn't cater to football and basketball fans? Then I have the app for you. The Fight For It app hosts daily fantasy games that are tailored only to combat sports. Not only do we host fantasy games for our own events, but we host them for other major promotions around the world. From MMA to kickboxing, to boxing, to jiu-jitsu and wrestling. Just download the app using the QR code on the screen now and make your picks in a place that is solely for combat sports fans.
No one ever told us where the easy part begins. The story that they sold us keeps us hanging from the end. So we'll keep on starting the fires, thinking we'll smoke out the liars. We don't give up when we're tired. That isn't the way that I'm wired. Waiting avalanches are the calm before the fall. Lightning, when it flashes, tells the story of it all. Woo! So we'll keep on starting the fires, thinking we'll smoke out the liars. We don't give up when we're tired. That isn't the way that I'm wired. We own the future. We own the future. Someday, someday, we're gonna rule the world. I know someday we're gonna rule the world. Counting down to explosion. I hear the moment approaching. Someday, we're gonna rule the world.
Interesting fighters on our shows that you would like to know more about? The Fight For It app has photos, videos, and stats of all the fighters you've seen at our shows. We even have stats and news about world-class fighters you may have seen in other promotions. Download the Fight For It app now using the on-screen QR code and start learning more about our fighters and events. relive the exciting moments from the latest Fight For It event, we post all of our fights in their entirety to YouTube, but only after they have posted it in the Fight For It app. That's right, all our fights will be posted in the app first in the next 2 to 3 days. Just download the app using the QR code on the screen now and be the first to see news and videos when they go live.
This event is sanctioned by the South Carolina Athletic Commission. The Honorable Edwin M. Etheridge, Chair. The Honorable William D. Andrea. The Honorable Pamela Shealy. The Honorable Dr. Paul Kimmore. The Honorable James W. Phillips III. The Honorable Dr. James Vaught, Vice Chair, and the Honorable Coleman Bates is on our South Carolina Athletic Commission.
Honestly, I'd rather.
Our referees tonight are Jason Collins and Dale Fry. Tonight's judges are Nikki Messer, Matthew Mithorjajan, and Will Lowick. Our timekeeper, Susan Atkins. Our ringside physicians, Christopher Chittum, and your promoter for tonight's event is Jonathan Stamey. The South Carolina State Department of Labor License and Regulation Committee represented for tonight's event are Robbie Boland and John Hollingsworth. All right, Spartanburg, South Carolina, are you ready? Our first fighter making their way to the ring out of the blue corner, please welcome Khalil Pettiford.
One of your Elevate teammates.
From the tribe, Coach Cody Malte, Neil Ritchie in the corner of Khalil Pettiford. We talked about it at length during his last fight. This guy's talented. It's been a long time coming for him to finally get to his MMA debut, but here we are. Last time we saw him, he was kickboxing, knocked a guy out cold.
Yes.
I think twice in one fight.
Yes. And I followed that conversation up with some commentary by saying this guy is going to be a problem. And I meant that in the context of kickboxing. So he's really going to be a problem in MMA because he's going to have so many tools at his disposal. And if he has any grappling acumen whatsoever, he is truly going to be a problem. Look at that height. Look at that build.
Yeah, I've seen him roll.
he does have grappling acumen. I think we'll see some on display here.
But then this guy is going to
His
be a
opponent out of the red corner, making our way to the cage. It is Brandon Sweet Tooth Johnson.
I know that Johnson comes out of Team Rock Hasburg with snake hair.
The mighty snake.
And you can train with all the world-class guys you want. That does not make you world-class. I've seen Khalil Pettiford and what he can do.
Great walkout song choice by Sweet
I was about
Tooth.
to say, if his skills match his song, I might have to retract some words on Khalil. He's looking for that first win in MMA.
There you see Snake in the corner. Legend of the game.
His energy when he enters this cage tells you everything. I'm just gonna watch that energy and then I'll know. I will know. Look at the video crew rocking.
Even Falgoo's getting down, you know? It is impossible to not nod your head to this song.
Now that you mentioned, I find myself tapping my foot.
Kind of low energy a little bit, huh? just chilling in there.
He doesn't look relaxed. He does not look relaxed. And they engage. Oh, the eyes are locked. Oh, the eyes are locked. This is awesome.
Oh, I love MMA, man. This is what we wait for all night.
I think Khalil's waiting to see
This fight is in the 170-pound weight class. Out of the blue corner, standing 6 foot 1 inches tall, looking to get that first win in the cage. Out of Elevate MMA, please make some noise for Khalil Pettiford. His opponent out of the red corner, standing 5 foot 9 inches tall, also looking to get that first W in the cage. Fighting out of Team Rock, it's Brandon Sweet Tooth Johnson.
Johnson's gonna come out hard and strong.
All right, let's see. We've had our appetizers. The table is set. The silverware has been put in its proper place.
It is
It's time for the main course.
He's gonna come
And
out
one of
hard.
these guys is about to eat.
There's no way he's gonna have a technical fight with Khalil.
I think the longer you entertain something like that, the worse it's going to get for you, right?
There we go.
So you might as well go out here and make it a brawl while you can.
Woo!
I tell you, this guy's. Oh my God! Oh, and that's going to be it. Khalil Pettiford somehow he outdoes himself from the last fight. Finishes him even quicker and even in a more devastating fashion than before. Is there anything that he cannot do? Is there anything this man can't do? Is there anyone he cannot finish?
Goodness. Oh my goodness. And he's a doctor too. He checks on the opponent.
Thank you, South Carolina MMA, for allowing head kicks that would not have happened in North Carolina.
Yeah, you get that interview right there.
I think we're only doing title fights because the time's run over a little bit.
Oh yeah, okay. I got it. Oh my goodness. That's a conversation right there to have. That's a conversation right there to have. Woo. I said he was a problem. I said he was a problem. You're a liar because you said something about grappling and I ain't said.
He didn't need it. All right, we got a replay coming of this knockout here. This is a phenomenal knockout. Didn't take much to set it up. Very early, 10 seconds into the fight, you can see comes forward with the jab, touches him with the jab once just to get where he's at. Oh, he's right there. Okay, he's going to stay there. Oh, my goodness. And that is a head kick KO for the ages. Haven't seen one like that at Fight For It in a minute. Roland Mazel out of that one.
That was a beautiful jab.
All smiles is Coach Malte. Professor Ritchie.
Elevate team seems to want to make things short tonight.
They've got 2 more coming. But Khalil Pettiford gets them started off right.
This is that new generation of MMA fighter. If you look at this entire card, this is the takeover right here. This is that new generation.
And your winner by knockout, 23 seconds of the first round, fighting out of the blue corner, Khalil Pettiford.
Just too real.
This is that new generation. Things are changing.
A nice round of applause for Sweet Tooth Johnson.
Hey, he could have went home. So he showed up. So you got to give him credit for that. I wonder if Khalil has just eliminated a lot of competition for himself with that performance.
That'll happen, won't it? If you come in on the scene in kickboxing and you look like he did, and then you come in MMA and debut, you look like he did, it's going to be hard to find a fight in either sport.
Yeah, where's the
weakness? Might be time to pick up some jiu-jitsu for a little bit, yeah? Let people forget about that for a minute.
That, ladies and gentlemen, my friends, what we've been waiting for all night.
That's how you get things started.
That's how you
what
get
a match.
things started, yes. That's how you
we're
open
just
up
getting started.
the
Our
MMA
first
card.
one of the night. We got more. We got 10 more coming your way. Here we go. Second MMA fight of the night. Y'all ready back there? We got a thumbs up? All right. Your first fighter making her way to the cage. Out of the blue corner, please welcome out Xavier Lundy.
Saw him warming up in the back. He looks ready. I don't know him or his opponent. I'm familiar with the gym names and their coaches a little bit, but we don't know how these guys are going to react under the lights.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that Body Shot Combat Club, they're coming out more. I mean, this is actually really two gyms that are kind of emerging. You know, they're just getting started. They're just being seen on the local level at these kind of shows. Both guys have had good fights tonight. I think they've actually both come up short in the other kickboxing matches, respectively. So we'll see who looks a little bit more impressive.
And that's exactly what I meant earlier in my statement when I said this is that new generation of MMA fighter, new
His
teams,
opponent
new coaches.
out of the red corner making their way to the cage, it's Jake Morris.
And the one thing that these guys have that the previous generations didn't have is that lineage is built on and built on and built on. So we should see skill improvement at these basic levels. Khalil's just a standout. I mean, I don't think anybody touches that kid for a while. And to be honest, I've been impressed with Body Shot since they showed up, I think it was February of 2020. I thought they were pretty impressive overall as a team. And then, of course, the name of the team is Body Shot. You know, it's in the name.
I think Jake Morris, we've seen him, I think I've seen him fight for it kickboxing before. He looks familiar to me. I'm bad with faces, but I'm good with tattoos, and I remember all of his.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this fight comes to you out of the 145-pound weight class. Your first fighter out of the blue corner stands 5 foot 8 inches tall, looking to get that W out here tonight in the cage. Fighting out of Southern Scrap Nation, Xavier London. His opponent fighting out of the red corner, standing 5 foot 8 inches tall, also looking to get that W in here tonight. Out of Body Shot Combat Club, welcome Jake Morris.
Jake Morris claps for his opponent and waves like he's in a parade.
Hello. I have arrived.
This is a fight where the fight's going to change complexion when one hits the other hard enough.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
And then it hits them that they're in a fight. So this is going to be fun. I think they're both nervous. I think they're both new. They're not sure. This is going to be fun. Nice touch with the inside kick, body kick as well, coming from Morris. Ooh.
Yeah, Morris throwing hard there, huh?
And Lundy replies with his own outside leg
Well,
kick.
you gotta early, right? Like you gotta try to earn the respect early.
Exactly. Xavier's got the height, so I'd like to see him try to maintain a little bit more on the range.
It's a fight. It's not Pokemon cards. We're not trading. And right now, a lot of guys are just going back and forth, trading. But soon, they'll get off that rhythm, and the fight will actually begin.
And you see the technique. The skill is there.
For sure.
The psychology just got to catch up, but the skill is there.
It's all about that mat time, right? We were talking
Yes.
about it last time you and I commentated. It's just like how you prepare is how you will perform. And these guys come from gyms where the preparation seems to be sound.
Yes.
It's just a matter of can they actually make it work under the light.
Morris is doing good with that kick, but he's pulling up short with his double jab.
Yeah, he did try to force the issue a little bit early with it, and now he's kind of finding it where it lands. Whereas Lundy, I feel like, as time has gone on, has just gotten a little bit more comfortable throwing more so. That's why he's taken a lot of hits so far, is because he's hasn't really been comfortable throwing yet.
Jake's got the chin down. Lundy's floating above his shoulders just a little bit, so he needs to watch anything looping.
Yeah, I think that one straight that Lundy did throw about a minute ago did land clean because of the hands being low for Morris.
Nice
Push
side
kick. It's kind of a get-out-of-jail-free card sometimes.
Yeah.
If the guy's just going to stand there.
Yes, nice.
Cracking leg kick for Morris. Nice. Lundy finds a home for that jab right under the chin.
Morris can come back with that kick, but he needs to mix it up, hide it a little bit, not just keep throwing that kick, but mix it up with movement, mix it up with feints, mix it up with hands, because that kick works.
There it is again.
Yes.
Right now, even without hiding it, it's working.
Yes.
It's a matter of adjustment, though, right? Like when Lundy adjusts, he needs to be ready to start mixing it up.
Because he's not cutting the angle, so he might get clipped by the longer young man. Oh, he's got a biting him on a feint. He should take advantage of that.
But is he even doing that on purpose? That's a good question at this level, right?
Exactly. Like I said, the skill is there, but the psychology's not quite there yet.
Yeah.
You know? Now both guys fainting without being conscious of it.
Ooh, nice cross.
This is an interesting round, tough round.
Pretty interesting round, I'd say.
Yes.
But I think the difference maker has been those leg kicks.
Leg kicks, I like Morris for that. Yeah.
Good first round between these two guys.
So friendly.
So friendly. Morris is real friendly in there.
He's clapping for his opponent. He waves. He's hugging his opponent. But he's delivering that leg kick. And if he puts enough in the bank, he's going to slow Lundy down just a little bit. And that may be a non-factor because Lundy's not exactly bouncing around. He's fighting in the pocket, but he's just got to do more while he's in the pocket. And if you look at both guys on the stool, Lundy looks relaxed, and Morris's chest is rising just a little bit, but not enough to say that he's tired.
Yeah, I think that the conditioning was the problem for Morris in his kickboxing fight, if I remember correctly. And it's been probably like a year since then, so I'm hoping that that year has been spent in the gym developing some better conditioning.
Yeah.
He looks in better shape anyway than last time I saw him for sure.
And he didn't execute a takedown, but he changed his level early on in this fight. And I thought,
He showed that, yeah, he showed that.
I think he might be looking to take him to the ground. Ooh,
Big
good
shot
overhand.
for Morris.
And that's going to work as long as Lundy has that chin sitting in the air. All he has to do is just loop it around. It'll land, it'll touch something. Lundy pushing. Morris back to the cage, working him, standing his ground. And again, he's checking that kick now. Good push kick.
Nice push kick there for Lundy. Lundy swinging with intention now. I think the corner advice for Lundy was pretty sound because he's adjusted very well to the leg kicks here. He said, I mean, if you're going to come in with a blind leg kick, you need to take a punch, right? And that seems to be what's happening now more.
Yes.
He's circling away from that power of Lundy, which is nice. Listening to his corner very well.
And if he's going to throw that overhand over the top, he's got to follow it up with something. Because he's getting the response. He's getting the response he wants.
Correct,
But he's got to follow it up. He switches. Interesting. My theory on switching is if you're going to do it fast and go.
Right, yeah. I mean,
Catch him off
it's a little
guard.
bit more valuable in MMA
Ooh,
than in Muay Thai, I think, or in
Yes.
kickboxing for that matter. It's better to have that game. Oh! Lundy finds a home for that overhand on the break.
Yes. Look for that leg kick. He's moving over. He's setting up that kick.
Yeah, I see him. And Morris is going to look to answer with one of his own.
Yes, and look for that overhand too because he's moving to that side. He's bringing Lundy to that side so he can throw it.
Jumps right on head and arm control. Snaps him down. Nice snap down there for Lundy.
He's got to keep the weight on the head if he wants to take the back.
Lundy finds another home for a punch there. Swarming Morris along the fence now is Xavier Lundy. Lundy switching it around, or Morris now switching it around, but takes another punch to the face.
Told you, as soon as somebody hits somebody, they were going to not be so friendly anymore.
Right, yeah. Somebody hit somebody hard anyway.
Yes.
And you look at the leg of Lundy,
Yes.
and it's taking some serious damage from those leg kicks. That's an investment Morris is making.
That's right.
He's got to make it to that third round to see that investment paid off, though.
He's got to come off this cage, or the perception is that he's losing the fight.
Right, exactly.
Lundy tries a knee to the thigh.
Oh, nice takedown.
Nice.
Foot sweep there from Lundy.
Nice, and a way to get a takedown at the end of the round.
And Morris Lundy could be 1-1. Could potentially be 1-1. Could be 2-0 for Lundy, but.
These are the friendliest adversaries I've ever seen in the cage. Oh, we just got a bucket full of ice spilt over here.
Good strategy by the corner over there.
Yeah, but they were winning the fight. They don't need the break.
If you're looking to buy some time, that's a veteran move. The old, oh, oops, accidentally spilled all this ice in the ring.
Yeah, but them spilling ice only helps Morris. He's the one over here. Looks like he needs a breather.
It's when keeping it real goes wrong.
Round 3.
Final round between Morris and Xavier Lundy. Both guys making their MMA debut and have looked good doing it.
I don't know if Dale needed to make them any more friendly than what they are.
Well, you know Dale.
Morris with a rear leg kick over top. Lundy returns with a lead kick to the body.
He's reaching now. Morris is reaching, taking some damage across the bow of his chest there.
Let me tell you what I think is going on. It's not that he's fearing Lundy. I think he feels like he did well, and now he doesn't want to make a mistake. He's fighting too perfect now. He doesn't want to make a mistake. And this can be a hindrance because then he's only fighting to survive at this point. And that is only going to work out if Lundy doesn't fight with him. If Lundy presses the action, nice catch right there. But if Lundy presses the action, he could actually score some effective techniques.
Yeah, I mean, now he's landing with power for the first time really in the fight. He had a few great punches there in that second round, but now he's landing hard.
Yeah. Jake is definitely fighting on that back foot. He's moving away. He's just trying to survive at this point.
Yeah, breathing with his mouth open too, you know.
And again, it's because he did well. He did well those other 2 rounds, and now he doesn't want to.
Especially in the first round. In the first round, he did really well.
Good catch. Lundy's game.
Yeah, very, very much so. He has not stopped moving forward the whole fight.
Oh, nice catch. And again, it's because Lundy's got that chin sitting in the air.
Hammer fist from Lundy. Standing hammer fist.
Hey, it's in the rules. Somebody say where you had to throw it from. Now Lundy needs to start working combos to solidify the round. I think round 1 went to Jake, round 2 to Lundy. And Jake's starting to come on just a little bit. And I think whoever does something these last 45 seconds can make a definitive statement.
Right. And I know you haven't been here all night, Seth, but these judges, they've been on one tonight.
Okay.
I think that, you don't have to do a lot to convince them that you want a round. Nice pummeling there from
And if he
Morris.
goes to work, yes.
Oh, Morris now with a foot sweep of his own.
Oh.
Looking for the back. He's got it. Side control.
This may solidify if he can hang on.
15 seconds left. He does have
and he's working.
Phenomenal control.
And he's working, exactly. Do not just lay there and lay and pray. You work. You work.
Yeah, that's what he needs right there is to strike.
Nice.
Great fight.
Yes, it was.
Between Xavier Lundy and Jake Morris, 2 great debuts there. Couldn't ask for 2 nicer guys, honestly. Some guys do just fight better when they're in that friendly mindset, that positive mindset.
Yeah.
Just happens like that sometimes.
Great matchup. Not sure if Marcelo did that one or Leslie. That's a great matchup. I like that one. And they get a few more fights like that and grow and develop some killer instinct. Both of those guys would be pretty darn good. I feel like we need to bring Taylor Starling back for this women's fight.
I think that she's going to do the interview. If they do an interview, I think she's going to. Hey,
I know she's back there with her teammate.
She's actually right here.
Oh, okay.
And she's sipping on something strong, it looks like.
We have a judge's decision. Fighters to the center ring. Your winner out of the red corner, Jake Morris.
Hey, I tell you about them judges, you don't have to do much.
A nice round of applause.
A little takedown, that back take in the last round, that's enough.
And kickstart your knee a little bit. And
yeah, there you go. There you go. Jake Morris picks up the win by decision in his MMA debut over Xavier Lundy in a close one.
Yeah. Yeah. He was losing that fight until the last minute of that round. So I'm walking around. I was walking around, and some guy is going gaga over you. He's asking Marcelo, like,
dude,
who is Some guy just going gaga at the door. It's like,
Bro,
who was that? Who was that woman?
I posted a link on my Facebook of us commentating, and like 6 dudes hit me up and was like, "Can you tell Taylor I said hi?" I was like, "Yes, I'll tell Taylor you said hi." That's all I'm telling her.
Yeah, leave it at that. So this is fun with Sasha and Cusinelli. You got your boy Trevor, and you got Marcus Davis on the opposing side.
Right.
And I was able to speak to Marcus in the back. So this is going to be really good, really
You
fun.
guys on the live feed still hanging with us. We appreciate you. You can log on to YouTube at any time. If you got family members, friends at home that couldn't make it out tonight, tell them, get your phones out, go to YouTube, punch in Fight for It, and it'll take you right now to the live feed.
Dale doing pull-ups on the cage over there.
So if you want the latest information and news, go to our Fight for It app. You can participate with us on the fantasy fight.
Oh, they're going to make him do it again. Watch Dale.
And as soon as we get our doctor back to ringside, we'll continue with our third MMA
Dale.
fight of the night.
Get it, Dale.
Right. You're never too old.
Man, look at Dale Fry go.
What a beast. What a beast.
Yeah.
That Dale Fry. I've never seen anybody do pull-ups on the cage. That should be a new walk-in move.
Fight for It is a trendsetter in all things. So again, I caught your commentary with Trevor about this fight. Has anything changed since then? His emotions, his feelings?
She almost missed weight.
Oh.
I know that there was an issue where that thing that happens to female fighters happened.
That should, that's a given though. We know that about women.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that normally that doesn't happen to Talia.
Right.
Because of the medicine that she takes, so it was kind of a surprise to everybody. And I know that it was a squeak for her to try to get in on weight. Wow. But other than that, everything seems to be all systems go.
Right. I know Leslie posted something about there's not really an allowance here, but how much more did she come in, or did she make that
I
weight?
think Sasha came in at 113, which made things a little harder too. So Sasha had to come up 1 pound, and Talia had to go down 1 pound.
All right, ringside Doc is back. Here we go with our third MMA fight of the night. Making her way to the cage from the blue corner, Sasha Rockwood. That's right, you heard it right. It's time for the ladies to get it on. Here we go.
I'm not seeing Sasha live, but everything tells me that she does better when she's able to be the one to get off in volume. But everything tells me that I've seen about Talia, that Talia's not going to let her do that.
Right.
The cage work, the clinch work, as well as the takedown work is going to nullify that.
Sasha's great in the wrestling, and I think she's scrambly. I think her best chance at winning this fight is by making it as much of a brawl as possible and as much of a scramble as constantly as possible. Because I just think that everywhere that Sasha is good, Talia is just a little bit better. And, I didn't want to say anything about this in the lead up to this fight, but now that we're here on Fight Night, I'll say it. Over a year ago, when Talia started training MMA, when she was about 6-7 months in, these two trained together, and Talia was handily winning those exchanges on 6 months of training.
Wow.
So
out of the red
I'm
corner,
hoping that Sasha has improved by moving from TFTC
over.
Yes! She took my advice on the walkout song.
And the only X factor for for Sasha is Marcus Davis.
I agree.
Because he brings that UFC experience and also beautiful boxing. I'm a big fan of boxing and MMA, and he brings a lot of it.
And that is hometown mixed martial arts, very own Talia Cusinelli.
Who's all in that corner? Is that Perez?
Time for the ladies to get it on.
Hunter Perez, Trevor Hayes.
The 115-pound weight class. Standing 5 foot 1 inches tall. With a record, 2 wins, 1 loss. Fighting out of Tap Out Fitness. Welcome, Sasha Rockwood. Her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, standing 5 foot 3 inches tall, with a record of a 1 win, no loss. Hometown MMA G13 is Talia Twitch Cusinelli.
Our lone women's fight of the evening. Talia Cusinelli taking on Sasha Rockwood, 2 of the Oak City's finest female mixed martial artists. We'll touch gloves here. They have trained together. Raleigh's not is a big city, but it's not that big. And already Talia taking the fight right to Sasha, and Sasha's not backing down at all. Talia was like a buzzsaw through Kelsey New. I think she's in for a little bit tougher of a competition here against Sasha Rockwood.
Yes. And Rockwood looking very strong up against the cage. Short punch on the inside.
Yeah, I know that, Sasha was with that TFTC team for a long time, and now that's kind of gone away for the most part. And she's moved over to that Tap Out Fitness School, and I don't really know a lot about their MMA program. I don't know if Marcus is actually teaching there, if he's only doing private, so I don't know what the deal is, but I'm thinking that's going to be the biggest factor here in deciding, if Sasha has markedly improved since the last time we saw her.
And this is where I saw Talia winning the fight up against the cage. I think she's just almost unbeatable here in this position right here.
Well, Hometown Mixed Martial Arts, recently established gym. I know that they do have cage walls there, and they're doing a lot of cage work there. And this is an area where Talia kind of shines in her previous fights, like you were saying. So Sasha working that outside leg, looking to take Talia down on the foot sweep. She is now in a 3/4 mount on Kus.
She's on top, but no real pressure, no real threat right now.
She's cutting. She's looking to cut inside knee there and baseball slide through. And she's working on an arm triangle here, or has the threat of one at least, but she's got to get onto that same side. And Talia's kind of flattening her back out now, which is not good. She needs to spin inwards.
She's got to be cognizant of the time too.
She's on her back, which is safer, but you're giving up that position, right? You're giving up that back control. And now she's carrying the 2-on-1 with the arm. This is a good defense to go if you're worried about the choke. The choke threat is going to be gone. But they are right in front of Marcus Paul Davis now. And he is whispering instructions to Sasha Rockwood. Sasha Rockwood in control here in this first round. And Talia Cusinelli looking to stand. She's now got to deal with this front headlock grip. Is Sasha Rockwood going to fall back into a guillotine? No, she elects to do the smart thing and snaps her down. Intelligent grappling on display from Rockwood.
That's right. She's cranking that neck a little bit.
And this was always the area of the fight where I felt Sasha was at her best, was when she was, grappling with extreme aggressiveness. So it's good that Marcus Paul Davis and the team over there have instructed her to go for that kind of strategy in this fight. And she seems to have a good handle on Talia along that cage wall.
That is tough ground to call.
Over, under. I would think that the back control and the 3/4 mount control is just too much in terms of scoring. 1 round in the books here for these 2 female athletes. Our lone female bout of the night, and already they're taking it to each other.
Talia looks a little, I don't know, it's hard to put a word on it because it doesn't look tired.
Out of sorts.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to gauge her energy in there anyway. Like, she's not exactly the most intense person in the world,
right.
You know, when she is on 100%, so it can be a little hard to read her.
Sasha just, you know, soaking it all in, letting Marcus be the leader. First round got rid of that nervous energy. I think what we get now is a little bit more technical. And I think Talia's going to keep it long distance and probably let her kicks work for her. Let her kicks work for her.
In talking to Trevor in the pre-fight, before we were recording, he didn't want to say too much while we were recording, but he did say that he feels that Sasha is a very strong fighter in the first 2 rounds. A very strong fighter in the first 2 rounds and tends to get tired after. So I know that they were expecting a hard fight from her early. Immediately in the clinch is Kus. And now Sasha fighting for double under in that outside trip again. She goes back to the well, and it's not there this time.
Right. How long can you make those attempts?
This is the exact position. This is where you got to be really careful with Talia. This is where she won her last fight. It was by somebody feeding their arm over their head, and she just sneaks around to the back and does a mat return. It's a go-to for her. Now Talia Kus is working the double unders on Sasha, working her along the cage wall. Sasha's working that hook on the outside as if she's wanting to set up that trip again. And you really can't show that early. You can't really show that outside trip early or they'll just take their leg out like that,
right.
You know? You got to wait until you're already kind of retreating and waiting for them to plant their foot. Then you can plant your leg on the outside. Rockwood's doing a great job here on the fence.
But Talia's doing a great job turning her back around every time she does take the advantage.
Yeah, this is the first striking exchange we've seen in the entire fight, really. You know, and I think that this will benefit Cusinelli to introduce more of the striking.
Minute and a half to go.
Minute and a half to go in this round.
And this is grueling, this constant clenching.
Yeah, definitely. And it's one of those questions where, you know, I said in my pre-fight interview that I thought I could see these girls going 3 rounds, and it would be very grueling if they did. And so far, it looks like it might be the case.
But I think Talia needs to do something to create a little bit more separation in this fight to make it look like, hey, I'm the one in charge.
I'm scoring, yeah, I'm the one scoring. I'm the one in control.
Like right here, just turn the corner and take her back.
Yeah, that's what she was doing in the last fight, right?
Yeah.
I think nice block. That clinch game is great from Talia Cusinelli. She's very defensively sound in the clinch.
Now, there you go. Now that's what she's doing. She's releasing, striking, go back into it. Release, strike, go back into it. She does a great job with the turns. Here, go to the back. Release, strike. One of the two.
Talia Cusinelli scoring now along the fence wall. Sasha continues to look for that trip on the inside or the outside. She'll take it however she can get it. But it has not reared its head again for her in this second round, though she has tried to hook that leg a few times.
Grueling round.
Grueling round, like you were saying. But, you know, I think Rockwood has abs. I've never seen her with abs before, you know. So I think
she prepared
adequately for this. I think that time away has really benefited Sasha Rockwood in terms of making her a little bit safer and not as much of a brawler, and also just playing to her strengths more, playing to her grappling-based strength more. And I think Talia wasn't really expecting, or Trevor or anybody was really expecting her to be as strong physically as she has been in this clinch.
Round 3. agreed. And I think both women are in their element, really. They're both doing what they know to do to win the fight, but the other person has something to say about it.
All right, last round here between Talia Cusinelli, Sasha Rockwood. And right back to the clinch is Rockwood. Kept keeping Talia on the defensive in the clinch the whole fight so far. Now, oh, head kick for Cus. Cusinelli now along the fence wall with double underhooks.
And this is where somebody needs to break out of the pack.
Yeah, right. This third round is where you got to kind of separate yourself, right?
Good knee from the inside.
Yeah, thudding knee too.
Talia does a good job of winning the inside position when she's in a negative position.
Right, but it's like, how many judges know how to score that?
Exactly.
You know, how many judges can see what's happening right now and know what they're looking at?
Because she had double underhooks.
Yeah.
She's technically winning that position at that time.
Oh, Cus landing big up top. Now these girls are tired, but they're going at it.
Yes.
Another head kick for Talia Cusinelli.
I think they both know you have to break out of the pack at this point. They both are feeling it. Do they have the inside fortitude to go,
Ruthless aggression,
Ruthless
as
aggression.
Vince McMahon used to call it. Talia rocks that one back up against the fence here.
Yes.
Short rounds in these amateur women's MMA fights. 3 minutes.
So again, she has that inside position. She can use it to get off the cage. She can do work.
She's over under here, swinging her back against the fence here.
Tons and tons of exchanges. Sasha looks like she's trying to work a guillotine, but I'm not sure here. She worked the guillotine or is she hanging on? She's hanging on.
I think she's hanging on, yeah.
And now she lets go. That strike had a nice thud to it.
Yeah. Real nice thud.
Yeah. She does a great job when she wins these little short positions.
And now there's 30 seconds left with statements to be made by both ladies, in my opinion.
Yes.
Been a squeaker of a fight so far. Oh, front kick. Talia eats that Talia delivers that front kick. Sasha eats it and charges right through for a takedown. That is like the 3rd or 4th time I've seen a takedown come off of a front kick to the face.
Yes.
Just doesn't finish people like it used to.
She goes for a guillotine at the end.
That's not going to be, that's not in. And that is it, 3 rounds. Ask Jason. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how much scorable criteria there was in that fight. I mean, it really depends on.
Round 1 was the only one that was clear cut to some degree.
Do the judges understand the clinch is what this might boil down to, you know?
Like in round 1, my only problem was that I thought Talia did enough in the clinch areas to make an even round, but yet everybody looks at the groundwork, and I just say Sasha won the groundwork, but Talia won the clinch work.
Yes.
And then these last 2 rounds were so close, it's almost like 10-10. Although we got the must system, but these were even rounds.
Yeah, that second round especially was a 10-10 in my opinion.
So, you know, I don't know how to do. I think we might see a draw. I think we could see a draw.
Yeah, it's just, but what round was a 10-8? You can't really say any of them were.
Yeah.
That's why the 10-10 is kind of like missing.
The elusive.
It's missing.
Yeah. That's a tough fight.
Very tough fight to score.
They won inside of the round.
They should actually have that fight in judging school.
This doesn't go to 1 round apiece. They won elements of every round.
I think so too.
Yeah.
What a close fight we have, with the judges going to a split decision. With your winner, an improvement to 3-1 out of the blue corner, Sasha Sasha Rockwell.
Sasha did enough, it seems. I'm going to let Taylor Starling take over on the interview here in a second. I know they're about to do one with the Killer Bee.
Guys, I'm here with your winner, Sasha Rockwood. Hi, congratulations. Listen, I saw you fight a couple years ago, and I know that you're one tough, aggressive female, and I know that Talia is the same way. So what was the game plan going into this fight, and was it what you expected, or was it a completely different game plan?
I mean, there's always a game plan going into a fight, and then there's always what actually happens. So I feel like the best game plan is to just kind of do what is available to you in the moment. And Talia was super tough. I have a lot of respect for anybody that gets in here to do this. So,
absolutely, I'm huge fans of both of you. What's next for you?
I don't know. We'll see.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we have the number, let me get this right, the number 2 now. She's moved up to the number 2 bare knuckle ranked lady in the world. So look here, tell everybody what you got next coming up.
I'm fighting for the world title against Christine Ferreira in June.
All right, hey, and how can we keep up with you and make sure we get in on this fight?
Follow me on Instagram at TWStarling. You guys can subscribe to my website, TaylorStarling.com. You guys can add me on Facebook. Follow Bare Knuckle Fight Championship. It's going down in June. June 24th, me versus Christine Ferreira, and I'm bringing that belt back to the Carolinas.
Oh, nice round of applause. Belt is coming back to the Carolinas. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. We'll be looking forward for your next fight. Until the next one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 3 fights down. More to go. Here we go. Next fight. This is coming to you out of the 155 weight class. Your blue corner fighter, step into the cage. Brandon Killer B. Bolden.
Killer B coming out of Team Elevate. He's 1-0. Originally out of California.
All right, here we've got the Killer B, the other Killer B, Brandon Bolden, newer member of the Elevate team. Moved here from another gym where he was already a little bit more experienced, has his MMA debut out of the way. First fight for him under the Elevate MMA banner.
Back at the end of February, I was able to do a seminar for Elevate, and he happened to be at the second portion of it.
And his opponent making her way to the cage out of the red corner. It's Tenarius Golden Child Dooley.
And during the seminar, I ran some live drills and some speed drills, and Bolden is fast.
Yeah.
He's fast. And he's going to need that speed against Dooley, who likes to load up and unleash all of his power at one time.
And Bolden's a phenomenal grappler, and that's where Tenarius has kind of struggled a little bit in the past, you know, except for when he took down, submitted Zach Thrift. But I know that in his debut, for instance, he was taken down a few times.
but very similar to Khalil Pettiford, he's got the striking to back up his grappling. So it's not going to be a guy diving in out of desperation to get it to the ground. This is going to be a guy that knows how to hit. I watched his one fight that's on YouTube. He can hit when he needs to hit, but he is a ground control specialist, but he pounds you while he's down there.
Right.
And I don't know how much growth Tenarius has gone through to be patient in there, to set up that power behind combos. That's the only thing that I felt that was lacking in his striking, is that he doesn't really set up his combos to unleash that power. When he goes, he goes.
This fight comes to you also out of the 155-pound weight class. Your first fighter fighting out of the blue corner, standing 5 foot 8 inches tall, with a record of 1-0, fighting out of Elevate MMA. Please make some noise for Brandon Killer B. Boulder. His fighter, standing in the red corner, standing 5 foot 9 inches tall, with a record of 1-2-1, fighting out of Team Rock, is Tenarius Golden Child Dooley.
So for me, this is that turnaround fight for it. I didn't really count the Zach Thrift fight.
It's too quick.
This is the turnaround fight. See how much he's really learned. See how much he can really apply his new game, his patience.
Dooley loads up
And
big
there
on
he
that.
loads up.
You know, sometimes you gotta load up a little bit. Hey, the shaking technique works. The shaking technique works, Taylor. I know. It's been like that for a couple of the fights. Just people just real quiet. Golf crowd in here.
Dooley looks like he's ready. He's cautioning Bolden just a little bit. I think that was one of those knees where the foot sweeps.
Big shot on the cross there from Bolden. Killer B with a body shot. Body shot was strong enough to dissuade Dooley off the takedown by itself. Oh, and this is a bad spot to be in against a guy from Elevate. This is a move for them they like.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, he's tapping.
You see
He's
Neil.
tapping.
Oh, the standing guillotine. The Killer B gets it done with the hanging guillotine.
Oh, he's out.
Great job by our ref there to catch Tenarius, making sure he doesn't fall to the ground.
Yes.
Brandon Bolden makes it 2-0 as an amateur with the hanging guillotine finish.
Like how I plugged the fan site?
Yes, absolutely.
Subscribe to TaylorSeller.com.
You got to.
Fight at the center ring. Your winner, 38 seconds into the first round, by standing guillotine, out of the blue corner, Brandon Killer B. Boulder.
Elevate MMA makes it 2-0 on the night so far. They got one
Nice
more
round of applause
fighter.
for the Golden Child, Dooley.
I can't.
Yeah, thumbs up. Here we go. Next fight of the night.
Let's go, baby. Sorry.
Coming to you out of the blue corner. Also out of the 155-pound weight class, please welcome Travis T. Flex Snyder.
Do we bias much there?
And the viewers at home might do not adjust your televisions. That was Taylor Starling. That was not your speakers ruptured.
Perfectly okay. Root for your teammate. Wouldn't have it any other way. This is a fight I've been looking forward to since I heard about it.
I think this has been one of the ones that everybody's been talking about. Might be the people's main event here.
Yes. I'm excited about this one. This is one of those other guys like Khalil Pettiford. This is cream of the crop, man. Creme de la creme. This guy is a problem in his weight class. He's got a lot of skills everywhere. It seems like for a beginner, he's got a lot of awareness in the cage. And he's got the right team and a teammate and the coach behind him in Keith Rockstar Richardson. I got to speak with Keith earlier and talk about some of the things that everybody talks about, the punches and the kicks and the chokes, but nobody talks about the psychology. Nobody talks about the mental. And spending 15 minutes with Keith, man, it's a beautiful thing to listen to.
Yeah, definitely. He's doing something special over there at Modern Warrior.
Especially the last year and a half. I asked him, what changed, Keith? I said, what was the switch? And he said, you know, one of the things that he started doing was like when he would leave fights, he'd get back in the gym just to make a habit out of it. Even if that workout wasn't going to be the best workout, he just wanted to get back in the gym to make a habit and not be one of these guys that's, you know, 4 months down the road trying to cut 50 pounds.
Yeah.
You know. And those little psychological impacts make a big difference in your fight game long term.
And his opponent, fighting in the red corner, please welcome out Silas Muscat.
Speaking of guys who are a problem, this kid right here might be one. Might just be an issue.
You can't take anything from Team Jim O.
Not at all. Not when they're bringing a 2-0 guy like Silas Muscat to the cage with them.
And they picked up a championship tonight in kickboxing, so.
Grappling specialist.
Yes.
And there's B-Dubs in the corner.
Both long guys, both young guys, and they have skill sets everywhere. So this fight can take place on his feet exclusively, it can take place on the ground exclusively. But you wonder if Muscat has pressure on him with his brother fighting on the same card.
Of course. They both have that pressure on them, right?
Exactly.
There's a pressure on both of them to perform and to outperform each other, I'm sure. I'm sure they're competitive with each other, too.
And then the two gyms being represented, you know.
It's a big deal.
Yes.
These are two of the best prospects for two of the best gyms.
At 6 foot tall.
I'll interview them after I go.
With a record of 1-0, fighting out of Modern Warrior, please welcome Travis T. Flex Snyder.
T. Flex. Definitely got some support here tonight.
And his opponent, standing 5 foot 11 inches tall, with a record of 2-0, fighting out of Gym O, it's Silas Muscat. This is a battle of the unbeaten. Nobody wants that first loss on the record.
You look across
Here we go.
the cage here for Silas Muscat. You see Trucon Carson, the coach Chase Gamble. The laundry list of superstars over there in the corner. And then you have Taylor Starling, Keith Richardson, Tad Collins in the corner for Modern Warrior. I mean, this is just two gyms bringing out two of their best guys at this weight class, especially for two young guys, and just seeing who comes out on top. And Silas Muscat, I thought for sure he'd be looking for the level change right off the bat, but he's trying to hide it behind some stuff. Nice front leg kick.
Very technical fight between these guys already.
It's got to be. It's got to be for Muscat more so than Snyder. Woo.
Good body kick from Muscat.
Silas has to be so technically sound in this moment right here, because if he just messes up one little thing on a level change, if he goes in a little too early, especially under these South Carolina rules, Snyder's going to take his head off.
Yes.
And so it's one of those things where you also don't want to shoot in a way that's going to have him on top on the ground either, because it's not like this is a guy who doesn't know what he's doing on the ground.
I think the difference is going to be in the next few minutes who starts putting combos together. They're both pot-shotting, but they're stepping back to see the damage.
Right.
The guy that starts putting 2 and 3 together, that's going to be the guy that starts making a difference in this fight.
And Snyder, just like his last one, he's slow rolling this. He's in no hurry to get anywhere significant, right?
Exactly.
Versus Dooley, he let him hang out like this all through the first round.
Exactly. Get the rounds in.
Exactly. Put one in the bank and then go in. Right?
Yes. And that plays out to your career as an amateur down the road anyway. You want to get more rounds in. You don't want to be these one-hit wonders, and then when someone presents a problem, you don't know how to solve it. Muscat's the first one with a real combo there.
Yeah, but he's being led in, right?
Yes,
he's being pulled into this this conversation with Travis. Yeah.
Bruce Lee, attack by draw. Now Snyder's putting in some work on those leg kicks. We'll see how that plays out later on.
There it is. That's what I was waiting for. Wow, look at the hips from Travis Snyder. He was definitely going down there a second. He steps big to the outside. Silas Muscat now on top and in a mounted triangle. Looking for a mounted triangle, looking for a triangle back control. And this is the guy you don't want on your back. He's got that arm trapped. And now it's T-Flex on the back. T-Flex takes him down, rolls him up. He looks like he's under the chin, too. I mean, he looks pretty deep on there. He's
never stretched out.
Travis Snyder might have this. Silas Muscat turns his back expertly away from the mat.
And the way he follows back to his back.
He's gotta stay on him. He's got to go for short choke here. This might be it. Travis Snyder locking in. He's pushing forward. That should be all she wrote. Silas is losing strength. Oh, he's fighting the top hand perfectly.
Yes. That's tight right there. He's out. He's out. He's
Travis
sleepy.
T-Flex Snyder gets it done in one.
This guy's a problem.
Woo. And that is T-Flex.
My goodness. My goodness.
A replay. All right. We're going to take a look at this grappling exchange one more time. I really wish we could have started a little bit earlier when he first took the back, but here you see, I mean, this is pretty good defense to fight the top hand. It just occurred to Silas a little too late. He had already lost too much blood, and you can tell that's a blood choke based on the way he's turning heads. Yeah, you could go gable grip choke. There's a lot of options once you actually clear that collarbone. He clears it pretty quickly, and Modern Warrior picks up another win courtesy of T-Flex.
As I mentioned to Keith Rockstar earlier, you guys are on something different as of late.
Fighters to the center of the cage.
Put that stuff in Walmart, man. I want to buy some of it.
Your winner, referee stoppage by rear naked choke, 249 in the first round. Fighting out of the blue corner, Travis T-Flex Snyder.
Outstanding. And the crazy part about it is,
nice round of applause for Silas Muscat.
Yeah, Silas. We don't know who else beats Silas besides T,
Right. Well, I mean, this is that weight class, right? It's 155. Why not do Brandon Bolden versus Silas Muscat? 2-0 versus 2-1.
Ooh.
You know?
Yeah.
You know how Fight For It likes to go back to the well. They like to pull those fighters they know that can do work.
Yeah. And I don't have a problem with that.
All right, guys, I'm here with your winner, Travis T-Flex Snyder. What was the game plan going into that fight? Was he tougher than you expected? And how did you feel getting taken down like that?
Yeah, no, he definitely was tougher than I expected. The game plan was the same. We knew he was going to shoot for a takedown, and we knew my striking was, going to be a little bit superior. And I knew that if I was just patient enough for that shot to come, I would have finished it on the ground.
Awesome, and I know that you train at a wonderful, amazing gym with awesome talents. You've got Keith the Rockstar Richardson in your corner. You've got Brian Battle that comes and gives you work, and you've got none other than, I don't know.
Killer B.
So what do you think is a huge key factor? Like, what does your team push you to do, and how does training affect your game plan like that?
So at Modern Warrior, we're very well-rounded. A lot of gyms really focus on single things. We do it all: jiu-jitsu, wrestling, striking. And one thing that Keith wants me to do is just incorporate more of just let my hands go. So that was kind of like my objective today. It didn't really last that long, but
You should have followed up, but I'll get on you later.
for sure. But of course, his jiu-jitsu, it definitely helps.
What a wonderful finish. I'm so proud of you. Congratulations, T-Flex. Enjoy your victory. One team, one family.
But you got to teach Taylor to do what you do. Finish strong with repeating the name of the fighter.
It's a practice skill,
Yes.
honestly. Entering interviewing is harder than commentating and harder than announcing,
Yes.
in my opinion.
You're not wrong. See, I was lucky to sneak a lot of these skills in doing underground fights back in my day. Got to go see the doctor. That was good.
Great fight there.
Yeah.
MMA never fails, baby. Might be actually get out of here by midnight, huh?
All right, moving up into the 170-pound weight class. Next up, out of the blue corner, making their way to the stage, please welcome out Jameson Silverback Thompson.
Coming out of Atlantic MMA.
And, I asked Jameson why he got into martial arts, and he said, I want to be a limitless man. And if you want to be a limitless man, you got to know how to fight. I don't know what any of that means, but it sounded really dope.
Hey, well, if I can make a reference,
It's your song, right? It's your song, right?
Tim Kennedy once posted that a man should know how to shoot, do physical fitness, and do martial arts.
Yes.
So maybe that's what you make a reference to. But as we both stated for several shows now, it's different when you have that door shut behind you. All the stuff on the outside, you got to bring it into focus. You got to understand the moment, capture the moment.
He looks in great shape.
Yes.
170 pounds, and he looks every bit of it.
And I've been on a card with Sawyer Bartlett, Ultimate Battlegrounds, I do believe.
Hey, all you fight fans that left, we appreciate you. Y'all are louder than the whole crowd that was here earlier. Good job out there, fight fans. We're going to take it to the end. We still got a 145-pound title fight coming your way. But right now, we're going to carry on in the ring. Out of the red corner, please welcome out Sawyer Bartlett. There's just something about you MMA fans. Y'all are golden.
Team Rock not having a great night so far. Maybe they can get a bounce back here.
Rock. Hey, Snake. Marcelo said something about meet him out back. Hey, I'm about tired of all this talking. Y'all gonna have to get on it.
Sawyer Bartlett back at that Ultimate Battlegrounds card you're talking about. He burst onto the scene, finished his opponent inside 3 rounds, got the TKO in the second early, and now he's looking to keep those winning ways rolling. Ooh, that tattoo is so dangerous. You see that tattoo? You see that tattoo?
I don't know which
it
one
sends
it
a
is.
chill down my spine
We
seeing
will
a guy
find out
walk
soon.
for an amateur MMA fight and have that tattoo. I don't think I've ever seen anybody with that tattoo lose an amateur bout. I don't think I've ever seen it.
I have.
Right now,
I mean, you've been doing this a lot longer than me.
But usually the other guy
We're
has
talking about
a
eyes
strong
of
wrestling
smoke.
background himself. But he may not have been at that
He might have the
level.
same tattoo.
He either has the same tattoo or
It's the only way to counter it.
Or he's a near skill. Near skill.
He got interrupted on that one. Here we go, in the ring. All right, out of the blue corner, standing, 6 foot tall, looking to get his first W in the cage, fighting out of Atlantic MMA. It is Jameson Silverback Thompson. His opponent, also standing 6 foot tall, with a 1 win and no loss record, fighting out of Team Rock. Make some noise for Sawyer Bartlett.
I'm clapping because of the way they looked at one another.
Yeah.
Just 2 lions.
Well, I can tell you,
locked on one
Thompson.
another.
I can tell you right now, Jameson Thompson. He's serious about this. You know, when we were talking earlier this week, the things he was saying were quite hilarious, but also quite serious.
Hands up, hands up.
And he said,
Let's go fight fans, make some noise, here we go.
"Oh, he shoots!
Whoa!
The Silverback shoots on him early,
There's a shocker.
and he's on top now."
And that's what I mean.
Of
Usually
Bartlett.
He has his own wrestling skill set.
Hey, well, you know, wrestlers are good at wrestling. They're not always good from here.
Oh, he's passing the guard.
This is a different game, right? This is jiu-jitsu all of a sudden. This is a whole nother deal.
Right, and I think he set it up with those preliminary strikes, whether they landed or not. He drew his attention, went low. The trick is, can he keep doing that if he gets beyond this round?
I like the stack here.
And what does Bartlett have submission-wise off his back, or even to just to threaten? He
Just
doesn't-
a sweep or a shrimp or anything.
Yes.
I really hate seeing guys go to body triangle from here because it's purely defensive.
That's almost a dead sign that he doesn't have much.
I think he's going to have to try to introduce the legs again into the equation if he wants to stand up.
He's posting on the head, needs feet and the hips.
He's shrimping
knee
to the
shield.
fence.
He needs something to create separation and start working his way back up.
He's trying to push himself to the fence to wall walk here, I think. Right in front of that Atlantic MMA corner now.
But Thompson does a good job of turning him.
Sorry, that's the Team Rock corner.
He's lost on his back.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know,
Dying cockroach.
even if you've spent 19 years in the wrestling room every day,
Yeah.
you're not drilling from here. You just don't do it. It's not in the rules, so you don't worry about it. Then, you know, I think this is a very sound strategy from Thompson to go out here and put this guy on his back early. I think it's a brilliant strategy.
But Thompson needs to drop a bomb every once in a while.
I
just
mean,
to keep it honest.
hey, you look at Dale right now, dead in the face. Tabula rasa over there, nothing going on up top. You know, I mean, I'm not worried about getting called for stalling if Dale's in there. All right, now, you see Bartlett trying to build the leg to get the knee back in there like you were saying, but now he's been pulled away from the cage.
Right.
And he's just out in the middle of the open water here. And there's that body triangle again.
Wow.
It's weird because it's forcing bad reactions from Thompson.
Yes.
He's suddenly not doing the right thing.
Yes.
He's chasing something that's just not there.
Yeah.
This is what you need.
And he's going to burn energy by chasing it.
If I'm Atlantic MMA right now, I'm calling him for the knee cut to the side or just keeping 3/4. Because, I mean, the amount of work that he's been doing from full guard 3/4 has been significant. I mean, he's pretty handily won this round, especially if he ends it right here striking. Passes the side control. You definitely can't let him do that again next round.
Yeah.
That'll do it for round number 1.
Look at that chest rising up and down. He looks a little winded, working hard for no reason. Now, did he give away too much? Now Bartlett's going to be ready for him. He's going to know, okay, this guy can take me down, so now I'm going to set it up better. And wrestlers are notorious for getting that first blow off, and then it's the second half of the tournament where they're really strong.
Yeah, I mean, in MMA, it's 3 rounds, and then you're done. You're driving home. You might as well spend everything you got in this.
Right.
In the second, third round, especially if you suspect that Thompson might have blown his load here.
And Thompson just can't be happy with what he's done.
He cannot be overly happy. He can't be content.
This is a new fight. New
Because
round,
now
new fight.
Bartlett knows that the takedown is probably coming.
Yes. But if he can use it, though, keep threatening as if he's going to do it to let his hands go now.
I don't think Bartlett's ever been in there with someone who actually tried to take him down. Like you were saying, he didn't look comfortable on his back at all.
So now Thompson's going to let his hands go by, but he's got to threaten that submission, the takedown. He's got to threaten it, not rush it like that.
Yeah, he lunged for that one. That was a reach, bit of a reach.
And now you see Thompson's apprehension when it comes to the strikes.
He's got power, though, honestly. I mean, he should definitely be a little bit more. See, I mean, like every time he touches Bartlett, it's a big deal.
Oh, yeah. The Ivory Ngannou.
The albino rhino over here.
Oh, nice shot.
The strength difference is big.
Yes,
it's gonna like look at him just whipping him around like Marvel superhero style, reaching for the legs here.
Head position. Now he's got to strike. If he's going to be here, he's got to let it go and strike, and then re-enter on the takedown. Throw by and get to the back.
Because now you're in a wizard battle with a wrestler, and you know they like this.
Look for the throw by. He's gonna hit it. He's gonna hit it. He's gonna hit it. Here you go. He's moving toward the back.
Is there a wrestling coach here?
I thought
with a whistle?
I saw a wrestler.
Is there a wrestling coach here somewhere? Is somebody doing burpees back there?
Hit the throw by.
Thompson posting with that far arm. That's not a good sign either.
Nice. Brought the strong head position. Trying to get that leg hook. He's going to drive.
He's leaning so far forward.
Yeah, you just drive him down to the floor.
He's driving him through the cage instead of this way.
Yeah. Might be the design.
Yeah, I was about to say, I honestly think that rubber pad is helping a lot. And he's kind of trapped in the door, which has rubber pads on both sides.
1 minute to go.
Vinyl padding, sorry.
And this is the thing. Bartlett's used to long rounds of pummeling like this.
Yeah.
So all he has to do is do what he's doing. Touch, 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 touch. And round 3 is a totally different fight. He's going to get a snap down here. He's got all kinds of things set up that he's not doing right now. And nobody's a striking wizard right now. So I would just grind him out. Little stomps, strikes like he's doing. Just to see if it makes a difference in round 3. Locking his hands. Like you said, Thompson strong.
The strength, bro. I mean, he didn't even have grip. He didn't even have a grip there. I mean, he just was bustling him around with one arm.
Scary.
There's a reason that he is called the Silverback. He earned that nickname.
Yes.
That's not a self-proclaimed title.
Yes.
Round 2 probably in the books for Sawyer Bartlett there.
Yeah.
Both men looking a little winded.
Yes. It's going to come down to who can, not be too overly cautious in this third round and let their hands go a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, every time Thompson lands with his hands, it's a big problem for Bartlett. He almost got knocked down by a punch in that round, in that second round early.
I feel like the corner's telling Bartlett to do what you just did, which might be a mistake. Might be a mistake. Because I think Atlantic MMA, they're aware of it now. They're like, okay, all he's going to do is push up against the cage, but you've got the power, keep your distance. And if Bartlett goes running in there without, a little premeditation, he's going to get clipped. Because even though they're not technical striking wizards, Thompson looks like he's a little bit better at it. Right there.
Clash of heads there, but yeah, definitely some hands being thrown. And it looks like you were right. Sawyer Bartlett looking immediately to take this up against the cage.
And Thompson
here.
looking to turn it and do just like his coaches told him. I think he's going to keep that distance. He doesn't want this. It's tiring him out. Yes.
Bartlett, hands low here. Both guys kind of
Nice
fighting with their
cross.
hands down.
Whoa. And listen to that crowd get into this.
Yeah, man, this is small. I mean, a lot of the kickboxing crowd is cleared out, and the crowd is louder for MMA.
Yes.
With less people in attendance. I mean, Sam wasn't BSing when he said that earlier.
Big knee coming up the middle. He's got to take the shot. Wow.
Dang! Thompson with a nice switch, and the chain
And a
wrestling
mount.
is in effect.
Looks like a mount.
Oh
He's
my
heading to a
goodness!
mount.
Let's go, fight fans. Cheer your fighters on. Let's get it.
Got a quarter mount. Oh my goodness!
Let's get it.
Oh, he has no idea how to hold that mount.
Stand up. Let's go.
Bartlett now on his feet.
Oh, he's taking his back.
He got Big Brothered. He's getting Big Brother choked.
Oh my goodness! He's just gonna squeeze. He's
got to. He's got to muscle this one out.
He
the
doesn't
limitless
need
man.
no hook.
The limitless man is in
Yes.
control.
He's oh my goodness!
Oh, Jamison Thompson picks up the win.
Oh my
Atlantic
goodness.
MMA gets it done.
Oh
They've got
my
a new prospect on their hands.
Yes.
The albino rhino, the vanilla gorilla, the ivory Ngannou, whatever you want to call him.
Wow.
He needs to throw up. He's going to throw up. He's going to throw up. He's going to throw up. Let's get the camera on him, please. Let's get a zoom. Let's get a zoom. You're going to have a replay. Let's check out the finish here, guys. The punch, I mean, we don't get a good angle on it, but basically he just bulldogs him down to the ground. Starts off in kind of a bulldog choke from the outside and just leaps over. No hooks needed. Gets him later in the exchange. Gets it done.
Yes. Outstanding.
Great fight at 170 pounds between the former United States Marine Corps veteran and All-American Sawyer Bartlett. And Jamison Thompson, the silverback, big statement for him to come up like that and finish a 1-0 opponent with that kind of background, that kind of pedigree.
Yeah.
He may very well just be a limitless man.
And he needed it in that round. Both of them did, but Thompson executed.
Well, so often in amateur MMA fights, we see both guys get tired like that and they just kind of coast to the end.
Yeah.
Jamison Thompson was willing to exhaust himself to the point of vomiting.
He took no chances.
Yeah.
You know, no chances whatsoever.
Lots of
All right,
finishes
the
here
referee
tonight.
stoppage into the third round at 1 minute and 30 seconds. All right, out of the blue corner, your winner, Jamison Silverback Thompson. Can I get a nice round of applause for Sawyer Bartlett?
Look at Dula on the. They got Dula on the camera duty.
Fans, we got 4 more fights to go, including the 145-pound title fight.
Bandula on the lens.
I saw him earlier, but I didn't know he was on duty. Outstanding fight. And that's the beautiful part about it is Bartlett made it a fight. You know, and that's what makes what Jamison did stand out even more, that he had an opponent willing to fight with him.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it really probably threw a wrench in the sockets to have him come out there and shoot immediately like that. I don't think that they were expecting a guy to shoot on a credentialed guy like Bartlett like that.
But the good news is, hey, they'll go back to the gym and say, okay, guy, you got to put you on your back and start working on some of these jiu-jitsu skills.
Right.
If not, for no other reason, just to get back up.
There's a first time for everything, my friend, and that is the first time I've ever seen an All-American lose an amateur mixed martial arts bout. I love being wrong.
I have seen it. It doesn't happen a lot, as you said, but it does happen. And when you have a guy with freakish power, it's an equalizer. Got 3 more to go, and one of those is a championship fight. Another Team Elevate teammate, Chris Gonzo.
Gonzito.
Yes.
My boy.
He actually started with Team Rock Fayetteville when he was still in the Army.
Moving right along to the 170-pound fight. Please welcome, making their way to the cage. Out of the blue corner, it's Chris Gonzo Gonzalez.
And he had flashes of good technical skill, especially oddly enough in the judo area. Whenever we would do a lot of clinch work and standing throws, he was actually quite proficient. In any type of cinematic beat, I'm just going to be gaga over it.
Closer to Gonzo than I am with most people in the Elevate tribe. We started at Elevate around the same time. I think he came in around 3 months after me. Shared a lot of mat time with him. He's a good dude.
I've seen him a couple times come down to Team Rock Fayetteville in the last 6 months or so. And there's a lot of improvement in his game and a thirst for knowledge. And the vibe that I got from him, even though I hadn't seen him in a while, he was a natural fit back into the gym. So that tells me he's a good teammate. And that's what helps your gym grow, is when you have a room full of guys that help other guys grow. The idea of somebody being the super favorite guy in the gym that the coach gives all the attention to. Keith Rockstar Richardson actually talked about this, man. It's a community, man. It's a team building thing. We will also talk with Brian Battle about this, man. These grassroots teams, Elevate, Highest Stand, Modern Warrior, it's a lot of beautiful people.
And his opponent making their way to the cage. Out of the red corner, it's Gabe Muscat.
Brother of Silas Muscat. Making the walk right now.
Yes. The mistake he'll make is that he feels like he needs to get one back. Just go in, fight your fight. Don't worry about what happened to your brother. Don't worry about representing the team sometimes. You just got to fight your fight. Like, hey, let me get in here, relax, and let my hands go. Now, that being said, you got 9 minutes. Right?
Exactly.
So it's a
and
delicate
especially
balance.
coming in on less than a week's notice,
Yes.
you know, it's tough.
Delicate balance of pushing the fight and not overexerting yourself.
And one thing I'll say about Gonzo, going back over to him for a minute, is that, you know, he is 0-2 in MMA. It's been a tough road for him to get here, but he's never been in better shape, better conditioning, and better prepared than he is for this fight. He just did a boxing tournament. I mean, I've seen him spar like 13 rounds against a lot of guys. Greg Martinez, strength and conditioning coach that he uses, I use as well as my personal coach, and he's got him in phenomenal condition right now. So I think, if this does go to the wrestling and we're forced to see the later rounds, I think Gonzo will not be tired. I haven't seen him get tired in the gym in months.
Right. But since this is a short notice for Gabe, I would definitely push that, weaponize that conditioning on Gonzo's part. I would weaponize it and use it to push to the later rounds and stay in control.
Now
Fighting out of the blue corner at 170 pounds, standing 5'11", trying to get their first win in the cage. Please welcome out of Elevate MMA, Chris Gonzo Gonzalez. His opponent fighting out of the red corner, also at 170 pounds, standing 6'2" tall, looking to get that first W in the cage. Fighting out of Gym O, it's Gabe Muscat.
Okay. Good prediction. Chris is going to push him to the fence and try to take him down, I think.
All right.
Oh, the mad coach. The mystic mad coach. Hey, hey, hey.
The scrapologist.
There we go, baby. No reason we can't both be right.
That's
Thanks,
right.
fellas.
That's right. We owe you corn dogs later. Nice underhook, nice left
Silas
under.
with the nice over-under here on Gonzo.
But he's got to do something with it. Just can't hold on. And remember, he's the guy who's coming in short notice, so you don't want to make yourself tired.
Yeah, just overworking the wrestling, right?
Exactly. Gonzo's the one that can just keep pushing this. Yes.
Listening to his coach, Cody, very well. There is Gonzo throwing the knee up.
And you see
right up the middle again for Gonzo, forcing him back into standing. Ooh.
Gonzo's going to boxing mode now. He's gonna go to
Gabe Muscat went into axe kick mode. Sanderson Silva mode activated. I think that's probably the biggest knock on Gonzo in his career. It's been he does get a little wild, and he does have a little bit of a chin issue, I should say. He can be a little chin-y.
Nice turn.
But so
knee
far,
to the body. Nice.
He's wearing those limited shots that came through well. A little low blow there.
Yeah, he's got to remember his guy's taller than he is, so he's got to bring the knee more in an upward angle.
Can be tough. It can be tough.
Aim for the chest. He'll be all right. And I'm surprised Muscat's not taking the time, considering that he's the guy coming in on short notice. It's not like he's out of shape, though.
No. Oh, low shot there for Muscat. Nice up kick by Gonzo. Gets himself right back up. That's a nice exchange there by both men.
Immediate contact.
Gonzo catches him coming in there.
With an inside leg kick. Beautiful.
On another swinging overhand. Spinning kick. Crazy stuff going on here.
Nice. Now, if he can read some of this, he'll make Muscat expend energy with those big.
And they're calling him to work.
movements.
They're calling him to work. Elevate Tribe says work. Arm in guillotine here.
And he's walking him to his corner.
Yes.
Nice. Using the cage as leverage.
He's arm in too. It's really hard to finish here.
But when you see people responding the way Muscat is,
Something's working, right? Yeah.
Something's working.
He's going to wrap. He's going to try to attack now. He's got Gonzo flat on the safe side. He's moving over to the safe side. Gonzo's got to bail.
But Muscat's got to move.
Oh, yeah.
See, it's not just Gonzo. Muscat's got to move, too, or he's going to be out. He's going to be out. Oh, he's still there.
He's
still
there. He's trying to hold on till the end of the round.
Yes.
Oh. Arms out now, but Gonzo's lost that grip.
At the time. Yes.
Great round.
Yes.
Great round.
Interesting dynamic.
Kelly, you hanging in there?
I love the matchmaking.
Round number 2.
Yeah, me too.
Because they could have easily just outgunned either one of these guys.
Only 2 to go. Only 2 to go. One more title fight coming up.
Late notice or not, they could have just put anybody in to supplement an opponent for these guys, and they put the right guys in. Got the right guys in. Because Gonzo's original opponent was primarily a grappler. Now he's got a MMA guy in front of him. Of course, that grappler comes from street beefs, but, you know.
I got all my grappling experience in Satan's backyard. That's what they call it in street beefs.
No, I think he's a legit brown belt. That's where he's getting his striking skills from that bothers me. Now we're going to see the real fight. Now the real fight happens.
Yeah, now both guys' cards are kind of on the table, right?
Yes.
Like I think Gonzo still has more to show, but what he's looking to do here in the neutral game is kind of been discovered. But Gabe is kind of acting in a way, at least in the grappling, like he's anxious to force something, right?
This is all about the intangibles now.
You're not going to submit most people from Elevate with a guillotine. You got to be really on, because we get guillotined relentlessly by Cody all day. Gonzo almost powerbombed him. He could do it too. He could do it. The intangibles are a big factor here, and one of the intangibles that I think is being questioned right now is should Gonzo pursue jiu-jitsu here? Right. And it looks like they're going to force him to. It looks like they're going to ask him to.
Should have went for like a leg drag to the other side to give him, instead of falling back into the guard.
Right. Yeah, we've seen what these Muscat boys can do from their guard.
Yes. Be pretty sneaky.
He's got to be careful with the shot selection here.
Yes.
Doesn't want to overextend himself. Doesn't want to ruin.
He's trying to climb. He's trying to climb.
He's got to watch this armbar. Nice stack. Oh, Gonzo gets caught by Gabe Muscat with an armbar from the guard. It happened again. These Muscat boys, you can't let them get that guard on you.
These fight fans go crazy. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Outstanding. Outstanding. That's why he should have leg dragged.
Yeah, you got to clear the legs.
Yeah.
You got to take the legs off the table.
And that's a little bit of fight IQ because he had the cage to help him on the other side.
Yeah.
So even if it was a slow drag, he would have been fine. Because Muscat's hips were flat to the mat. He wasn't moving around or anything. He had nothing to worry about. Nice little slow burn, and he'd have been okay. But he decided to go back inside that guard. And that's a risk.
Fighter center of the cage. Referee stoppage by armbar, 124 in the second round. Your winner out of the blue corner, red corner, Gabe Muscat. Gabe gets his first win in the cage, fighting out of Gym O. Nice round of applause for Chris Gonzo Gonzalez.
Always feels good to be in
Hey,
that
we
weather
got
circle.
one more fight and one more title fight. 2 fights to go. Hang in there, fight fans. What you got?
I can tell you this, like, you are not tough to get along with.
Who, me?
Yeah, because I don't commentate with you. I talk MMA.
Yeah, I feel like that's what most people do. That's what Taylor said too.
All right, we're going to go right along to the next fight of the night, the 145-pound weight class.
It's another one I look forward to.
And ladies and gentlemen, this fight has big implications. The winner of this
That's
fight
what I thought they were gonna say.
will move on to fight the winner of the next title fight for the title of the 145-pound belt. So, without further ado, your fighter making their way to the cage out of the blue corner. Welcome out Aaron Castro.
And with that being said, Castro and Camas have enough background to, they can move on to fight Peraza or Larkin. But when we go back to that 55 division, I don't think Snyder is ready to take on a Tyler Sigmund just yet. I don't think anybody at 55 right now is ready to take on a Tyler Sigmund just yet. The contender for that title is going to have to come from the outside. The other thing you have to consider is Tyler Sigmund may move on, go somewhere else, you know.
Yeah, or, you know,
turn
just
pro.
hang him up, turn pro.
Yeah.
I mean, Camis, you know, this is a guy with 11 amateur fights coming up here, and Murrow's got, this will be his 5th.
Yes.
So, you know, I think the onus is on one guy more so than the other to do something like that, to make a decision like that.
I think what you're going to see here, now, I know Camas has moved over to Team Jimmo.
Yeah, interesting move.
So I hope the one thing that has changed is they've improved his output. It's one of the things I saw in the last 2 or 3 fights of his output's not high enough. After he gets his rounds in, it feels like he's done with the fight after the first round. He's got to improve his output, but his overall technical skills are decent, just not enough of it, you know. And then Castro, man, this guy, you can't keep him down. He's a squirmy guy. And then when he gets back up,
he's a brawler too.
He's got crazy
He can
hands.
throw some hands, dude. Looks even better shape than when he fought Emmanuel Simpson last fight for it.
And I think that Camas has the better Muay Thai
And his opponent
selection.
out of the red corner, Prince Ahmed Camas.
And because he has that skill differential in his kicking, he should use it.
Yeah.
Not shoot. Don't shoot.
I think Camas is a really phenomenal wrestler, and the way he does bring his takedowns to the table is interesting too. Like he hides his intentions very well compared to most amateurs. But I think the biggest knock on him has been that he has shied away from a brawl a lot of the times. Like if he's fighting someone who is capable of outstriking him, he just doesn't entertain the striking as much, which can cost you rounds.
And I'm cool with him taking the guy down or clinching him, but he's got to do work while he's there.
Yes.
And that's one of the other things. Like
that was the separator in the Peraza fight, the work on the ground.
Yeah, he got him down, but he kind of hung out there.
Chase Gamble, very busy this evening, very busy.
Yes. If you think about all your major teams are here, Elevate, Matrix, Team Rock, even Atlantic's got a few people on the card. You know, all your major teams are putting out multiple fighters. And
Modern Warrior.
Years ago, I said one of the things you needed was a body of work for me to put you in my top 10. And you need the wins, you need championships, and you need fighters that fight. And when I see 5, 6 fighters on the card, man, you're already—
That's fighters that fight.
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Because there's a lot of good teams out here, but you know, they're fighting once, twice a year. And they're not getting into that championship picture. And they're not fighting against these other teams that are putting it on the line.
Top of the cream teams, yeah.
That's why, even though we see Team Jimmo lose, you never hear me count them out. You know?
No.
If a highest stand loses, you never hear me count them out.
When you have competitors that compete that much, you're going to lose a few.
Yeah.
You know, when you're putting yourself out there that much and that often, and you're not looking for easy fights, which neither of those gyms ever do.
Right.
It's going to happen.
You look at who they beat. They beat one another. It's those other teams on the outside that stay away from these teams. You know, anybody can take on Cobra Kai.
Right. Yes.
But not everybody's taking on a Team Rock or Atlantic MMA
fighter
or Jimmo.
For the 145-pound weight class, and a chance to move on to fight the winner of next title fight from the blue corner, standing 5'7" tall, with a record of 3-1, fighting out of Kickfit, it's Aaron Castro. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, standing 5 foot 7 inches tall, with a record of 5 wins, 6 losses, fighting out of Gym O. Please welcome Prince Ahmed Khamis.
You know, that differential between Peraza and Khamis was kind of small in their last match. Peraza came out on top, and now he's fighting for the belt. Khamis could get another title shot with a win here.
Khamis actually is the longer guy here, even though they got them both listed at 5'7".
Well, you know, Khamis is built a little bit longer, it seems, and Castro's built a little bit stockier. Yes.
There's those kicks. I mean, that's the difference maker for him.
It can be, yeah, especially that lead leg.
He has good Muay Thai skills, but he doesn't always bring them, you know, to the forefront. See, it's just how long he's waiting. That's the issue. That's the issue. He needs to just stay busy. He doesn't need to be perfect or try to find the perfect shot. Just create the perfect shot with movement, touches, movements, touches, and movements.
Especially when you're as varied in skill as he is. When you got the Muay Thai, when you got the wrestling, you can threaten from so many different angles and so many different ways. And this is where Castro, in my opinion, is at his best, when he's just coming forward and throwing leather.
Yes. He's not really landing anything that really matters at this point. But
well,
he is busy.
He wasn't landing anything that mattered on Emmanuel Simpson until he finished him, but now Khamis on the takedown in tight now against the cage wall. He's folding that rear leg up, which is preventing the wall walk right now.
She uses his left leg and shelf those legs and drag Castro out.
Yeah, he's building. He's built. Wow, Castro doesn't play the guard at all. Kind of lets Khamis get to his back here.
Stretch him here.
He's spladled. Khamis
look at that cross grip. Beautiful cross grip.
With the gift wrap, or cross grip, whatever you want to call it. It's there all day for him.
Yep, I like gift wrap too, man. Look, we talking together, man. We talking MMA, man. We got to fight one another. We talking MMA. Now he's got the top mount. Nice. And back to the back, yes. And
yeah, Khamis is good here. Khamis is comfortable here, and this is something we haven't seen a lot of from him is jiu-jitsu.
I wouldn't go for anything big.
Ooh. See, I really like that exit from. If you're going to exit on the back control, you might as well threaten with a choke.
That was very technical.
Make sure you don't get swept.
Yes. And then be first. Be first. And that's something that Castro always does. He's always first. Nice inside sweep. Back to the mount.
Ooh. Castro's arms beat out now. His arms beat out. Has almost a mounted triangle position there for Khamis.
Oh.
Khamis is perfectly content to let you get back up, too.
Yes.
10 seconds left in the opener.
Good round for both men. But I like Khamis.
I like Khamis in that round too, but I gotta say, Castro was landing some strikes. And one of them on the break in that grappling exchange really seemed to stifle Khamis for just a moment. But I'd say that the round overall.
Round number 2. Gonna be an action-packed round.
You gotta do something to initiate, and I thought Khamis did that. He took the fight. He was trying to win the fight. Now it's up to see what Rodney Wallace, what instructions he gives to Castro to see if he can make the adjustment. And I figured out the other coach's name is Gary. I'm not sure what his last name is, but we always just call him the other dude. Now we know that he is Gary. And considering how they performed the last fight for it, that's a good coaching team.
Yeah, you want to know his name. Gary. All right, round 2, Castro, Camas, underway for the fight for it, 145, #1 contendership.
What I like is Camas just takes the center. It doesn't really back up. You really got to make him back up.
Castro doesn't either. He's about as Mexican as they come in that sense.
You're going to fight in that telephone booth.
That was one of the things that I was really looking forward to about this fight was I was thinking that Castro could force Camas to stand and bang a little bit, and it looks like that's just what Camas wants anyway.
The only difference is, again, Castro will get off first.
Yeah, he does like to be first. And he's also always kind of moving offline.
Yes.
You know, he's never really just standing still when he throws.
Camas has got to be first. He's got to vary the targets high, low, left and right. Good counter on the inside right there. And he sees everything. Defensively, he sees everything.
Nice takedown defense there. Gets the underhook in, but it's not enough to dissuade Camas on the takedown.
And here we go again. This is where he's got to put in the work. He just can't camp out here. Because although those strikes aren't going to murder him or anything like that, but the judges are saying, well, look who's working. Look who's creating a situation where he's going to get back to his feet.
Correct. You know, when it's close, it's like, well, what did you score?
Right. Again, he's just there. If he gets more off-balancing movements, more elevation, underhooks, little short strikes, it looks like Castro's doing more of the work. Whereas Camas becomes a heavy bag that's just laying on top of him.
Oh, nice
mount.
Effortlessly moves
Yes.
to the full mount, does Camas with 1 minute to work here.
And this is where he needs to. He can just take this round right here.
It's very hard to wall walk from this position.
Just take the round. Yeah, just keep working. Take the round. Yeah, just do that. Just do that. Those little short choppy punches. And here's why I give it criteria is because if you have full swing of your arm from the shoulder down, dude, you're punching. If you're doing it from your elbow down, just a little love tap. So right here, he's got the full swing of his arm. That's why I'm giving him credit. That's why he should work.
He's never been a big ground and pounder.
Doesn't have to be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be at this level.
If I see the
sure.
big swing of your arm, I'm thinking, in my mind, you are winning the fight. If I see that little love tap where your wrist is going back and forth, I'm thinking that you're just trying to buy time.
Definitely inclined to agree with you.
Especially when you're in the top.
That's
position.
what you want right there.
Yes.
One hand controlled, the other hand striking.
Yes. Another round for Camas.
Camas definitely 2 strong rounds in the book there for him. But we know that Castro's a proven finisher.
Yes.
And he can finish you.
Yes.
All right, folks, we got your third and final round coming up right before the title fight. Fighters, we do not want to leave it in the judges' hands.
This is Camas' fight to lose at this point.
I agree.
Let's go. Leave it all out into the cage. Third and final round. Fight fans, they need your support. Make some noise!
Now, the one fight I think that Castro lost was by decision. So I don't know if he carries that power late, you know. And I can't remember if that situation was a grappling situation where he was on his back. In either case, he hasn't solved that problem yet. He's not brought that power so far, and he's not found a way to get back up off his feet, back to his feet.
Good sportsmanship right there. Third and final round. Let's go, fighters. Leave it all on the cage.
So if that power's there, it's time to invite that power to the party.
They're calling him forward, and they said hard to the body here for Castro. There he is, Camas shooting on the single.
Nice.
Great wrestling from the Prince.
Nice. And I've never seen anything out of Castro that's a submission threat.
Right, not yet.
But his scrambling is outstanding. And the good news is that Camas took that away from him tonight. He hasn't let him back up off of scrambles.
That's that game planning. That Jim O corner makes a world of difference, huh? Ooh,
Nice.
I thought that was The Rock doing a kip up there for a second.
Oh!
Oh, what a sweep! That's that Gracie self-defense sweep, dude.
Here's the problem now. This is where Castro can do some danger, some threaten. Oh,
nice scramble. Nice scramble by Camus, though. 1 minute and 50. And Castro's reinvigorated now.
Yes, he's going to create separation.
Oh my God, he dumps Camus on his head.
He's going to look for separation now. He's gonna go for the finish. He's got a minute and a half. Watch for an uppercut rip here. Knee to the body.
Yeah, the boxing has been Castro's biggest weapon in his career.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, what a shot!
There's the uppercut.
Oh my goodness! Castro swarming him along the fence.
He's got to do it again because he's not going to get the other 2 rounds made up with what he's doing. He's got to finish him.
You don't want to just shoot up, right? Because if you shoot up, he's going to close his hand. So you got to kind of work a little bit first. And Castro does a great job working him a little bit. Camus is now bloody.
Yes. He's got to work him.
Castro has him on. Man, it's looking like the Emmanuel Simpson fight. I'm having deja vu over here.
Yes.
Now Camus is being tested here.
He's got 50 seconds.
The championship resolve here is what you need. If you want to fight for the championship, you got to show some championship resolve.
And what Castro's got to do is go body, then the head.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Del Fry missed that knee to the head completely.
Body and then the head. There's an uppercut.
Oh my goodness! Camus is just not defending right now. He's looking for that shot. Another sprawl by Castro. Castro on top. He's working that arm down.
Him, get up, get up.
Yeah, you got to, right? You got to get up. You got to try to finish this guy. You want to fight for the belt? This is your chance, kid.
Yes.
You've had 2 tough rounds. Oh, the Prince! That is championship resolve right there. That is championship resolve. What a round. That final round was electrifying between the Prince, Ahmed Camus, and Castro.
Outstanding. Outside. Man, that could be the 10-8.
Yeah, maybe. If it wasn't for that sweep at the end. You know, ending the round on top in a mounted triangle is like kind of a big deal for me.
Yeah.
Not enough to win you a round, but it's enough to keep you from getting 10-8'd for sure. In my eyes. But as I've stated many a time tonight, these judges are on one. They might be on a few by now.
Because the problem with the 10-8 is it would just make that fight a draw.
And then who's fighting for the belt?
And then who's fighting for the belt. I'd rather have resolve. I'd rather have some resolve.
That would be so funny if the one-time Fight For It said the winner is fighting for the belt.
It's a draw.
It's a draw. The winner, these guys are fighting again. They're fighting again. Kevin Pross is going pro. Whoever wins the main event's going pro. They're fighting again.
They'll meet again for the title.
Yes.
Nice. I still stand by my words. He's the best boxer in MMA in the Carolina area right now.
Castro, I would agree. I think
he doesn't even know it.
He does not know it, or he would have been boxing his ass off in that last round.
Yes. He's the best. And you know what? I don't want him to find out.
Oh, no, they're icing Camus's knee.
He is a treat to watch.
I don't like seeing that. I don't like seeing ice being put on athletes' knees because that usually means that something's wrong with their knee.
Yeah.
And we all know how devastating that can be.
Yeah.
I just lost a year of training to it myself.
Here comes the delay. Where's this delay coming from? We're still trying to figure it out. You're right, Thomas is reaching for that knee.
Had to give some love to Gonzito.
No problem.
Told him I'd see him at the D&D game on Sunday.
Have a decision.
What do we have?
Man, that's the most
judges'
damage I've ever seen Thomas take.
scorecard is in, and we have a majority draw.
We called it.
We said it.
We are the best commentators in the world.
So that last one had to be a 10-8.
I want you to take note. Take note. This is how it's done, baby. The Mad Coach and Mystic McGrath.
The 10-8 in the last round. You took your sister to the prom.
Well, Leslie, who's fighting for the belt now?
Hey, nice round of applause for Prince Ahmed Khan and Aaron Castro.
Yeah, that's what we were thinking too.
Great fight on a majority draw decision. One more fight, title fight. The belt is on the line.
We might get out of here before my carriage turns back into a pumpkin. Tough fight. This will be the first time where I think Trevor's going to fight somebody who's good. Yeah, so I mean, I think most of his opponents have been bums. So
his last opponent, Titus, was like 2-0.
Yeah,
I don't know who he had fought here.
I think the big deal in that fight is that
Are y'all ready?
before the knockout.
Are y'all still with us? 145-pound belt on the line. Here we go. Making their way. In the blue corner, Kevin Braza.
Well, I'm going to call the fight down the line, but there's no secret that this is my guy right here. I'm always a fan when I get to watch a guy grow.
It's been interesting to see this guy.
I've seen his first fight.
Right.
I've seen every one of his fights. Whether in person or online, I've seen every one of his fights. He even fought a former teammate of mine, Josh Alston, and I was still a fan. I was like, man, I like this guy.
I love Josh Alston.
Yeah. And shout out to Emmanuel Simpson, who didn't get to fight tonight, but being here for his teammate in support. I love that.
And his opponent, Jonathan Freeman, or what would have been his opponent, did the same thing all night, cornering his Matrix guys. Couldn't get the medical clearance to fight MMA.
And his opponent making their way to the cage. Please all welcome Trevor Loken.
Hey, he's wearing Mama's hat. Mama said knock you out.
Yeah, I remember you asked him about that last time. Young kid. That's his older brother, Jeff Scott, former amateur scene champion here in North Carolina. I'm not sure which promotion he won his belt with, but he comes from a family that has some championship history in this amateur mixed martial arts scene. Been training under the tutelage of the guys over at Gracie Raleigh and doing some of the striking work with Coach Trevor Hayes. So it'll be very interesting to see how he puts it together here in his first title bout.
If he's training with Gracie Raleigh, is that Brandon Garner?
Yes.
Yeah, he's no joke. He's no joke. He's
Certainly
ready.
not. Andrew Bittner, also a big force over there in terms of the coaching. The one they call Bumpkin, also doing a lot of coaching over there last I checked. Been a while since I checked in on those guys over there.
Trevor's the most dangerous in these first 2 to 3 rounds, 2.5 even.
I agree. He's got a lot of power, and he's not afraid to try to use it. He'll take a couple hits.
Here we go. Fighting out of the blue corner, standing 5 foot 10 inches tall, with a record of 4 wins, 2 losses, fighting out of Higheston MMA. Please make some noise, Kevin.
Big KP.
His opponent fighting out of the red corner, standing 5 foot 8 inches tall, with the undefeated record of 4 wins, no losses. Welcome out, Trevor Loken, out of Gracie Raleigh. Jason Collins controlling the action in the ring for this 145-pound title fight. Fighters to the center of the cage.
All right, guys, this is for the title. We went over the rules in the back. They my commands at all times. Touch them up. Step back. Let's go.
All right, you guys know the deal by now. 145-pound championship on the line. And it'll be Kevin Peraza versus Trevor Loken here. Trevor Loken already firing on all cylinders. And KP going straight to the tried and true Higheston system here against the cage. Expertly implemented.
Knee to the body by KP. Pushed up against the cage, Loken weaving back in, and KP unleashes his own strikes.
Wow, 2 big ones there, and that's, Loken's got a chin on him. KP now moving to the full mount, wasting no time here.
Yeah.
Loken's got a lot of strength, but he's using all of it. Nice sweeps to the back himself. He's manipulating the gloves, got a nice little inside wrist ride. And crab ride on the leg there. What a scrap so far, and we're only 50 seconds in, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice far reach for KP to stop those punches.
Yeah, KP's being cool and collected here. Real championship stuff so far.
He's got to sit against the cage and turn into him. Weave that leg out.
Wow, he's doing a great job, huh?
Bring that hand back around. I wouldn't stay on that leg. Bring it out.
Trevor Loken punishing him for being on that leg. Now he's got that far side Kimura grip. Inside wrist ride is so good for Loken.
Yep. All you have to is turn and face at this point.
Yeah, the leg's not a factor anymore now.
Bring your leg through, your elbow through. Turn and face.
Wow, that wrist control for Loken is paying dividends.
There now.
It's not there anymore.
But he should go for the body lock versus the takedown.
Loken tried to switch to a Kimura takedown defense, but doesn't need it.
He needs some recovery time here. And he's pretty good with that big hip throw, but he lost control of the movement when he did it last time.
Yeah, Loken's now working his way to the back. Loken's a strong kid, man.
Yes. Now Loken's taking it back. He's a little too high, but the cage is holding him there. Look at the foot. I love that.
Yeah, that's smart. Smart. He's trying to compromise the posture of KP. If he doesn't do it soon, he's going to slip.
He's going to slide off and get control of one arm.
He's getting wider. Now he's taking him down. Loken's on the back now. Looks like he's trying to turn to a full mount. He's got it. And this is a kid who's got no problem dusting you here.
Crazy power. A few shots behind the head, but they were all in the movement.
20 seconds to work here for Loken. Loken's still on that back. Making a stay. Oh, he windshield wipers around to the other side. 10 seconds left here. Kevin Peraza can maybe survive.
Pull that top hand.
He's pulling that top. Oh, he's tapping with 10 seconds left.
Wow.
Trevor Loken with the rear naked choke on KP in the first round. He gets it done. Trevor Loken can't get that hat on his head fast enough.
Wow.
Love to see it. Trevor Loken getting the 145 title for Fight For Its MMA crown. Now the question remains, who's he fight next?
Himself.
He moves on to 5-0 as an amateur. Perfect 5-0. Most of those coming by way of finish.
Fighters to the center of the ring.
Bright future for this kid.
Your winner by referee stoppage, 258 in the first round, rear naked choke. Your winner and new 145-pound title fight, Trevor Loken out of Gracie Riley, improving to 5-0. Nice round of applause for Kevin Peraza.
And that is all she wrote on Fight For It 13.
Wow.
Trevor Loken walking away with the 145-pound belt. When the dust settled, when the dust cleared, it was a hell of a first round. It ends in the last 10 seconds with Loken on the back of KP, choking him out and forcing him to tap. A phenomenal night of fights and many finishes here at Fight For It 13. If you're still watching along with us live, including my boy Chris Stansel, we want to just say thank you for tuning in and following along with the live stream as we move through this 31 fight mega card here in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Okay. And Sess is floating right here. Let me get Sess back in the booth. Sess, a great night of MMA fights for us here. A lot of finishes here. Kind of the inverse of the kickboxing card. Went by super fast in comparison. Luckily for everyone here involved, including us. How'd you feel about tonight's fights?
Hey, like you said, this is super card. This is our WrestleMania. This is our NBA championship. You know, a lot of new teams, a lot of new faces, new coaches. This is the future of our sport on the local level.
Absolutely. Well, you guys can check me out at Dylan McGrath on YouTube, the Mad Coach Seth Stevenson. You can probably find Tad Collins somewhere too. Maybe we'll see him fight on the next card. Who knows? But that is all for us here at Fight For It. I want to thank Jonathan. I want to thank Leslie. I want to thank Jason and all the guys on the production team and the camera team for keeping us looking good and keeping these fights coming to you all night long. I'm Dylan McGrath, and that's it. Enjoy the fights and yourselves. Until next time.
And thanks to Spartanburg, South Carolina for letting us come into their home.
Absolutely. They kind of needed it.